Section 0 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Hicks. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George L. CRAIK. Preface. In the largest or loosest sense of the expression, a history of English literature might be taken to mean an account of everything that has been written in the language. But neither is the literature of a language everything that has been written in it, nor would all that has been written in the language necessarily comprehend all its literature, for much true literature may exist, and has existed, without having been written. Literature is composed of words, of thought reduced to the form of words, but the words need not be written. It is enough that they be spoken or sung, or even only conceived. All that writing does is to record and preserve them. It no more endows them with any new character than money acquires a new character by being locked up in a desk or paid into a bank. But, besides this, if the history of a national literature is to have any proper unity, it can rarely embrace the language in its entire extent. If it should attempt to do so, it would be really the history not of one but of several literatures. In some cases it might even be made a question when it was that the language properly began. At what point of the unbroken thread, which undoubtedly connects every form of human speech with the succession of preceding forms out of which it has sprung, we are to say that an old language has died and a new one come into existence. But, at any rate, even when the language is admitted to be the same, it not unfrequently differs almost as much in two of its stages as if it were two languages. We have a conspicuous example of this in our own English. We may be said to have the language before us in complete continuity from the 7th century, but the English of the earliest portion of this long space of time, or what is commonly called Anglo-Saxon, is no more intelligible to an Englishman of the present day who has not made it a special study than is German or Dutch. The case is even a great deal worse than that. Dutch and German and other foreign tongues are living. Our earliest English has been dead and buried for centuries. Nay, for a long time even the fact that it had once existed was all but universally forgotten. And even since it has come to be once more studied, we know it only as a fossil, as the dust and dry bones of a language. Of the literature written in it we may indeed acquire such a conception as we might of a living human being from a skeleton, but nothing more. Of that nocturnal portion of our literature, as it may be called, no critical survey is attempted in the present work. Only the principal compositions of which it consists, and the names of their authors, are rapidly enumerated by way of introduction, along with the leading particulars of the same kind belonging to the histories of the Latin, the Welsh, and the Irish literatures of the same early period. The history of any national literature, in fact, naturally divides itself into three portions, all very distinct from one another, and demanding each a treatment of its own. First, there is the portion which, as has just been said, may be named after the night, not perhaps altogether as being the product of a period of darkness, but as lying now, from distance and change of circumstances, in the dark to us. Secondly, there is so much of that produced after what seems to us to have been the rising of the sun as we can look back upon. Thirdly, there is what belongs to our own day, and lies not behind us, but rather before us or around us. Of the three subjects thus presented, the first offers a field chiefly for philological and antiquarian erudition. Even the third, not being yet past, does not come properly within the domain of history. The only one that perfectly admits of being treated historically is the daylight or middle division. But that is always both by far the most extensive, and also in every other respect the most important. The survey which is taken in the present work of so much of our English literature as is thus properly historical is no doubt far from complete. Still, it will be found to include not only, of course, all our writers of the first class, but also, I believe, all those, without exception, who can be regarded as of any considerable distinction. If that be so, it will, whatever its defects of execution, present a view of the whole subject of which it professes to treat. For it is only great names and great works that make a literature. An account of the writings of Chaucer, of Spenser, of Shakespeare, of Bacon, of Milton, of Dryden, of Pope, of Swift, of Burke, of Burns, of Cooper, would sufficiently unfold the course and revolutions of our English literature from its commencement down to the beginning of the present century. Many names, however, have also been noticed in these volumes which have no pretensions to be considered as even of second-rate importance, but yet some information in regard to which, if it were no more than the date to which each of them belongs, might, it was thought, add to the serviceableness of the work as a book of reference. Such brief notices are rather for being turned to by means of the index than for straightforward perusal. The history of our literature, in so far as it is of universal interest, is all contained in the longer and fuller accounts. The space allotted to which, however, it will be obvious is not in all cases proportioned to the eminence of the writers. On the contrary, several writers of the first class, whose works are in the hands of everybody, as for example Shakespeare and Milton, are disposed of without the critical remarks on them being illustrated by any specimens. Of others, again, who are less read in the present day, such as Chaucer and Spenser of earlier, Swift and Burke of later date, the poetry and eloquence are amply exemplified from what they have left us that is most characteristic and remarkable. Anyone who will take the trouble to ascertain the fact will find how completely even our great poets and other writers of the last generation have already faded from the view of the present with the most numerous class of the educated and reading public. Scarcely anything is generally read except the publications of the day, yet nothing is more certain than that no true cultivation can be so acquired. This is the extreme case of that entire ignorance of history, or of what had been done in the world before we ourselves came into it, which has been affirmed, not with more point than truth, to leave a person always a child. Having already gone over the greater part of the present subject in a work entitled Sketches of the History of Literature and Learning in England, which was published in 1844-5, I have only revised and retouched here, and not sought to rewrite, whatever as it there stood still sufficiently expressed what I had to say. The present work, therefore, it will be understood, comprehends and incorporates all of the former one, now out of print, which it has been considered desirable to preserve. It is, in truth, in the main a republication of that, though with many alterations and some curtailments, as well as considerable additions and enlargements. I have even retained, though hardly coming under the new title, the summaries of the progress of scientific discovery in successive periods, as not taking up very much room, and supplying a good many dates and other facts which even in following the history of literature it is sometimes convenient to have at hand. The present work, on the other hand, professes to combine the history of the literature with the history of the language. The scheme of the course and revolutions of the language which is followed here, and also in the later editions of my sketches of the history of the English language, was first announced by me in an article published in the Dublin University Magazine for July 1857. It is extremely simple, and resting not upon arbitrary but upon natural or real distinctions, gives us the only view of the subject that can claim to be regarded as of a scientific character. In the earliest state in which it is known to us, the English is both a homogeneous and a synthetic language. Homogeneous in its vocabulary, synthetic in its grammatical structure. It has since, though of course always operated upon, like everything human, by the law of gradual change, undergone only two decided revolutions. The first of which destroyed its synthetic, the second its homogeneous character. Thus, in its second form it is still a homogeneous but no longer a synthetic language. In its third, it is neither synthetic nor homogeneous, but has become both analytic in its grammar and composite in its vocabulary. The three forms may be conveniently designated, the first that of pure or simple English, the second that of broken or semi-English, the third that of mixed or compound or composite English. The first of the three stages through which the language has thus passed may be considered to have come to an end in the 11th century, the second in the 13th century. The third is that in which it still is. In another paper, published in the Dublin University Magazine for October 1857, I applied this view to the explanation of the action upon the language of the Norman Conquest, the immediate effect of which was to produce the first of the two revolutions, its ultimate effect to produce the second. I there also gave an account of the examination of the vocabulary of our existing English, instituted by Dr. J. P. Tomerel, in his Recherches sur la fusion du franco-normand et de l'Anglo-Saxon, published at Paris in 1841, in which he showed, in opposition to all previous estimates, that of the words collected in our common dictionaries, instead of 2/3 being of native origin, as usually assumed, and only 1/3 of Latin or French extraction, the fact is just the other way. 2/3 are foreign and only 1/3 native. I proceeded to remark, however, that of the words in common use both in speaking and in writing, which may be taken as about 10,000 in number, probably full a half are pure English, and that of those in common colloquial use, which may be about 5,000 in all, probably 4/5 are of native stock. And the 4,000 or 5,000 non-Roman words, I added, that are in general use, 4,000 in our common speech, 5,000 in literary composition, compose all the fundamental framework of the language, all that may be called its skeleton or bony structure, and also perhaps the better part of its muscular tissue. The portion of our literature to which the present work is properly speaking devoted is that of the third form of the language, and may be regarded as commencing with the poetry of Chaucer in the middle of the 14th century. GLC. Postscript. Upon more careful consideration, I find that the simile in the 6th Iliad is not fairly represented in the translation given Volume 2, page 546. Nothing turns upon it, but I ought not to have supposed it possible that Homer could have been in anything inconsistent with truth and nature. Queen's College, Belfast, September 1861. End of Section 0. Section 1 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Hicks. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. By George L. CRAIK. Chapter 1, Part 1. Literature and Language. In tracing, as it is our purpose to do in the present work, the history of English literature and of the English language together, we shall be obliged to look at the language principally, or almost exclusively, as we find it employed in the service of the literature. But in its proper nature, language is independent of writing. Writing is only a visible representation of language, which in itself consists not of strokes drawn by the pen, or marks made in any other way, but of sounds uttered by the voice and the organs of articulation. It addresses itself not to the eye, but to the ear. There are many languages that have never been written, or visibly represented in any form. Every language that has come to be written has also existed in an unwritten state. No language has been born a written language, any more than it was ever heard tell of that a boy had been born with breeches on. It has been common to talk of language, which is really thought itself, as the dress of thought. With much more truth might writing be called the dress of language. It is an artificial or non-natural addition which language assumes as it grows up and gets civilized, something that perhaps would not have been needed or thought of in a state of innocence. As matters stand, this contrivance may be necessary for the perfect training of language, for turning it to its full use and developing all its capabilities, but still it is in some sort what his trappings are to the war-horse, a sign and seal of its conquest and bondage. Letters are the fetters of language, even if they are its golden fetters. It would be convenient if we had distinctive names for language spoken and language written. In the want of such, perhaps the best thing that could be done in a precisely scientific treatment of the subject would be to understand the common terms language and speech, when used absolutely, or without qualification, as meaning always only language proper or spoken language, which is what these words, and the only corresponding ones probably in all languages, do mean etymologically, and to distinguish written language as language representative. But for ordinary purposes this is not necessary. As in other cases, the context makes the sense clear, notwithstanding the insufficiency of the expression. What is never to be forgotten, however, is that while writing is unquestionably and by universal admission artificial, language proper is essentially a natural product. It is simply to man what neighing is to the horse, or lowing to the bullock. A race or community of human beings without a language would be as extraordinary a phenomenon as a race without hands or without heads. Human beings, formed as they ordinarily are, there is every reason to believe, could no more grow up, at least in a state of association, without speech, than they could without eating or without breathing. It is the natural, the spontaneous, the inevitable result of their organization. Language, that is, not merely the utterance of articulate sounds, but the employment of words for the expression of thought, or what we may call the conversion of thought into words, is probably as much a necessity of the organization, physical and mental, of the human being as it is an impossibility for that of any of the inferior animals. As for literature, it is not the synonym even of written language. It is not either coextensive with that or limited to that. For want of a better term, we call artistic composition in words, or thought artistically so expressed, literature. But on the one hand there is abundance of writing, and of printing too, which is not literature in this proper sense, and on the other it is not a necessity of artistic composition that it should be in a written form. Literature, therefore, whatever the etymology of the term may seem to indicate, has no essential connection with letters. And its connection even with language, which is essential, is still no more than such a connection as is created by the fact that literature consists necessarily of words. It is of thought and emotion transformed into or manifested in language that the fabric of literature is woven. But literature is not, like language, a necessary product of our humanity. Man has been nowhere found without a language. There have been and are many nations and races without a literature. A language is to a people a necessary of existence. A literature is only a luxury. Hence it sometimes happens that the origin of a nation's literature, and the influences which have inspired and molded it, have been more or less distinct from the sources whence the language has taken its beginning and the inner operating spirit or external circumstances which have modified its shape and character. The literature will generally be acted upon by the language, and the language by the literature, but each may have also had fountains of its own at which the other has not drunk. Thus, for example, it may be affirmed that even those nations of modern Europe which owe their language mostly to the Romans have derived their literature and fine art of every other form, as well as their spirit of philosophical speculation, to a much greater extent from the Greeks. Here too the modern world has inherited from Rome the useful and necessary, from Greece the refined and ornamental. From the one, language, along with law and government, the art of war, offensive and defensive, and the common arts of life. From the other, that which, although not the feeding fruit of the tree or plant, but only its crowning flower, yet alone constitutes true civilization. The languages of modern Europe. There have in every age been some populations which, for one reason or another, have deemed it necessary or expedient to have each more than one language. Both in ancient and in modern times this has been usual with the inhabitants of border districts. Herodotus mentions some northern races of his day who were all familiar with Greek as well as with their own barbaric speech. In some countries, in addition to the common tongue, there has been another known only to the priesthood. In some, the men have had a language of their own which the women were not permitted to speak or to learn. It is perhaps to be regretted that the use of two languages has not been universal in civilized countries. It might probably be almost as easily acquired as the ordinary power of speaking one language. Possibly this may be one of the educational, or rather social, reforms of another era. Some of the existing European nations or races are distributed under several governments. There are still several political communities, for instance, both of Germans and of Italians, and that although Germany and Italy form each geographically only one region. But in other cases a community occupying only one country, and living under one and the same government, consists of several races each having a language of its own. In this way it happens that, without including what are called dialects, the number of distinct languages in Europe, though it falls short of the number of political communities, exceeds the number of what we can properly call nations. Some languages, again, such as the Welsh, the Irish, and the Basque, are no longer national forms of speech. The existing European languages may be nearly all comprehended under 5 divisions. First, there are the Celtic tongues of Ireland and Wales, and their subordinate varieties. Secondly, there are the tongues founded upon the Latin spoken by the old Romans, and thence called the Romance or the Neo-Latin, that is, the New Latin tongues. Of these the principal are the Italian, the Spanish, and the French. The Romaic or modern Greek may be included under the same head. Thirdly, there are what have been variously designated the Germanic, Teutonic, or Gothic tongues, being those which were originally spoken by the various barbarian races by whom the Roman Empire of the West was overthrown and overwhelmed, or, at the least, subjugated, revolutionized, and broken up, in the 5th and 6th centuries. Fourthly, there are the Slavonic tongues, of which the Russian and the Polish are the most distinguished. Fifthly, there are the Teutic tongues, as they have been denominated, or those spoken by the Finnic and Laponic races. Almost the only language which this enumeration leaves out is that still preserved by the French and Spanish Biscayans, and known as the Basque, or among those who speak it as the Euskarian, which seems to stand alone among the tongues not only of Europe, but of the world. It is supposed to be a remnant of the ancient Iberian, or original language of Spain. The order in which the 5 sets or classes of languages have been named may be regarded as that of their probable introduction into Europe from Asia or the East, or at any rate of their establishment in the localities of which they are now severally in possession. First apparently came the Celtic, now driven on to the farthest west, after which followed in succession the Latin, the Gothic, the Slavonic, and the Teutic, pressing upon and urging forward one another like so many waves. Their present geographical position may also be set forth in few words. Those of the Celtic type are found, as just mentioned, in the west, the Latin generally in the south, the Slavonic in the east, the Teutic in the north, and the Gothic over the whole of the central region. The chief exception is that one Teutic language, the Magyar, is spoken in Hungary, at the southeastern extremity of Europe. The English is essentially or fundamentally a Gothic tongue. That is to say, it is to be classed among those which were spoken by the main division of the barbaric invaders and conquerors of the Roman Empire, and which are now spread over the whole of the central portion of the European continent, or what we may call the body of Europe, as distinguished from its head and limbs. These Gothic tongues have been subdivided into the High Germanic, the Low Germanic, and the Scandinavian, and each of these subordinate groups or clusters has a certain character of its own, in addition to the common character by which they are all allied and discriminated from those belonging to quite other stocks. They may be said to present different shades of the same color, and even in their geographical distribution they lie, as it were, in so many successive ridges, the High Germanic languages farthest south, next to them the Low Germanic in the middle, and then, furthest north, the Scandinavian. The High Germanic may be considered to be principally represented by the modern classic German, the Low Germanic by the language of the people of Holland, or what we call the Low Dutch or simply the Dutch, the Scandinavian by the Swedish, Danish, or Icelandic. It may be remarked, too, that the gradation of character among the 3 sets of languages corresponds to their geographical position. That is to say, their resemblance is in proportion to their proximity. Thus the High Germanic and the Scandinavian groups are both nearer in character, as well as in position, to the Low Germanic than they are to each other. And the Low Germanic tongues, lying in the middle, form as it were a sort of link or bridge between the other 2 extreme groups. Climate and the relative elevation of the 3 regions may have something to do with this. The rough and full-mouthed pronunciation of the High Germanic tongues, with their broad vowels and guttural combinations, may be the natural product of the bracing mountain air of the south. The clearer and neater articulation of the Low Germanic ones, that of the milder influences of the plain, the thinner and sharper sounds of the Scandinavian groups, that of the more chill and pinching Hyperborean atmosphere in which they have grown up and been formed. End of Section 1. Section 2 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Hicks. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. By George L. CRAIK. Chapter 1, Part 2. Early Latin Literature in Britain. When the south of Britain became a part of the Roman Empire, the inhabitants, at least of the towns, seem to have adopted generally the Latin language and applied themselves to the study of the Latin literature. The diffusion among them of this new taste was one of the first means employed by their politic conquerors, as soon as they had fairly established themselves in the island, to rivet their dominion. A more efficacious they could not have devised, and happily it was also the best fitted to turn their subjugation into a blessing to the conquered people. Agricola, having spent the first year of his administration in establishing in the province the order and tranquillity which is the first necessity of the social condition, and the indispensable basis of all civilization, did not allow another winter to pass without beginning the work of thus training up the national mind to a Roman character. Tacitus informs us that he took measures for having the sons of the chiefs educated in the liberal arts, exciting them at the same time by professing to prefer the natural genius of the Britons to the studied acquirements of the Gauls, the effect of which was that those who lately had disdained to use the Roman tongue now became ambitious of excelling in eloquence. In later times, schools were no doubt established and maintained in all the principal towns of Roman Britain, as they were throughout the empire in general. There are still extant many imperial edicts relating to these public seminaries, in which privileges are conferred upon the teachers and regulations laid down as to the manner in which they were to be appointed, the salaries they were to receive, and the branches of learning they were to teach. But no account of the British schools in particular has been preserved. It would appear, however, that for some time at least the older schools of Gaul were resorted to by the Britons who pursued the study of the law. Juvenal, who lived in the end of the 1st and the beginning of the 2nd century, speaks in one of his satires of eloquent Gaul instructing the pleaders of Britain. But even already forensic acquirements must have become very general in the latter country and the surrounding regions, if we may place any reliance on the assertion which he makes in the next line, that in Thule itself people now talked of hiring rhetoricians to manage their causes. Thule, whatever may have been the particular island or country to which that name was given, was the most northern land known to the ancients. It is somewhat remarkable that while a good many names of natives of Gaul are recorded in connection with the last age of Roman literature, scarcely a British name of that period of any literary reputation has been preserved, if we accept a few which figure in the history of the Christian Church. The poet Ausonius, who flourished in the 4th century, makes frequent mention of a contemporary British writer whom he calls Silvius Bonus, and whose native name is supposed to have been Coil the Good, but of his works, or even of their titles or subjects, we know nothing. Ausonius, who seems to have entertained strong prejudices against the Britons, speaks of Silvius with the same animosity as of the rest of his countrymen. Of ecclesiastical writers in Latin belonging to the 6th century, the heresiarch Pelagius and his disciple Celestius, St. Patrick, the Apostle of Ireland, with his friend Bishop Secundinus, and the poet Sedulius, are generally regarded as having been natives of the British Islands. Gildas, our earliest historian of whom anything remains, also wrote in Latin. St. Gildas the Wise, as he is styled, was a son of Caw, Prince of Strathclyde, in the capital of which kingdom, the town of Alclyde, now Dunbarton, he is supposed to have been born about the end of the 5th or beginning of the 6th century. Caw was also the father of the famous bard Aneurin. One theory, indeed, is that Aneurin and Gildas were the same person. In his youth, Gildas is said to have gone over to Ireland, and to have studied in the schools of the old national learning that still flourished there. And like his brother Aneurin, if Aneurin was his brother, he also commenced his career as a bard or composer of poetry in his native tongue. He was eventually, however, converted to Christianity, and became a zealous preacher of his new religion. The greater part of his life appears to have been spent in his native island, but at last he retired to Armorica, or Little Britain, on the continent, and died there. He is said to lie buried in the Cathedral of Vannes. Gildas is the author of 2 declamatory effusions, the one commonly known as his History, De Excidio Britanniae Liber Querulus, the other as his Epistle, De Excidio Britanniae et Britonum Exultatione, which have been often printed. The latest edition is that contained in the Monumenta Historica Britannica, 1848, and there is also an edition prepared by Mr. Joseph Stevenson for the English Historical Society, 8vo, London, 1834. A translation of the Epistle was published in 1638, and both works are included in Dr. Giles's 6 Old English Chronicles, 1848. They consist principally of violent invectives directed against his own countrymen as well as their continental invaders and conquerors, and throw but little light upon the obscure period to which they relate. Our next historical writer is Nennius, said to have been a monk of Bangor, and to have escaped from the massacre of his brethren in 613. He too, like Gildas, is held to have been of Welsh or Cumbrian origin. His native name is conjectured to have been Ninian. But there is much obscurity and confusion in the accounts we have of Nennius. It appears to be probable that there were at least 2 early historical writers of that name. The author of a late ingenious work supposes that the true narrative of the ancient Nennius only came down to the invasion of Julius Caesar and is now lost, although we probably have an abridgment of it in the British history, Eulogium Britanniae, sive Historia Britonum, published by Gale in his Scriptores Quindecim, Oxford 1691, which, however, is expressly stated in the preface by the author himself to have been drawn up in 858. A very valuable edition of the Historia Britonum, commonly attributed to Nennius, from a manuscript lately discovered in the library of the Vatican Palace at Rome, was published in octavo at London in 1819 by the Reverend W. Gunn, B.D., rector of Irstead, Norfolk, and his greatly improved text has been chiefly followed in the subsequent edition prepared by Mr. Stevenson for the Historical Society, octavo, London, 1838. The most complete text, however, is probably that given in the Monumenta Historica Britannica, from a collation of no fewer than 26 manuscripts. An English version, originally published by Mr. Gunn in his edition of the Vatican text, is reprinted by Dr. Giles in his 6 Old English Chronicles. But the most curious and important volume connected with Nennius is that published in 1847 by the Irish Archaeological Society, containing an Irish version of his history, executed in the 14th century, with a translation and notes by Dr. Todd, together with a large mass of additional notes and an introduction by the Honorable Algernon Herbert, who has here discussed nearly all the leading questions in the obscure region of early British antiquities with profuse learning, and at the same time, whatever may be thought of some of his conclusions, with an ingenuity and freshness still more rare and valuable. Of the Latin writers among the Angles and Saxons, any of whose works remain, the most ancient is Aldhelm, abbot of Malmesbury, and afterwards the first bishop of Sherborne, who died in 709. Aldhelm was of the stock of the kings of Wessex, and was initiated in Greek and Latin learning at the school in Kent presided over by the abbot Adrian, who, like his friend Archbishop Theodore, appears to have been a native of Asia Minor, so that Greek was his native tongue. We are assured by one of his biographers that Aldhelm could write and speak Greek like a native of Greece. He also early associated himself with the monastic brotherhood of Malmesbury, or Maildulfsbury, that is, burg or town of Maildulf, Mildulf, or Meldun, an Irish exile, by whom the monastery had been founded about half a century before the birth of Aldhelm. Among the studies of Aldhelm's afterlife are mentioned the Roman law, the rules of Latin prosody, arithmetic, astronomy, and astrology. He is said to have written a tract on the great scientific question of the age, the proper method of computing Easter. Aldhelm's favorite subject, however, would seem to have been the virtue of virginity, in praise of which he wrote first a copious treatise in prose, and then a long poem. Both of these performances are preserved and have been printed. Aldhelm long enjoyed the highest reputation for learning, but his writings are chiefly remarkable for their elaborately unnatural and fantastic rhetoric. His Latin style bears some resemblance to the pedantic English, full of alliteration and all sorts of barbarous quaintness, that was fashionable among our theological writers in the reigns of Elizabeth and James I. But the English name of the times before the Norman Conquest that is most distinguished in literature is that of Beda, or Bede, upon whom the epithet of the Venerable has been justly bestowed by the respect and gratitude of posterity. All that we have written by Bede is in the Latin language. He was born sometime between the years 672 and 677 at Jarrow, a village near the mouth of the Tyne in the county of Durham, and was educated in the neighboring monastery of Wearmouth under its successive abbots Benedict and Ceolfrid. He resided there, as he tells us himself, from the age of 7 to that of 12, during which time he applied himself with all diligence, he says, to the meditation of the Scriptures, the observance of regular discipline, and the daily practice of singing in the church. It was always sweet to me, he adds, to learn, to teach, and to write. In his 19th year he took deacon's orders, and in his 30th he was ordained priest. From this date till his death in 735 he remained in his monastery, giving up his whole time to study and writing. His principal task was the composition of his celebrated Ecclesiastical History of England, which he brought to a close in his 59th year. It is our chief original authority for the earlier portion even of the civil history of the English nation. But Bede also wrote many other works, among which he has himself enumerated, in the brief account he gives of his life at the end of his Ecclesiastical History, commentaries on most of the books of the Old and New Testaments and the Apocrypha, 2 books of homilies, a martyrology, a chronological treatise entitled On the 6 Ages, a book on orthography, a book on the metrical art, and various other theological and biographical treatises. He likewise composed a book of hymns and another of epigrams. Most of these writings have been preserved, and have been repeatedly printed. The first edition of the Ecclesiastical History is without date, but it probably appeared in Esslingen, in Germany, between 1471 and 1475. 3 other continental editions followed before the end of the 15th century, and no fewer than 9 more in the course of the 16th. The first edition printed in England was that of Abraham Wheelock, folio, Cambridge, 1644, accompanied by the old vernacular translation attributed to King Alfred, then also for the first time given to the world through the press. This was followed by the Jesuit Chifflet's edition, quarto, Paris, 1681. Then came Dr. Smith's greatly improved edition both of the original Latin and of Alfred's translation, folio, Cambridge, 1722, and this remained the standard edition till the appearance of that of Mr. Stevenson, containing also the minor historical works, under the auspices of the English Historical Society, in 2 volumes, 8vo, 1838-41, and of that of Mr. Petrie in the Monumenta, folio, 1848. There are 3 continental editions of the entire works of Bede, each in 8 volumes folio, the latest of which was published at Cologne in 1688. Some additional pieces were published at London in a quarto volume, by Henry Wharton, in 1693, and an edition of the complete works of Bede in the original Latin, accompanied with a translation, was produced by Dr. Giles in 12 volumes 8vo, London, 1843-44. It appears, from an interesting account of Bede's last hours by his pupil St. Cuthbert, that he was engaged at the time of his death in translating St. John's Gospel into his native tongue. Among his last utterances to his affectionate disciples watching around his bed were some recitations in the English language. For, says the account, he was very learned in our songs, and putting his thoughts into English verse, he spoke it with compunction. Beside King Alfred's version in the earlier form of the language, there are translations of Bede's Ecclesiastical History into modern English by Thomas Stapleton, 1565, by John Stephens, 1723, and by W. Hurst, 1814. Stephens's translation, altered and corrected, was reproduced by Dr. Giles in 1840 and again in 1842, and it is given also both in his edition of the complete works of Bede and, along with his translation of the Chronicle, in one of the volumes of Bohn's Antiquarian Library, 1849. Finally, a new translation of all Bede's historical works by the Reverend Joseph Stevenson forms the second part of Volume 1 of the collection entitled The Church Historians of England, London, 1853-54. Another celebrated English churchman of this age was St. Boniface, originally named Winfrith, who was born in Devonshire about the year 680. Boniface is acknowledged as the Apostle of Germany, in which country he founded various monasteries, and was greatly instrumental in the diffusion both of Christianity and of civilization. He eventually became Archbishop of Mentz, and was killed in East Friesland by a band of heathens in 755. Many of his letters to the popes, to the English bishops, to the kings of France, and to the kings of the various states of his native country still remain, and are printed in the collections entitled Bibliothecae Patrum. We may here also mention another contemporary of Bede's, Aetius, surnamed Stephanus, the author of a Latin life of Bishop Wilfrid. Bede mentions him as the first person who taught singing in the churches of Northumberland. End of Section 2. Section 3 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Hicks. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George L. CRAIK. Chapter 1, Part 3, The Celtic Languages and Literatures. No other branch of what is called the Indo-European family of languages is of higher interest in certain points of view than the Celtic. The various known forms of Celtic are now regarded as coming under two great divisions, the Gaelic and the Cymric, Ireland being the head seat of the Gaelic, which may therefore also be called Irish, Wales being the head seat of the Cymric, which accordingly is by the English commonly called Welsh. Subordinate varieties of the Irish are the Gaelic of Scotland, often called Erse or Ersh, that is, Irish, and the Manx or Isle of Man tongue, now fast dying out. Other Cymric dialects are the Cornish, now extinct as a spoken language, and the Armorican, or that still spoken in some parts of Britannia. The probability is that the various races inhabiting the British Islands when they first became known to the civilized world were mostly, if not all, of Celtic speech. Even in the parts of the country that were occupied by the Caledonians, the Picts, and the Belgian colonists, the oldest topographical names, the surest evidence that we have in all cases, and in this case almost our only evidence, are all, so far as can be ascertained, Celtic, either of the Cymric or of the Gaelic form. And then there are the great standing facts of the existence to this day of a large Cymric population in South Britain, and of a still larger Gaelic-speaking population in North Britain and in Ireland. No other account of these Celtic populations, or at least of the Welsh, has been attempted to be given than that, as their own traditions and records are unanimous in asserting, they are the remnants of the races by which the two islands were occupied when they first attracted the attention of the Romans about half a century before the commencement of the Christian era. And both the Welsh and the Irish possess a large mass of literature in their native tongues, much of which has been printed, in great part no doubt of comparatively modern production, but claiming some of it, in its substance if not exactly in the very form in which it now presents itself, an antiquity transcending any other native literature of which the country can boast. Neither the Welsh nor the Irish language and literature, however, can with any propriety be included in a history of English literature and of the English language. The relationship of English to any Celtic tongue is more remote than its relationship not only to German or Icelandic, or French or Italian or Latin, but even to Russian or Polish, or to Persian or Sanskrit. Irish and Welsh are opposed in their entire genius and structure to English. It has indeed been sometimes asserted that the Welsh is one of the fountains of the English. One school of last-century philologists maintained that full a third of our existing English was Welsh. No doubt, in the course of the 14 centuries that the two languages have been spoken alongside of each other in the same country, a considerable number of vocables can hardly fail to have been borrowed by each from the other. The same thing would have happened if it had been a dialect of Chinese that had maintained itself all that time among the Welsh mountains. If, too, as is probable, a portion of the previous Celtic population chose or were suffered to remain even upon that part of the soil which came to be generally occupied after the departure of the Romans by the Angles, Saxons, and other Teutonic or Gothic tribes, the importers of the English language and founders of the English nation, something of Celtic may in that way have intermingled and grown up with the new national speech. But the English language cannot therefore be regarded as of Celtic parentage. The Celtic words, or words of Celtic extraction, that are found in it, be they some hundreds in number, or be they 1 or 2 thousands, are still only something foreign. They are products of another seed that have shot up here and there with the proper crop from the imperfectly cleared soil, or they are fragments of another mass which have chanced to come in contact with the body of the language, pressed upon by its weight, or blown upon it by the wind, and so have adhered to it or become embedded in it. It would perhaps be going farther than known facts warrant us, if we were to say that a Gothic tongue and a Celtic tongue are incapable of a true amalgamation. But undoubtedly it would require no common pressure to overcome so strong an opposition of nature and genius. The Gothic tongues, and the Latin or Romance tongues also, indeed, belong to distinct branches of what is called the Indo-European family, but the Celtic branch, though admitted to be of the same tree, has much more of a character of its own than any of the others. Probably any other two languages of the entire multitude held to be of this general stock would unite more readily than two of which only one was Celtic. It would be nearly the same case with that of the intermixture of an Indo-European with a Semitic language. It has been suggested that the Celtic branch must, in all probability, have diverged from the common stem at a much earlier date than any of the others. At any rate, in point of fact, the English can at most be said to have been powdered or sprinkled with a little Celtic. Whatever may be the number of words which it has adopted, whether from the ancient Britons or from their descendants the Welsh, they are only single scattered words. No considerable department of the English dictionary is Welsh. No stream of words has flowed into the language from that source. The two languages have in no sense met and become one. They have not mingled as two rivers do when they join and fall into the same channel. There has been no chemical combination between the Gothic and the Celtic elements, but only more or less of a mechanical intermixture. We shall limit ourselves to the briefest notice of the remains of the ancient vernacular literature of Ireland and of Wales. The earliest literature of which any remains still exist in any of the native languages of the British Islands must be held to be the Irish. The Irish were probably possessed of the knowledge of letters from a very remote antiquity. Although the forms of their present alphabetical characters are Roman, and are supposed to have been introduced by St. Patrick in the 5th century, it is very remarkable that the alphabet, in the number and powers of its elements, exactly corresponds with that which Cadmus is recorded to have brought to Greece from Phoenicia. If we may believe the national traditions, and the most ancient existing chronicles, the Irish also possessed a succession of bards from their first settlement in the country, and the names of some of those that are said to have flourished so early as in the 1st century of our era are still remembered, but the oldest bardic compositions that have been preserved claim to be of the 5th century. Some fragments of metrical productions to which this date is attributed are found in the old annalists, and more abundant specimens occur in the same records under each of the succeeding centuries. The oldest existing Irish manuscript, however, is believed to be the Psalter of Cashel, a collection of bardic legends compiled about the end of the 9th century by Cormac mac Cuillenan, Bishop of Cashel and King of Munster. But the most valuable remains of ancient Irish literature that have come down to us are the various historical records in prose, called the Annals of Tirnach, of the Four Masters, of Ulster, and others. Portions of these were first published in the original, accompanied with Latin translations, in Dr. O'Connor's Rerum Hibernicarum Scriptores Veteres, 4 volumes, 4to, Buckingham, 1814-1826. A splendid monument of the munificence of His Grace the late Duke of Buckingham, at whose expense the work was prepared and printed, and from the treasures of whose library its contents were principally derived. Tirnach, the oldest of these Irish annalists, lived in the latter part of the 11th century, but both his and the other annals profess and are believed to have been compiled from authentic records of much greater antiquity. They form undoubtedly a collection of materials in the highest degree precious for the information they supply with regard to the history both of Ireland and of the various early British kingdoms. These annals differ wholly in character from the metrical legends of Irish history found in the Book of Cashel and in the other later compositions of the bards. They consist of accounts of events related for the most part with both sobriety and precision, and with the careful notation of dates that might be expected from a contemporary and official recorder. They are in all probability, indeed, copies of or compilations from public records. A much more satisfactory edition in all respects of the Annals of the Four Masters, which were compiled in the 17th century, and of which only the portion ending in the year 1171 is in Dr. O'Connor's work, has since been produced under the auspices of the Irish Archaeological Society by Dr. O'Donovan, Professor of the Celtic Languages in Queen's College, Belfast. This edition, which was originally brought out in 5 volumes, 4to, in 1848-51, and reprinted in 7 volumes, 4to, in 1856, contains the annals from their commencement at the creation down to their termination in A.D. 1616, and besides, a translation of the whole in English presents a mass of learned annotation, making it almost a cyclopedia both of Irish history and of Irish topography. To the Archaeological Society, founded in 1840, and now united with the Celtic Society, we owe also many other important publications, and on one that will be perhaps the most important of all that have yet appeared in illustration of the ancient civilization of the country, and to a considerable extent, too, of the earlier forms of the language, that of the remains of what are called the Brehon Laws. Dr. O'Donovan is understood to have been for some years engaged. Not of such historic importance, but perhaps still more curious and interesting in other points of view, are the remains we still possess of the early Welsh literature. The Welsh have no national annals to be compared in value with those of the Irish, but some of their chronicles, fabulous as they evidently are in great part, are undoubtedly of considerable antiquity. It is now almost universally admitted that the famous Latin Chronicle of the Britons, published by Geoffrey of Monmouth in the 12th century, is really what it professes to be, at least in the main, a translation from a much older Welsh original. The laws of Hywel Dda, who reigned in South Wales in the early part of the 10th century, have been printed with a Latin translation by Wotton in his Leges Vallicae, folio 1730, and again in the late Record Commission edition of the Ancient Laws and Institutes of Wales by Aneurin Owen, Esquire, folio 1841. They develop a state of society in which many primitive features are strangely mixed up with a general aspect of considerable civilization and all the order of a well-established political system. Then there are the singular compositions called the triads, which are enumerations of events or other particulars, bound together in knots of 3, by means of some title or general observation, sometimes, it must be confessed, forced and far-fetched enough, under which it is conceived that they may all be included. Of the triads, some are moral, and others historical. The historical are certainly not all ancient, for they contain allusions to events that took place in the reign of our Edward I. But it appears most probable that the form of composition which they exemplify was long in use, and if so, the comparatively modern character of some of them does not disprove the antiquity of others. A late writer, who considers them to be a compilation of the 13th century, admits that they reflect, in a small and moderately faithful mirror, various passages of bardic composition which are lost. Then there is the collection of romantic prose tales known as the Mabinogion, preserved in a manuscript of the 14th century, which has now been published, with an English translation and notes, by Lady Charlotte Guest in 3 sumptuous volumes, 8vo, London, 1838 to 1850, one of the most remarkable feats of the female authorship of our day. The most voluminous of the ancient Welsh remains, however, are the poems of the bards. The authenticity of these compositions had till recently been regarded as having been established, beyond dispute, by various investigators, and especially by Mr. Sharon Turner's elaborate vindication. But now again the judgment of the most advanced Celtic scholarship seems to be tending the other way. The poems professing to be the most ancient are those ascribed to the 4 bards Aneurin, Taliesin, Lluarchen, and Merddin, or Merlin the Caledonian, who all appear to have belonged to the 6th century. A few additional pieces have also been preserved of the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries, which are printed along with these in the first volume of the Myvyrian Archaeology of Wales, 3 volumes, 8vo, London, 1801. Much of this early Welsh poetry is in a strangely mystical style, its general spirit being, according to one theory, much more druidical than Christian. The author of Britannia After the Romans has endeavored to show that a partial revival of Druidism was effected in Wales in the 6th century, principally through the efforts of the bards, whose order had formerly composed so distinguished a part of the Druidical system, and much in the character of this ancient poetry would seem to favor that supposition, which does not, however, rest upon this evidence alone. No existing manuscript of these poems, we may observe, nor any other Welsh manuscript appears to be much older than the 12th century. As the forms of the original English alphabetical characters are the same with those of the Irish, it is probable that it was from Ireland the English derived their first knowledge of letters. There was certainly, however, very little literature in the country before the arrival of Augustine in the end of the 6th century. Augustine is supposed to have established schools at Canterbury, and about a quarter of a century afterwards, Sigebert, king of the East Angles, who had spent part of his early life in France, is stated by Bede to have, upon his coming to the throne, founded an institution for the instruction of the youth of his dominions similar to those he had seen abroad. The schools planted by Augustine at Canterbury were afterwards greatly extended and improved by his successor, Archbishop Theodore, who obtained the see in 668. Theodore and his learned friend Adrian, Bede informs us, delivered instructions to crowds of pupils not only in divinity, but also in astronomy, medicine, arithmetic, and the Greek and Latin languages. Bede states that some of the scholars of these accomplished foreigners were alive in his time, to whom the Greek and Latin were as familiar as their mother tongue. Schools now began to multiply in other parts, and were generally to be found in all the monasteries and at the bishops' seats. Of these episcopal and monastic schools, that founded by Bishop Benedict in his abbey at Wearmouth, where Bede was educated, and that which Archbishop Egbert established at York were among the most famous. But others of great reputation at a somewhat later date were superintended by learned teachers from Ireland. One was that of Maildulf at Malmesbury. At Glastonbury, also, it is related in one of the ancient lives of St. Dunstan, some Irish ecclesiastics had settled, the books belonging to whom Dunstan is recorded to have diligently studied. The northern parts of the kingdom, moreover, were indebted for the first light of learning as well as of religion to the missionaries from Iona, which was an Irish foundation. For some ages Ireland was the chief seat of learning in Christian Europe, and the most distinguished scholars who appeared in other countries were mostly either Irish by birth or had received their education in Irish schools. We are informed by Bede that in his day, the earlier part of the 8th century, it was customary for his English fellow countrymen of all ranks, from the highest to the lowest, to retire for study and devotion to Ireland, where, he adds, they were all hospitably received, and supplied gratuitously with food, with books, and with instruction. The glory of this age of Irish scholarship and genius is the celebrated Joannes Scotus, or Origena, as he is as frequently designated, either appellative equally proclaiming his true birthplace. He is supposed to have first made his appearance in France about the year 845, and to have remained in that country till his death, which appears to have taken place before 875. Origena is the author of a translation from the Greek of certain mystical works ascribed to Dionysius the Areopagite, which he executed at the command of his patron, the French king Charles the Bald, and also of several original treatises on metaphysics and theology. His productions may be taken as furnishing clear and conclusive evidence that the Greek language was taught at this time in the Irish schools. Mr. Turner has given a short account of his principal work, his dialogue De Divisione Naturae, on the division of nature, which he characterizes as distinguished for its Aristotelian acuteness and extensive information. In one place, he takes occasion, it is observed, to give concise and able definitions of the 7 liberal arts, and to express his opinion on the composition of things. In another part he inserts a very elaborate discussion on arithmetic, which he says he had learnt from his infancy. He also details a curious conversation on the elements of things, on the motions of the heavenly bodies, and other topics of astronomy and physiology. Among these he even gives the means of calculating the diameters of the lunar and solar circles. Besides the Fathers Austin, the 2 Gregories, Chrysostom, Basil, Epiphanius, Origen, Jerome, and Ambrosius, of whose works, with the Platonizing Dionysius and Maximus, he gives large extracts, he also quotes Virgil, Cicero, Aristotle, Pliny, Plato, and Boethius. He details the opinions of Eratosthenes and of Pythagoras on some astronomical topics. He also cites Martianus Capella. His knowledge of Greek appears almost in every page. The subtle speculations of Origena have strongly attracted the notice of the most eminent among the modern inquirers into the history of opinion and of civilization, and the German Tennemann agrees with the French Cousin and Guizot in attributing to them a very extraordinary influence on the philosophy of his own and of succeeding times. To his writings and translations, it is thought, may be traced the introduction into the theology and metaphysics of Europe of the later Platonism of the Alexandrian school. It is remarkable, as Mr. Moore has observed, that the learned Mosheim had previously shown the study of the Scholastic or Aristotelian philosophy to have been also of Irish origin. That the Hibernians, says that writer, who were called Scots in this, the 8th century, were lovers of learning, and distinguished themselves in these times of ignorance by the culture of the sciences beyond all the other European nations, traveling through the most distant lands both with a view to improve and to communicate their knowledge, is a fact with which I have been long acquainted, as we see them in the most authentic records of antiquity discharging, with the highest reputation and applause, the function of doctor in France, Germany, and Italy, both during this and the following century. But that these Hibernians were the first teachers of the scholastic theology in Europe, and so early as the 8th century illustrated the doctrines of religion by the principles of philosophy, I learned but lately. And then he adduces the proofs that establish his position. Among the earlier productions of Irish scholarship may especially be mentioned the 2 Latin lives of Columba, the founder of the monastery of Iona, and its abbot from 563 till his death in 597, the first by Compendious, who succeeded as abbot of Iona in 657, the second, which is of much greater length, by Adavnan, who succeeded to the same office in 679. Both these productions, the second of which in particular is highly curious, have been repeatedly printed. End of section 3. Section 4 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Hicks. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. By George L. CRAIK. Chapter 1, Part 4. Decay of the Earliest English Scholarship. It should seem not to be altogether correct to attribute the decline and extinction of the earliest literary civilization of the Angles and Saxons wholly to the Danish invasions. The Northmen did not make their appearance till towards the close of the 8th century, nor did their ravages occasion any considerable public alarm till long after the commencement of the 9th. But for a whole century preceding this date, learning in England appears to have been falling into decay. Bede, who died in 735, exactly 97 years before that landing of the Danes in the Isle of Sheppey, in the reign of Egbert, which was followed by incessant attacks of a similar kind until the fierce marauders at last won for themselves a settlement in the country, is the last name eminent for scholarship that occurs in this portion of the English annals. The historian William of Malmesbury indeed affirms that the death of Bede was fatal to learning in England, and especially to history, insomuch that it may be said, he adds, writing in the early part of the 12th century, that almost all knowledge of past events was buried in the same grave with him, and hath continued in that condition even to our times. There was not so much as one Englishman, Malmesbury declares, left behind Bede, who emulated the glory which he had acquired by his studies, imitated his example, or pursued the path to knowledge which he had pointed out. A few, indeed, of his successors were good men, and not unlearned, but they generally spent their lives in an inglorious silence, while the far greater number sunk into sloth and ignorance, until by degrees the love of learning was quite extinguished in this island for a long time. The devastations of the Danes completed what had probably been begun by the dissensions and confusion that attended the breaking up of the original political system established by the Angles and Saxons, and perhaps also by the natural decay of the national spirit among a race long habituated to a stirring and adventurous life, and now left in undisturbed ease and quiet before the spirit of a new and more intellectual activity had been sufficiently diffused among them. Nearly all the monasteries and the schools connected with them throughout the land were either actually laid in ashes by the northern invaders, or were deserted in the general terror and distraction occasioned by their attacks. When Alfred was a young man, about the middle of the 9th century, he could find no masters to instruct him in any of the higher branches of learning. There were at that time, according to his biographer Asser, few or none among the West Saxons who had any scholarship, or could so much as read with propriety and ease. The reading of the Latin language is probably what is here alluded to. Alfred has himself stated, in the preface to his translation of Gregory's Pastoral, that, though many of the English at his accession could read their native language well enough, the knowledge of the Latin tongue was so much decayed that there were very few to the south of the Humber who understood the common prayers of the Church, or were capable of translating a single sentence of Latin into English. And to the south of the Thames he could not recollect that there was one possessed of this very moderate amount of learning. Contrasting this lamentable state of affairs with the better days that had gone before, he exclaims, "I wish thee to know that it comes very often into my mind what wise men there were in England, both laymen and ecclesiastics, and how happy those times were to England. The sacred profession was diligent both to teach and to learn. Men from abroad sought wisdom and learning in this country, though we must now go out of it to obtain knowledge, if we should wish to have it." It was not until he was nearly 40 years of age that Alfred himself commenced his study of the Latin language. Before this, however, and as soon as he had rescued his dominions from the hands of the Danes, and reduced these foreign disturbers to subjection, he had exerted himself with his characteristic activity in bringing about the restoration of letters as well as of peace and order. He had invited to his court all the most learned men he could discover anywhere in his native land, and had even brought over instructors for himself and his people from other countries. Werfrith, the Bishop of Worcester, Ethelstan and Werwolf, two Mercian priests, and Plegmund, also a Mercian, who afterwards became Archbishop of Canterbury, were some of the English of whose superior acquirements he thus took advantage. Asser he brought from the western extremity of Wales. Grimbald he obtained from France, having sent an embassy of bishops, presbyters, deacons, and religious laymen, bearing valuable presents to his ecclesiastical superior Fulco, the Archbishop of Rheims, to ask permission for the great scholar to be allowed to come to reside in England. And so in other instances, like the bee looking everywhere for honey, to quote the similitude of his biographer, this admirable prince sought abroad in all directions for the treasure which his own kingdom did not afford. His labors in translating the various works that have been mentioned above from the Latin, after he had acquired that language, he seems himself to have been half inclined to regard as to be justified only by the low state into which all learning had fallen among his countrymen in his time, and is likely perhaps to be rather of disservice than otherwise to the cause of real scholarship. Reflecting on the erudition which had existed in the country at a former period, and which had made those volumes in the learned languages useful that now lay unopened, I wondered greatly, he says in the preface to his translation of the Pastoral, that of those good wise men who were formerly in our nation, and who had all learned fully these books, none would translate any part into their own language. But I soon answered myself, and said, they never thought that men could be so reckless, and that learning would be so fallen. They intentionally omitted it, and wished that there should be more wisdom in the land by many languages being known. He then called to recollection, however, what benefit had been derived by all nations from the translation of the Greek and Hebrew Scriptures, first into Latin, and then into the various modern tongues, and, therefore, he concludes, I think it better, if you think so, he is addressing Wulfsig, the Bishop of London, that we also translate some books the most necessary for all men to know, that we all may know them. And we may do this, with God's help, very easily, if we have peace, so that all the youth that are now in England, who are freemen, and possess sufficient wealth, may for a time apply to no other task, till they first well know how to read English. Let those learn Latin afterwards who will know more, and advance to a higher condition. In this wise and benevolent spirit he acted. The old writers seem to state that, besides the translations that have come down to us, he executed many others that are now lost. It is probable, although there is no sufficient authority for the statement, that Alfred re-established many of the old monastic and episcopal schools in the various parts of the kingdom. Asser expressly mentions that he founded a seminary for the sons of the nobility, to the support of which he devoted no less than an eighth part of his whole revenue. Hither even some noblemen repaired who had far outgrown their youth, but nevertheless had scarcely or not at all begun their acquaintance with books. In another place Asser speaks of this school, to which Alfred is stated to have sent his own son Ethelwerd, as being attended not only by the sons of almost all the nobility of the realm, but also by many of the inferior classes. It was provided with several masters. A notion that has been eagerly maintained by some antiquaries is that this seminary, instituted by Alfred, is to be considered as the foundation of the University of Oxford. Up to this time absolute illiteracy seems to have been common even among the highest classes of the English. We have just seen that when Alfred established his schools, they were as much needed for the nobility who had reached an advanced or mature age as for their children. And indeed the scheme of instruction seems to have been intended from the first to embrace the former as well as the latter, for, according to Asser's account, every person of rank or substance who, either from age or want of capacity, was unable to learn to read himself, was compelled to send to school either his son or a kinsman, or, if he had neither, a servant, that he might at least be read to by someone. The royal charters, instead of the names of the kings, sometimes exhibit their marks, used, as it is frankly explained, in consequence of their ignorance of letters. The measures begun by Alfred for effecting the literary civilization of his subjects were probably pursued under his successors, but the period of the next 3/4 of a century, notwithstanding some short intervals of repose, was on the whole too troubled to admit of much attention being given to the carrying out of his plans, or even, it may be apprehended, the maintenance of what he had set up. Dunstan, indeed, during his administration, appears to have exerted himself with zeal in enforcing a higher standard of learning as well as of morals, or of asceticism, among the clergy. But the renewal of the Danish wars, after the accession of Ethelred, and the state of misery and confusion in which the country was kept from this cause till its conquest by Canute, nearly 40 years after, must have again laid in ruins the greater part of its literary as well as ecclesiastical establishments. The concluding portion of the 10th century was thus probably a time of as deep intellectual darkness in England as it was throughout most of the rest of Europe. Under Canute, however, who was a wise as well as a powerful sovereign, the schools no doubt rose again and flourished. We have the testimony, so far as it is to be relied upon, of the history attributed to Ingulphus, which professes to be written immediately after the Norman Conquest, and the boyhood of the author of which is made to coincide with the early part of the reign of the Confessor, that at that time seminaries of the higher as well as of elementary learning existed in England. Ingulphus, according to this account, having been born in the city of London, was first sent to school at Westminster, and from Westminster he proceeded to Oxford, where he studied the Aristotelian philosophy and the rhetorical writings of Cicero. This is the earliest express mention of the University of Oxford, if a passage in Asser's work in which this name occurs be, as is generally supposed, spurious, and if the history passing under his name was really written by Ingulphus. The studies that were cultivated in those ages were few in number and of very limited scope. Alcuin, in a letter to his patron Charlemagne, has enumerated, in the fantastic rhetoric of the period, the subjects in which he instructed his pupils in the school of Saint-Martin at Paris. To some, says he, I administer the honey of the sacred writings, others I try to inebriate with the wine of the ancient classics. I begin the nourishment of some with the apples of grammatical subtlety. I strive to illuminate many by the arrangement of the stars, as from the painted roof of a lofty palace. In plain language, his instructions embraced grammar, the Greek and Latin languages, astronomy, and theology. In the poem in which he gives an account of his own education at York, the same writer informs us that the studies there pursued comprehended, besides grammar, rhetoric, and poetry, the harmony of the sky, the labor of the sun and moon, the 5 zones, the 7 wandering planets, the laws, risings, and settings of the stars, and the aerial motions of the sea, earthquakes, the nature of man, cattle, birds, and wild beasts with their various kinds and forms, and the sacred scriptures. This poem of Alcuin's is especially interesting for the account it gives us of the contents of the library collected by Archbishop Egbert at York, the benefit of which Alcuin had enjoyed in his early years, and which he seems to speak of in his letter to Charlemagne, already quoted, as far superior to any collection then existing in France. He proposes that some of his pupils should be sent to York to make copies of the manuscripts there for the imperial library at Tours. Among them, he says, were the works of Jerome, Hilary, Ambrose, Austin, Athanasius, Orosius, the popes Gregory and Leo, Basil, Fulgentius, Cassiodorus, John Chrysostom, Athelmus, Bede, Victorinus, Boethius. The ancient historical writers, as he calls them, Pompeius, most probably Justin, the epitomizer of the lost Trogus Pompeius, and Pliny, Aristotle, Cicero, the later poets Sedulius and Juvencus, Alcuin himself, Clement, Prosper, Paulinus, Arator, Fortunatus, and Lactantius, writers of various kinds, evidently thus jumbled together to suit the exigencies of the verse. Virgil, Statius, Lucan, the author of the Ars Grammaticae, the grammarians and scholiasts Probus, Phocas, Donatus, Priscian, and Servius, Eutychius, Pompeius, probably Festus, and Comenianus. Besides, he adds many more, whom it would be tedious to enumerate. This was certainly a very extraordinary amount of literary treasure to be amassed in one place and by one man, at a period when books were everywhere so scarce and necessarily bore so high a price. Towards the close of the 7th century, says Wharton, in his dissertation on the introduction of learning into England, even in the papal library at Rome the number of books were so inconsiderable that Pope St. Martin requested Sanctamond, Bishop of Maastricht, if possible, to supply this defect from the remotest parts of Germany. In the year 855, Lupus, abbot of Ferrières in France, sent 2 of his monks to Pope Benedict III to beg a copy of Cicero de Oratore and Quintilian's Institutes, and some other books. For, says the abbot, although we have part of these books, yet there is no whole or complete copy of them in all France. Albert, abbot of Gemblure, who with incredible labor and immense expense had collected 100 volumes on theological and 50 on profane subjects, imagined he had formed a splendid library. About the year 790, Charlemagne granted an unlimited right of hunting to the abbot and monks of Scython, for making their gloves and girdles of the skins of the deer they killed, and covers for their books. We may imagine that these religionists were more fond of hunting than of reading. It is certain that they were obliged to hunt before they could read, and at least it is probable that under these circumstances, and of such materials, they did not manufacture many volumes. At the beginning of the 10th century, books were so scarce in Spain that one and the same copy of the Bible, St. Jerome's epistles, and some volumes of ecclesiastical offices and martyrologies often served several different monasteries. To these instances we may add what Bede relates in his History of the Abbots of Wearmouth, in which monastery Benedict Bishop, the founder, had, about the end of the 7th century, collected a considerable library at the cost not only of much money, but also of no little personal exertion, having made 5 journeys to Rome for the purchase of books, relics, and other furniture and decorations for the establishment. Bede records that Benedict sold one of his volumes, a work on cosmography, to his sovereign, Alfred of Northumberland, for 8 hides of land. End of section 4. Section 5 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Hicks. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. By George L. CRAIK. Chapter 1, Part 5. The English Language. The earliest historically known fact with regard to the English language is that it was the language generally, if not universally, spoken by the barbaric invaders, apparently for the greater part of one race or blood, though of different tribes, who, upon the breaking up of the empire of the West in the 5th century, came over in successive throngs from the opposite continent, and after a protracted struggle acquired the possession and dominion of the principal portion of the province of Britain. They are stated to have consisted chiefly of Angles and Saxons. But although it is usual to designate them rather by the general denomination of the Saxons or Anglo-Saxons, it is probable that the Saxons were in reality only a section of the Angles. The Angles, of which term our modern English is only another form, appears to have been always recognized among themselves as the proper national appellation. They both concurred, Angles and Saxons alike, after their establishment in Britain, in calling their common country Angleland, or England, and their common language English, that is, the language of the Angles, as there can be little doubt it had been called from the time when it first became known as a distinct form of human speech. This English language, since become so famous, is ordinarily regarded as belonging to the Low Germanic or Middle group of the Gothic tongues. That is to say, it is classed with the Dutch and the Flemish, and the dialects generally of the more northern and low-lying part of what was anciently called Germany, under which name were included the countries that we call Holland and the Netherlands, as well as that to which it is now more especially confined. It appears to have been from this middle region, lying directly opposite to Britain, that the Angles and Saxons and other tribes by whom the English language was brought over to that island chiefly came. At any rate, they certainly did not come from the more elevated region of southern Germany. Nor does the language present the distinguishing characteristics of a High Germanic tongue. What is now called the German language, therefore, though of the same Gothic stock, belongs to a different branch from our own. We are only distantly related to the Germans proper, or the race among whom the language and literature now known as the German have originated and grown up. We are, at least in respect of language, more nearly akin to the Dutch and the Flemings than we are to the Germans. It may even be doubted if the English language ought not to be regarded as having more of a Scandinavian than of a purely Germanic character, as, in other words, more nearly resembling the Danish or Swedish than the modern German. The invading bands by whom it was originally brought over to Britain in the 5th and 6th centuries were in all probability drawn in great part from the Scandinavian countries. At a later date, too, the population of England was directly recruited from Denmark and the other regions around the Baltic to a large extent. From about the middle of the 9th century, the population of all the eastern and northern parts of the country was as much Danish as English. And soon after the beginning of the 11th century, the sovereignty was acquired by the Danes. The English language, although reckoned among modern languages, is already of respectable antiquity. In one sense, indeed, all languages may be held to be equally ancient, for we can in no case get at the beginning of a language any more than we can get at the beginning of a lineage. Each is merely the continuation of a preceding one, from which it cannot be separated in any case except by a purely arbitrary mark of distinction. Take two portions of the line at some distance from one another, and they may be very unlike. Yet the change which has transformed the one into the other, or produced the one out of the other, has been, even when most active, so gradual, so perfectly free always from anything that can be called a convulsion or catastrophe, so merely a process of growth, however varying in its rate of rapidity, that there is no precise point at which it can be said to have begun. This is undoubtedly the way in which all languages have come into existence. They have all thus grown out of older forms of speech. None of them have been manufactured or invented. It would seem that human skill could as soon invent a tree as invent a language. The one as well as the other is essentially a natural production. But, taking a particular language to mean what has always borne the same name or been spoken by the same nation or race, which is the common or conventional understanding of the matter, the English may claim to be older than the great majority of the tongues now in use throughout Europe. The Basque, perhaps, and the various Celtic dialects might take precedence of it, but hardly any others. No one of the still-spoken Germanic or Scandinavian languages could make out a distinct proof of its continuous existence from an equally early date, and the Romance tongues, the Italian, the Spanish, the French, are all, recognized as such, confessedly of much later origin. The English language is recorded to have been known by that name, and to have been the national speech of the same race, at least since the middle of the 5th century. It was then, as we have seen, that the first settlers by whom it was spoken established themselves in the country of which their descendants have ever since retained possession. Call them either Angles, that is, English, or Saxons, it makes no difference. It is clear that whether or no the several divisions of the invaders were all of one blood, all branches of a common stock, they spoke all substantially the same language, the proper name of which, as has been stated, was the Anglish or English, as England, or Angleland, the land of the Angles, was the name which the country received from its new occupants, and these names of England and English the country and the language have each retained ever since. Nor can it be questioned that the same tongue was spoken by the same race or races long before their settlement in Britain. The Angles figure as one of the nations occupying the forest land of Germany in the picture of that country sketched by Tacitus in the 1st century of our era. The most distinct and satisfactory record, however, of a language is afforded by what exists of it in a written form. In applying this test or measure of antiquity, the reasonable rule would seem to be that wherever we have the clear beginning or end of a distinct body or continuous series of literary remains, there we have the beginning or end of a language. Thus, of what is called the Mesogothic we have no written remains of later date than the 4th century, or at any rate than the 6th, if we reckon from what is probably the true age of the transcripts which we actually possess. And accordingly we hold the Mesogothic to be a language which has passed away and perished, notwithstanding that there may be some other language or languages still existing, of which there is good reason to look upon it as having been the progenitor. But of the English language we have a continuous succession of written remains since the 7th century at least. That is to say, we have an array of specimens of it from that date, such as that no two of them standing next to one another in the order of time could possibly be pronounced to belong to different languages, but only at most to two successive stages of the same language. They afford us a record or representation of the language in which there is no gap. This cannot be said of any other existing European tongue for nearly so great a length of time, unless we may accept the two principal Celtic tongues, the Welsh and the Irish. The movement of the language, however, during this extended existence has been immense. No language ever ceases to move until it becomes what is called dead, which term, although commonly understood to mean merely that the language has ceased to be spoken, really signifies, here as elsewhere, that the life is gone out of it, which is indeed the unfailing accompaniment of its ceasing to be used as an oral medium of communication. It cannot grow after that, even if it should still continue to a certain extent to be used in writing, as has been the case with the Sanskrit in the East and the Latin in the West, except perhaps as the hair and the nails are said sometimes to grow after the animal body is dead. It is only speaking that keeps a language alive. Writing alone will not do it. That has no more than a conservative function and effect. The progressive power, the element of fermentation and change, in a language is its vocal utterance. We shall find that the English language, moving now faster, now slower, throughout the 12 or 13 centuries over which our knowledge of it extends, although it has never been all at once or suddenly converted from one form into another, which is what the nature of human speech forbids, has yet within that space undergone at least 2 complete revolutions, or, in other words, presents itself to us in 3 distinct forms. End of section 5.
Section 6 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 1, Part 6. Original English, commonly called Saxon or Anglo-Saxon. The English which the Angles and Saxons brought over with them from the continent when they came and took possession of the greater part of South Britain in the 5th and 6th centuries, differed from the English that we now speak and write in two important respects. It was an unmixed language, and it was what is called a synthetic, in contradistinction to an analytic language. Its vocables were all of one stock or lineage, and it expressed the relations of nouns and verbs, not by separate words called auxiliaries and particles, but by terminational or other modifications, that is, by proper conjugation and declension, as our present English still does when it says, I loved, instead of I did love, or the king's throne, instead of the throne of the king. These two characteristics are what constitute it a distinct form or stage of the language. Its synthetic or generally inflected grammatical structure, and its homogeneous vocabulary. As a subject of philological study, the importance of this earliest known form of the English language cannot be overestimated, and much of what we possess written in it is also of great value for the matter. But the essential element of a literature is not matter, but manner. Here, too, as in everything else, the soul of the artistic is form, beauty of form. Now of that, what has come down to us written in this primitive English is, at least for us of the present day, wholly or all but wholly destitute. There is much writing in forms of human speech now extinct, or no longer in oral use, which is still intelligible to us in a certain sort, but in a certain sort only. It speaks to us as anything that is dead can speak to us, and no otherwise. We can decipher it rather than read it. We make it out, as it were, merely by the touch, getting some such notion of it as a blind man might get of a piece of sculpture by passing his hand over it. This, for instance, to take an extreme case, is the position in which we stand in reference to the hieroglyphic inscriptions on the ancient monuments of Egypt. They can be read as the multiplication table can be read, but that is all. There may be nothing more in them than there is in the multiplication table, but if there were, we could not get at it. Monsieur Champollion, indeed, in his enthusiasm, saw a vision of an amatory or bacchanalian song laughing under the venerable veil of one of them, but it is plain that this must have been an illusion. A mummy from one of the neighboring tombs, embalmed some 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, might almost as soon be expected to give forth a living voice. Even the ancient Assyrian inscriptions, which are in alphabetical characters, will certainly never be made to render up to us more than the dead matters of fact that may be wrapped up in them. If there be any grace in the manner in which the facts are related, any beauty of style in the narrative, it has perished irretrievably. But this is what also appears to happen in a greater or less degree in the case even of a language, the vocabulary of which we have completely in our possession, and which we are therefore quite able to interpret, so far as regards the substance of anything written in it, whenever it has for some time, for a single generation it may be, ceased both to be spoken and to be written. Something is thus lost which seems to be irrecoverable. The two great classic tongues, it is to be observed, the old Greek and Latin, although they have both long passed out of popular use, have always continued to be not only studied and read, by all cultivated minds throughout Europe, but to be also extensively employed by the learned, at least in writing. And this has proved enough to maintain the modern world in what may be called a living acquaintance with them, such an acquaintance as we have with a person we have conversed with, or a place where we have actually been, as distinguished from our dimmer conception of persons and places known to us only by description. The ancient classic literature charms us as well as informs us. It addresses itself to the imagination and to our sense of the beautiful as well as to the understanding. It has shape and color and voice for us as well as mere substance. Every word and every collocation of words carries with it a peculiar meaning or effect which is still appreciated. The whole, in short, is felt and enjoyed, not simply interpreted. But a language which has passed from what we may call its natural condition of true and full vitality as a national speech cannot apparently be thus far preserved with something of the pulse of life still beating in it, merely by such a knowledge of it being kept up as enables us to read and translate it. Still less can a language, the very reading of which has been for a time suspended, and consequently all knowledge whatever of it forgotten, ever be restored to even the appearance of life. It is become a fossil, and cannot be resuscitated, but only dug up. 1,000 facts warrant us in saying that languages, and even words, are subject to decay and dissolution, as well as the human beings of whose combined mental and physical organizations they are the mysterious product, and that once really dead, nothing can reanimate their dust or reclothe their dry bones with flesh. The original form of the English language is in this state. It is intelligible, but that is all. What is written in it can in a certain sense be read, but not so as to bring out from the most elaborate compositions in it any artistic element, except of the most dubious and unsatisfactory kind. Either such an element is not present in any considerable degree, or the language is not now intimately enough known for any one to be able to detect it. If it is not literally dumb, its voice has for us of the present day entirely lost its music. Even of the system of measure and arrangement, according to which it is ordinarily disposed for the purposes of poetry, we have no proper apprehension or feeling. Certain mechanical principles or rules may have been discovered, in obedience to which the versification appears to be constructed, but the verse as verse remains not the less for our ears and hearts wholly voiceless. When it can be distinguished from prose at all, it is only by certain marks or characteristics which may indeed be perceived by the eye or counted on the fingers, but which have no expression that excites in us any mental emotion. It is little better than if the composition merely had the words, "This is verse," written over it or under it. In respect of everything else appertaining to the soul of the language, our understanding of it is about equally imperfect. The consequence is that, although it can be translated, it cannot be written. The late Mr. Conybeare, indeed, has left us a few specimens of verse in it of his own composition, but his attempts are of the slightest character, and, unadventurous as they are, nobody can undertake to say, except as to palpable points of right or wrong in grammar, whether they are well or ill done. The language, though so far in our hands as to admit of being analyzed in grammars and packed up in dictionaries, is not recoverable in such a degree as to make it possible to pronounce with certainty whether anything written in it is artistically good or bad. As for learning to speak it, that is a thing as little dreamt of as learning to speak the language of Swift's Houyhnhnms. When the study of this original form of the national speech was revived in England in the middle of the 16th century, it had been for well nigh 400 years, not only what is commonly called a dead language, but a buried and an utterly forgotten one. It may be questioned if at least for 3 preceding centuries any one had been able to read it. It was first recurred to as a theological weapon, much in the same manner as the Reformers generally were drawn to the study of the Greek language in maintaining the accordance of their doctrines with those of the New Testament and of the first ages of Christianity. The English Reformers turned to the oldest writings in the vernacular tongue for evidence of the comparatively unromanized condition of the early English Church. In the next age, history and law began to receive illustration from the same source. It was not till a considerably later date that the recovered language came to be studied with much of a special view to its literary and philological interest, and it is only within the present century that it has either attracted any attention in other countries or been investigated on what are now held to be sound principles. The specially theological period of its cultivation may be regarded as extending over the latter half of the 16th century, the legal and historical period over the whole of the 17th, the philological of the old school over the whole of the 18th, and the philological of the modern school over the 19th, so far as it has gone. If the English language, as it was written 1,000 years ago, had been left to itself, and no other action from without had interfered with that of its spontaneous growth or inherent principles of change and development, it might not have remained so stationary as some more highly cultivated languages have done throughout an equal space of time. But its form in the 19th century would in all probability have been only a comparatively slight modification of what it was in the 9th. It would have been essentially the same language. As the case stands, the English of the 9th century is one language, and the English of the 19th century another. They differ at least as much as the Italian differs from the Latin, or as English differs from German. The most familiar acquaintance with the one leaves the other unintelligible. So much is this so that it has long been customary to distinguish them by different names, and to call the original form of the national speech Saxon or Anglo-Saxon, as if it were not English at all. If the notion be that the dialect in which most of the ancient English that has come down to us is written is that which was in use among the specially Saxon part of the population, that would have been better indicated by calling it not Anglo-Saxon, but Saxon English. But even such a designation would be inapplicable to those specimens of the language in which there is unquestionably nothing whatever that is specially Saxon, and which recent investigations have shown to be not inconsiderable in amount as well as of high philological importance. And it would also leave the limitation of the name English to the more modern form of the language without any warrant in the facts of the case. Objectionable, however, as may be the common nomenclature, it is still indisputable that we have here, for all practical purposes, not one language, but 2 languages. The one may have grown out of the other, and no doubt has done so at least in part, or in the main, but in part also the modern language is of quite a distinct stock from the ancient. Of English literature, therefore, and the English language, commonly so called, the language and literature of the Angles and Saxons before the 12th century make no proper part. The history of the latter can only with propriety be glanced at as introductory to that of the former. The mass of writing that has been preserved in this earlier English is very considerable, but only a small portion of it can be regarded as coming under the head of literature. Even of what has been printed, much, and that not the least interesting and valuable part, has no claim to that title. For example, the numerous mere documents that are given by Hicks in his most learned Thesaurus, and those that compose the 6 volumes of Mr. Kemble's Codex Diplomaticus. Most of what is of much value or curiosity in the language has now probably been committed to the press, much of it by scholars, still living or only recently deceased, both in our own and other countries. The names of Conybeare, Ingram, Sharon Turner, Price, Kemble, Garnett, Miss Gurney, Thorpe, Guest, Bosworth, Fox, Goodwin, Langley, Norman, Offer, Cardale, Vernon, Barnes, Wright, Barrow, Stevenson, Thorkelin, Rask, Jacob Grimm, Leo, Schmidt, Etmuller, Lappenberg, K. W. Bouderweck, to mention no others, may illustrate the wide diffusion of the interest that in our day has been and still continues to be taken in this field of study. The Epic of Beowulf is the most considerable poetical composition of which this primitive English literature has to boast. It exists only in a single manuscript of the 10th century, one of those in the Cottonian collection, from which it was first published with a Latin translation at Copenhagen in 1816 by Dr. G. J. Thorkelin, whose transcript has been made so early as in 1786. A far superior text, however, accompanied by an English translation, notes, and a glossary, was afterwards produced by Mr. Kemble in 2 volumes, the first published in 1833 and again in 1835, the second in 1837. Copious extracts from Beowulf had previously been given by Mr. Sharon Turner in his History of the Anglo-Saxons, 1803, and the English reader will find a complete analysis of the poem, with versions of many passages in blank verse, in Professor Conybaire's Illustrations of Anglo-Saxon Poetry, published in 1826 by his brother, the Rev. W. D. Conybeare. There is likewise an English translation of the whole in rhyme by Professor A. Diedrich Wackerbarth, published in 1849. The only other long work in verse that has been preserved is what is sometimes described as a metrical version of Scripture history by a poet of the name of Cadman, recorded by Bede as having lived in the 7th century, but which is in fact a collection of separate scriptural narratives, mostly paraphrased from the book of Genesis, possibly by various writers, and certainly of much later date. It was first published from the only known manuscript, which is of the 10th century, and is now in the Bodleian Library, by the learned Francis Junius at Amsterdam in 1655, but a much more commodious and in every way superior edition with an English translation was brought out at London in 1832 under the auspices of the Society of Antiquaries by Mr. Thorpe, another by K. W. Bouderweck in 2 volumes 8vo, was published at Elberfeld in 1847 and 1848. Some remarkable coincidences have often been noticed between Cadman's treatment of his first subject, that of the fall, and the manner in which it is treated by Milton, who may very possibly, it has been thought, have looked into his predecessor's performance, unless we should rather suppose that a common ancient source may have supplied some hints to both. There is also another religious poem on the subject of Judith, preserved in the same Cottonian volume with Beowulf, but it is only a fragment. It was first published by Edward Thwaites in a volume entitled Heptateuchus, containing the 5 books of Moses and other portions of Scripture, Oxford, 1699, and it is reprinted in Thorpe's Analecta Anglo-Saxonica, 1834, and again in 1846. Other fragmentary or short pieces are a song attributed to Cadman, sometimes styled the elder Cadman, in King Alfred's translation of Bede, which, if genuine, must be of the latter part of the 7th century, and would be the oldest specimen of the language that has been preserved, a small portion of a warlike chant first printed by Hicks, Grammatica Anglo-Saxonica, 192, and styled by Kemble, who has reproduced it in his edition of Beowulf, the Battle of Finsbury. The Traveller's Song, first printed by Conybeare. Several compositions interspersed in the historical record, called the Chronicle, of which the most famous is that on the victory of King Ethelstan over the Scots and Danes at a place called Brunanburg in 938, a considerable portion of a poem on the Battle of Malden, fought in 993, originally printed from one of the Cotton manuscripts in his Johannes Gladstoniensis Chronicon, 1726, by Hearn, who, however, mistook it for prose, and since reproduced both by Conybeare and by Thorpe in the Analecta, and others in the two collections known as the Exeter and the Vercelli manuscripts, both which have now been edited in full, the former, which is of the 11th century, by Thorpe in 1842, the latter having, however, been previously printed in an appendix to the Record Commission edition of Rymer's Foedera by Kemble for the Ealfric Society in 1843. One romance in prose has been discovered on the mediaeval story of Apollonius of Tyre, the same on which the play of Pericles attributed to Shakespeare is founded. Of this also an edition by Mr. Thorpe with a literal translation appeared in 1834. Of the other prose remains, the most important are the fragments of the Laws, among which are some of those of Ethelbert, King of Kent, who reigned in the latter part of the 6th and the early part of the 7th century, but evidently reduced to the language of a later age. The Chronicle, the earlier portion of which is chiefly a compilation from the Historia Ecclesiastica of Bede, but which may be regarded as a contemporary register of public events from perhaps about the middle of the 10th century, and which terminates at the close of the reign of Stephen in 1154. The various works of King Alfred, which, however, are all in the main only translations from the Latin, though occasionally interspersed with original matter. His Pastoral of Pope Gregory, his Boethius de Consolatione Philosophiae, with the verse in some of the copies metrically paraphrased and expanded, his English Ecclesiastical History of Bede, and his General History of Orosius, and the various theological, grammatical, and other writings of Alfric or Ealfric, generally supposed to have been the individual of the same name who was Archbishop of Canterbury from 995 to 1006. There are also translations of the Pentateuch, the Psalms, the Gospels, and other parts of Scripture, and numerous lives of saints, besides some treatises on medicine and botany, and a great many wills, charters, and other legal instruments. Portions of the Laws were given in William Lambard's Archaeonomia, quarto 1568, and folio 1643, by Hicks in his Dissertatio Epistolaris, in the Thesaurus, and in Hearn's Textus Rofensis, Oxford 1720, and there are complete collections by Wilkins 1721, by Dr. Reinhold Schmidt, Leipzig 1832, and by Thorpe for the Record Commission 1840. Of the Chronicle, of which there are many manuscripts more or less perfect, a portion was appended by Wellock to his Bede's Historia Ecclesiastica, with Alfred's translation, Cambridge 1643. The earliest edition of the whole was that of Bishop Gibson, with a Latin translation, Oxford 1692, and there have since appeared that of the Reverend J. Ingram, London 1823, and that by the late Richard Price, Esquire, contained in the Monumenta Historica Britannica 1848, coming down, however, only to the Norman Conquest, both with translations into English. An English manuscript translation by the late Richard Gough, Esquire, is preserved with the rest of his collection in the Bodleian Library, and another printed but not published by the late Miss Gurney of Keswick, Norfolk, in 1819, has been made the basis of that edited by Dr. Giles, along with Bede's Ecclesiastical History, in one of the volumes of Bond's Antiquarian Library, 1849. The Chronicle, in part translated by Mr. Stevenson, is contained in the first part of the second volume of the Church Historians of England, 1853. Many portions of it are also given in the original in a volume entitled Ancient History, English and French, exemplified in a regular dissection of the Saxon Chronicle, 8vo, London, 1830. Of the translations from the Latin attributed to Alfred the Great, the preface to the Pastoral of Pope Gregory was first printed with a Latin translation by Archbishop Parker, along with his edition of Asser's Latin Life of Alfred, folio, London, 1574. From this it was transferred to a scarce 8vo volume published at Leyden in 1597, with the title of De Literis et Lingua Geteram Sive Gotherum, by a writer calling himself Bonaventura Balcanius Brugensis, meaning it has been conjectured Schmidt or Desmet of Bruges, and who has been asserted to have really been Antony Marian, secretary of Cardinal Granvelle. It is also given along with his reprint of Asser by Camden in his collection published at Frankfurt in 1603, and in Wise's Asser 8vo, Oxford, 1722, and Mr. Wright has inserted it with an English translation in his Biographia Britannica Literaria, 1842, volume 1, pages 397 to 400. The version of Boethius de Consolatione Philosophiae was first edited by Christopher Rawlinson, 8vo, Oxford, 1698, and there are modern editions of the prose with an English translation and notes by Mr. J. S. Cardale, 8vo, London, 1829, and of the verse, Alfred's claim to which, however, is very doubtful, also with an English translation and notes by the Reverend Samuel Fox, 8vo, London, 1835. Alfred's Orosius was first edited with an English translation from the Anglo-Saxon by the Honourable Daines Barrington in 1773, and it has been reproduced with a new translation by Mr. Thorpe in a very convenient form, along with Dr. R. Pauly's Life of Alfred in one of the volumes of Bond's Antiquarian Library, 1853. Alfred's Bede was published in folio at Cambridge, first by Wellock in 1643, and again by Dr. John Smith, with large and learned annotations in 1722. We may mention that a collection professing to contain the whole works of King Alfred the Great, with preliminary essays illustrative of the history, arts, and manners of the 9th century, and calling itself the Jubilee Edition, was produced at London by the Alfred Committee in 2 volumes, commonly bound in 3, in 1852. It consists, however, only of translations into modern English. The various treatises passing under the name of Alfric, Ealfric, or Elfric have recently engaged much attention, and the name has been assumed by a society established some years ago for the publication of literary remains in early English. He is known by the titles of the Grammarian and the Abbot, and the writings attributed to him, which are very numerous, are mostly theological and grammatical. The Ealfric Society has published a collection of his homilies, edited with a translation by Mr. Thorpe, in 2 volumes, 8vo, 1854, and a Latin grammar compiled by him in his native language, first published by Sumner in his Dictionarium Saxonico Latino Anglicum, Oxford, 1659, has been reprinted in part from a different manuscript at the expense of Sir Thomas Phillips. For further information respecting Ealfric and his works, the reader is referred to the account of him given by Mr. Wright in the first volume of the Biographia Britannica Literaria, pages 480 to 494. His homilies, Mr. Wright observes, are written in very easy Anglo-Saxon, and form on that account the best book for the student who is beginning to study the language. End of section 6. Section 7 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie, CRAIK, Chapter 2, Part 1. The Norman Conquest. The year 1066 is memorable as that of the Norman Conquest, the conquest of England by the Normans. The conquests of which we read in the history of nations are of 3 kinds. Sometimes one population has been overwhelmed by, or driven before another, as it might have been, by an inundation of the sea, or at the most a small number of the old inhabitants of the invaded territory have been permitted to remain on it as the bondsmen of their conquerors. This appears to have been the usual mode of proceeding of the barbarous races, as we call them, by which the greater part of Europe was occupied in early times in their contests with one another. When the Teuton or Goth from the one side of the Rhine attacked the Celt on the other side, the whole tribe precipitated itself upon what was the object at once of its hostility and of its cupidity. Or even if it was one division of the great Gothic race that made war upon another, as for instance the Scandinavian upon any Germanic country, the course that was taken was commonly, or at least frequently, the same. The land was cleared by driving away all who could fly, and the universal massacre of the rest. This primitive kind of invasion and conquest belonged properly to the night of barbarism, but in certain of the extreme parts of the European system something of it survived down to a comparatively late date. Much that we are told of the manner in which Britain was wrested from its previous Celtic occupants by the Angles and Saxons in the 5th and 6th centuries of our era would lead us to think that the enterprise of these invaders was both originally conceived and conducted throughout in this spirit. Nay, for some centuries after this we have the Danes, in their descents and inroads upon all parts of the British territories, still acting apparently in the same style. But ever from the time of the settlement of the barbarous nations in the more central provinces of the old Roman Empire, another kind of conquest had come into use among them. Corrupted and enfeebled as it was, the advanced civilization which they now encountered seems to have touched them as with a spell, or rather could not but communicate to its assailants something of its own spirit. A policy of mere destruction was evidently not the course to be adopted here. The value of the conquest lay mainly in preserving, as far as possible, both the stupendous material structures and the other works of art, by which the soil was everywhere covered and adorned, and the living intelligence and skill of which all these wonders were the product. Hence the second kind of conquest, in which for the first time the conquerors were contented to share the conquered country, usually according to a strictly defined proportional division with its previous occupants. But this system, too, was only transitory. It passed away with the particular crisis which gave birth to it, and then arose the third and last kind of conquest, in which there is no general occupation of the soil of the conquered country by the conquerors, but only its dominion is acquired by them. The first of the three kinds of conquest, then, has for its object and effect the complete displacement of the ancient inhabitants. It is the kind which is proper to the contests of barbarians with barbarians. Under the second form of conquest, the conquerors, recognizing a superiority to themselves in many other things, even in those whom their superior force or ferocity has subdued, feel that they will gain most by foregoing something of their right to the wholesale seizure and appropriation of the soil, and neither wholly destroying or expelling its ancient possessors, nor even reducing them to a state of slavery, but only treating them as a lower caste. This is the form proper and natural to the exceptional and rare case of the conquest of a civilized by a barbarous people. Finally, there is that kind of subjugation of one people or country by another, which results simply in the overthrow of the independence of the former and the substitution in it or over it of a foreign for a native government. This is generally the only kind of conquest which attends upon the wars of civilized nations with one another. The conquest of England by the Normans in the year 1066 may be regarded as having been professedly a conquest of this last description. The age of both the first and the second kinds of conquest was over, at least everywhere throughout Europe, except it may be only along some few portions of its extreme northern boundary. Both the English and the Normans stood indisputably within the pale of civilization, the former boasting the possession both of Christianity and of a national literature for 4 or 5 centuries, the latter, if more recently reclaimed from paganism and barbarism, nevertheless already recognized as one of the most brilliantly gifted of European races, and distinguished for their superior aptitude in the arts both of war and of peace, of polity and of song. And the Norman leader, having with him in his enterprise the approval and sanction of the Church, claimed the English crown as his by right, nor were there probably wanting many Englishmen, although no doubt the general national feeling was different, who held his claim to be fully as good in law and justice as that of his native competitor. In taking the style of the Conqueror with respect to England, as he had been wont to take that of the Bastard with reference to his ancestral Normandy, William, as has been often explained, probably meant nothing more than that he had acquired his English sovereignty for himself by the nomination or bequest of his relation King Edward, or in whatever other way, and had not succeeded to it under the ordinary rule of descent. Such a right of property is still, in the old feudal language, technically described in the law of Scotland as acquired by conquest, and in that of England by purchase, which is etymologically of the same meaning, the one word being the Latin conquestus or conquisitio, the other perquisitio. And in point of fact, the Normans never transferred themselves in a body, or generally, to England. They did not, like the barbarous populations of a preceding age, abandon for this new country the one in which they had previously dwelt. England was never thus taken possession of by the Normans. It was never colonized by these foreigners, or occupied by them in any other than a military sense. The Norman Duke invaded it with an army, raised partly among his own subjects, partly drawn from other regions of the continent, and so made himself master of it. It received a foreign government, but not at all a new population. Two causes, however, meeting from opposite points and working together, soon produced a result which was to some extent the same that would have been produced by a Norman colonization. The first was the natural demand on the part of William's followers or fellow soldiers for a share in the profits and advantages of their common enterprise, which would probably, in any case, have compelled him eventually to surrender his new subjects to spoliation. The second was the equally natural restlessness of the latter under the foreign yoke that had been imposed upon them, by which they only facilitated the process of their general reduction to poverty and ruin. And to the overthrow thus brought about of the native civilization was added, in the present case, the intrusion of another system of social organization and of another language, possessing also its own literature, to take the place of what was passing away. So that here again were two distinct forces harmoniously, though by movements in opposite directions, cooperating to a common end. At the same time that English culture shrunk and faded, Norman culture flourished and advanced, and the two forces were not balanced or in any way connected, but quite independent the one of the other. English culture went down, not under the disastrous influence of the rival light, but from the failure of its own natural aliment, or because the social structure of which it was the product had been smitten with universal disorganization. It was the withering of life throughout the whole frame that made the eye dim. The difference then between the case of England, conquered by the Normans in the 11th century, and that of Italy, overrun by the Goths in the 5th, was twofold. First, the Normans did not settle in England, as the barbarous nations of the north did in Italy and other provinces of the subjugated Western Empire. But secondly, on the other hand, the new power which the Norman invasion and conquest of England established in the country was not a barbarism, but another civilization in most respects at least as advanced as the indigenous one. If younger, only therefore the stronger and more aspiring, and yet, as it proved, not differing so far from that with which it was brought into competition as to be incapable of coalescing with it, if need were, as well as, in other circumstances, with its advantages of position, outshining it or casting it into the shade. In this way it came to pass that the final result to both the language and the literature of the conquered people was pretty much the same in the two cases. What the barbaric influence in its action upon the Latin language and literature wanted of positive vital force, it made up for by its mass and weight. The Norman influence, on the contrary, compensated by quality for its deficiency in quantity. There was considerable difference, however, in the process by which the transformation was effected in the two cases, and in the length of time which it occupied. The Gothic barbarism was in the first instance simply destructive. It was not till after some centuries that it came to be visibly or appreciably anything else. But the Norman influence, in virtue of being that, not of a barbarism, but of a civilization, and especially of a civilization still in all the radiant bloom and buoyant pride of youth, never could have been directly destructive. From the first moment of their actual contact, it must have communicated to the native civilization something of new life. One thing further may be noted in both the cases that we have been comparing. The result was the combination, both in the language and the literature, of the same two elements, namely the Latin or classical and the Gothic or Germanic in the largest sense. But the important difference was that the basis of the combination remaining in each case what it originally was, Latin in Italy, in France and Spain, but Gothic in England, while the language and literature that grew up in each of the former countries came to be in general spirit and character what is called Romance, which must be understood to mean modified Roman. The English language and literature retain their original fundamentally Gothic character, only modified by so much as it has absorbed of a Latin element. And the remarkable distinction of the English language is, that it is the only one of all the languages of the European world, which, thus combining the two elements of the classic and the Gothic, that is, as we may say, of ancient and of modern civilization, is Gothic or modern in its skeleton or bony system and in its formative principle, and classic or antique only in what of it is comparatively superficial and non-essential. The other living European languages are either without the classic element altogether, as are all those of the Scandinavian and Teutonic branches, or have it as their principal and governing element, as is the case with the Italian, the French, and the Spanish, which may all be described as only modernized forms of the Latin. Even in the proportion, too, in which the two elements are combined, the English has greatly the advantage over these Romance tongues, as they are called, in none of which is there more than a mere sprinkling of the modern element, whereas in English, although here that constitutes the dominant or more active portion of the compound, the counterpoising ingredient is also present in large quantity, and is influential to a very high degree upon the general character of the language. It should seem to follow from all this, that both in its inner spirit and in its voice, both in its constructional and in its musical genius, the English language, and through that English literature, English civilization or culture generally, and the whole temper of the English mind, ought to have a capacity of sympathizing at once with the classical and the Gothic, with the antique and the modern, with the past and the present, to an extent not to be matched by any other speech or nation of Europe. It so happens, too, that the political fortunes of this English tongue have been in singular accordance with its constitution and natural adaptation, inasmuch as, at the same time that it stands in this remarkable position in the Old World, its position is still more preeminent in the New World, whether that designation be confined to the continent of America, or understood as including the entire field of modern colonization in every quarter of the globe. The English are the only really colonizing people now extant. As we remember Coleridge once expressing it, it is the natural destiny of their country as an island to be the mother of nations. Their geographical position, concurring with their peculiar genius, and with all the other favorable circumstances of the case, gives them the command of the readiest access to the most distant parts of the earth, a universal highway almost as free as is the air to the swarming bees, and accordingly all the greatest communities of the future, whether they be seated beyond the Atlantic or beyond the Pacific, promised to be communities of English blood and English speech. Arabic and other new learning. The space of about 1,000 years, extending from the overthrow of the Western Roman Empire in the middle of the 5th century to that of the Eastern in the middle of the 15th, may be divided into two nearly equal parts. The first of which may be considered as that of the gradual decline, the second is that of the gradual revival of letters. The former, reaching to the close of the 10th century, nearly corresponds in its close as well as in its commencement with the domination in England of the Angles and Saxons. In Europe generally, throughout this long space of time, the intellectual darkness, notwithstanding some brief and partial revivals, deepens more and more on the whole, in the same manner as in the natural day the gray of evening passes into the gloom of midnight. The Latin learning, properly so called, may be regarded as terminating with Boethius, who wrote in the early part of the 6th century. The Latin language, however, continued to be used in literary compositions as well as in the services of the Church, both in our own country and in the other parts of Europe that had composed the old Empire of Rome. The Danish conquest of England, as completed by the accession of Canute, preceded the Norman by exactly half a century, and throughout this space the country had, with little interruption, enjoyed a government which, if not always national, and it was that too for rather more than half of the 50 years, was at any rate acknowledged and submitted to by the whole nation. The public tranquillity was scarcely ever disturbed for more than a moment by any internal commotion, and never at all by attacks from abroad. During this interval, therefore, many of the monastic and other schools that had existed in the days of Alfred, Athelstan, and Edgar, but had been swept away or allowed to fall into decay in the disastrous 40 years that succeeded the decease of the last mentioned monarch, were probably re-established. The more frequent communication with the continent that began in the reign of the Confessor must also have been favorable to the intellectual advancement of the country. The dawn of the revival of letters in England, therefore, may be properly dated from a point about 50 years antecedent to the Norman Conquest, or from not very long after the commencement of the 11th century. Still, at the date of the Conquest, the country was undoubtedly, in regard to everything intellectual, in a very backward state. Ordericus Vitalis, almost a contemporary writer, and himself a native of England, though educated abroad, describes his countrymen generally as having been found by the Normans a rustic and almost illiterate people, agrestes et pene illiteratos. The last epithet may be understood as chiefly intended to characterize the clergy, for the great body of the laity at this time were everywhere illiterate. A few years after the Conquest, the king took advantage of the general illiteracy of the native clergy to deprive great numbers of them of their benefices, and to supply their places with foreigners. His real or his only motive for making this substitution may possibly not have been that which he avowed, but he would scarcely have alleged what was notoriously not the fact, even as a pretense. The Norman Conquest introduced a new state of things in this as in most other respects. That event made England, as it were, a part of the continent, where not long before a revival of letters had taken place, scarcely less remarkable, if we take into consideration the circumstances of the time, than the next great revolution of the same kind in the beginning of the 15th century. In France, indeed, the learning that had flourished in the time of Charlemagne had never undergone so great a decay as had befallen that of England since the days of Alfred. The schools planted by Alcuin and the philosophy taught by Erigena had both been perpetuated by a line of the disciples and followers of these distinguished masters, which had never been altogether interrupted. But in the 10th century this learning of the West had met and been intermixed with a new learning, originally from the East, but obtained directly from the Arab conquerors of Spain. The Arabs had first become acquainted with the literature of Greece in the beginning of the 8th century, and it instantly exercised upon their minds an awakening influence of the same powerful kind with that with which it again kindled Europe 7 centuries afterwards. One difference, however, between the two classes is very remarkable. The mighty effects that arose out of the second revival of the ancient Greek literature in the modern world were produced almost solely by its eloquence and poetry. But these were precisely the parts of it that were neglected by the Arabs. The Greek books which they sought after with such extraordinary avidity were almost exclusively those that related either to metaphysics and mathematics on the one hand, or to medicine, chemistry, botany, and the other departments of physical knowledge on the other. All Greek works of these descriptions that they could procure, they not only translated into their own language, but in course of time illustrated with voluminous commentaries. The prodigious magnitude to which this Arabic literature eventually grew will stagger the reader who has adopted the common notion with regard to what are called the Middle or the Dark Ages. The royal library of the Fatimites, sovereigns of Egypt, says Gibbon, consisted of 100,000 manuscripts, elegantly transcribed and splendidly bound, which were lent without jealousy or avarice to the students of Cairo. Yet this collection must appear moderate if we can believe that the Almohades of Spain had formed a library of 600,000 volumes, 44 of which were employed in the mere catalogues. Their capital, Cordova, with the adjacent towns of Malaga, Almeria, and Murcia, had given birth to more than 300 writers, and above 70 public libraries were opened in the cities of the Andalusian kingdom. The difficulty we have in conceiving the existence of a state of things such as that here described arises in great part from the circumstance of the entire disappearance now, and for so long a period, of all this Arabic power and splendor from the scene of European affairs. But long extinct as it has been, the dominion of the Arabs in Europe was no mere momentary blaze. It lasted with little diminution for nearly 500 years, a period as long as from the age of Chaucer to the present day, and abundantly sufficient for the growth of a body of literature and science, even of the wonderful extent that has been described. In the 10th century, Arabic Spain was the fountainhead of learning in Europe. Thither students were accustomed to repair from every other country to study in the Arabic schools, and many of the teachers in the chief towns of France and Italy had finished their education in these seminaries, and were now diffusing among their countrymen the new knowledge which they had thence acquired. The writings of several of the Greek authors also, and especially those of Aristotle, had been made generally known to scholars by Latin versions of them made from the Arabic. There is no trace of this new literature having found its way to England before the Norman Conquest, but that revolution immediately brought it in its train. The Conqueror himself, observes a writer who has illustrated this subject with a profusion of curious learning, patronized and loved letters. He filled the bishoprics and abbacies of England with the most learned of his countrymen, who had been educated at the University of Paris, at that time the most flourishing school in Europe. He placed Lanfranc, abbot of the monastery of St. Stephen at Caen, in the see of Canterbury, an eminent master of logic, the subtleties of which he employed with great dexterity in a famous controversy concerning the real presence. Anselm, an acute metaphysician and theologian, his immediate successor in the same see, was called from the government of the Abbey of Bec in Normandy. Hermann, a Norman bishop of Salisbury, founded a noble library in the ancient cathedral of that see. Many of the Norman prelates, preferred in England by the Conqueror, were polite scholars. Godfrey, prior of St. Swithun's at Winchester, a native of Cambray, was an elegant Latin epigrammist, and wrote with the smartness and ease of Martial, a circumstance which, by the way, shows that the literature of the monks at this period was of a more liberal cast than that which we commonly annex to their character and profession. Geoffrey also, another learned Norman, came over from the University of Paris and established a school at Dunstable, where, according to Matthew Paris, he composed a play called the Play of Saint Catherine, which was acted by his scholars, dressed characteristically in copes borrowed from the sacrist of the neighboring Abbey of St. Albans, of which Geoffrey afterwards became abbot. The king himself, Warton continues, gave no small countenance to the clergy in sending his son, Henry Beauclerk, to the Abbey of Abingdon, where he was initiated in the sciences under the care of the Abbot Grimbald and Ferricius, a physician of Oxford. Robert D'Oilly, constable of Oxford Castle, was ordered to pay for the board of the young prince in the convent, which the king himself frequently visited. Nor was William wanting in giving ample revenues to learning. He founded the magnificent abbeys of Battle and Selby, with other smaller convents. His nobles and their successors cooperated with this liberal spirit in erecting many monasteries. Herbert de Losinga, a monk of Normandy, Bishop of Thetford in Norfolk, instituted and endowed with large possessions a Benedictine abbey at Norwich, consisting of 60 monks. To mention no more instances, such great institutions of persons dedicated to religious and literary leisure, while they diffused an air of civility and softened the manners of the people in their respective circles, must have afforded powerful incentives to studious pursuits, and have consequently added no small degree of stability to the interests of learning. To this it may be added, that most of the successors of the Conqueror continued to show the same regard for learning of which he had set the example. Nearly all of them had themselves received a learned education. Besides Henry Beauclerk, Henry II, whose father, Geoffrey Plantagenet, Earl of Anjou, was famous for his literary acquirements, had been carefully educated under the superintendence of his admirable uncle, the Earl of Gloucester, and he appears to have taken care that his children should not want the advantages he had himself enjoyed, for at least the 3 eldest, Henry, Geoffrey, and Richard, are all noted for their literary as well as their other accomplishments. What learning existed, however, was still for the most part confined to the clergy. Even the nobility, although it cannot be supposed that they were left altogether without literary instruction, appeared to have been very rarely initiated in any of those branches which were considered as properly constituting the scholarship of the times. The familiar knowledge of the Latin language in particular, which was then the key to all other erudition, seems to have been almost exclusively confined to churchmen, and to those few of the laity who embraced the profession of schoolmasters, as some at least on the continent were now wont to do. The contemporary writer of a Life of Becket relates that when Henry II, in 1164, sent an embassy to the Pope, in which the Earl of Arundel and 3 other noblemen were associated, with an archbishop, 4 bishops, and 3 of the royal chaplains, 4 of the churchmen at the audience to which they were admitted, first delivered themselves in as many Latin harangues, and then the Earl of Arundel stood up and made a speech in English, which he began with the words, "We, who are illiterate laymen, do not understand one word of what the bishops have said to your holiness." The notion that learning properly belonged exclusively to the clergy, and that it was a possession in which the laity were unworthy to participate, was in some degree the common belief of the age, and by the learned themselves was almost universally held as an article of faith that admitted of no dispute. Nothing can be more strongly marked than the tone of contempt which is expressed for the mass of the community, the unlearned vulgar, by the scholars of this period. In their correspondence with one another especially, they seem to look upon all beyond their own small circle as beings of an inferior species. This pride of theirs, however, worked beneficially upon the whole. In the first place, it was in great part merely a proper estimation of the advantages of knowledge over ignorance, and secondly, it helped to make the man of the pen a match for him of the sword, the natural liberator of the human race for its natural oppressor. At the same time it intimates very forcibly at once the comparative rarity of the highly prized distinction, and the depth of the darkness that still reigned far and wide around the few scattered points of light. Section 8 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie, CRAIK. Chapter 2, Part 2. Schools and Universities. Schools and other seminaries of learning, however, were greatly multiplied in this age, and were also elevated in their character in England as well as elsewhere. Both Archbishop Lanfranc and his successor Anselm exerted themselves with great zeal in establishing proper schools in connection with the cathedrals and monasteries in all parts of the kingdom, and the object was one which was also patronized and promoted by the general voice of the Church. In 1179 it was ordered by the Third General Council of Lateran that in every cathedral there should be appointed and maintained a head teacher or scholastic, as was the title given to him, who, besides keeping a school of his own, should have authority over all the other schoolmasters of the diocese, and the sole right of granting licenses, without which no one should be entitled to teach. In former times the bishop himself had frequently undertaken the office of scholastic of the diocese, but its duties were rarely efficiently performed under that arrangement, and at length they seem to have come to be generally altogether neglected. After the custom was introduced of maintaining it as a distinct office, it was filled in many cases by the most learned persons of the time. And besides these cathedral schools, there were others established in all the religious houses, many of which were also of high reputation. It is reckoned that of religious houses of all kinds there were founded in England no fewer than 557 between the Conquest and the death of King John. And besides these, there still existed many others that had been founded in earlier times. All these cathedral and conventual schools, however, appear to have been intended exclusively for the instruction of persons proposing to make the Church their profession. But mention is also made of others established both in many of the principal cities and even in the villages, which would seem to have been open to the community at large. For it may be presumed that the laity, though generally excluded from the benefits of a learned education, were not left wholly without the means of obtaining some elementary instruction. Some of these city schools, however, were eminent as institutes of the highest departments of learning. One in particular is mentioned in the history ascribed to Matthew Paris, as established in the town of St. Albans, which was presided over by Matthew, a physician who had been educated at the famous school of Salerno in Italy, and by his nephew Guerinus, who was eminent for his knowledge of the civil and canon laws, and where we may therefore suppose instructions were given both in law and in medicine. According to the account of London by William Stephanides, or Fitzstephen, written in the reign of Henry II, there were then 3 of these schools of a higher order established in London, besides several others that were occasionally opened by distinguished teachers. The London schools, however, do not seem to have been academies of science and the higher learning, like that of St. Albans. Fitzstephen's description would rather lead us to infer that, although they were attended by pupils of different ages and degrees of proficiency, they were merely schools of grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. On holidays, he says, it is usual for these schools to hold public assemblies in the churches, in which the scholars engaged in demonstrative or logical disputations, some using enthymemes and others perfect syllogisms, some aiming at nothing but to gain the victory and make an ostentatious display of their acuteness, while others have the investigation of truth in view. Artful sophists on these occasions acquire great applause. some by a prodigious inundation and flow of words, others by their specious but fallacious arguments. After the disputations, other scholars deliver rhetorical declamations, in which they observe all the rules of art, and neglect no topic of persuasion. Even the younger boys in the different schools contend against each other in verse about the principles of grammar, and the preterites and supines of verbs. The 12th century may be considered as properly the age of the institution of what we now call universities in Europe, though many of the establishments that then assumed the regular form of universities had undoubtedly existed long before as schools or studia. This was the case with the oldest of the European universities, with Bologna and Paris, and also in all probability with Oxford and Cambridge. But it may be questioned if even Bologna, the mother of all the rest, was entitled by any organization or constitution it had received to take a higher name than a school or studium before the latter part of this century. It is admitted that it was not till about the year 1200 that the school out of which the University of Paris arose had come to subsist as an incorporation, divided into nations, and presided over by a rector. The University of Oxford, properly so called, is probably of nearly the same antiquity. It seems to have been patronized and fostered by Richard I, as that of Paris was by his great rival, Philip Augustus. Both Oxford and Cambridge had undoubtedly been eminent seats of learning long before this time, as London, St. Albans, and other cities had also been. But there is no evidence that either the one or the other had, at an earlier date, become anything more than a great school, or even that it was distinguished by any assigned rank or privileges above the other great schools of the kingdom. In the reign of Richard I, we find the University of Oxford recognized as an establishment of the same kind with the University of Paris, and as the rival of that seminary. We have the following account of what is commonly deemed the origin of the University of Cambridge in the continuation of the history of Ingulphus, attributed to Peter of Blois, under the year 1109. Joffrid, abbot of Croyland, sent to his manor of Cottenham, near Cambridge, Master Giselbert, his fellow monk and professor of theology, with 3 other monks who had followed him into England, who, being very well instructed in philosophical theorems and other primitive sciences, went every day to Cambridge, and having hired a certain public barn, taught the sciences openly, and in a little time collected a great concourse of scholars, for in the very second year after their arrival the number of their scholars from the town and country increased so much that there was no house, barn, nor church capable of containing them. For this reason they separated into different parts of the town, and imitating the plan of the Studium of Orleans, Brother Otto, who was eminent as a grammarian and satirical poet, read grammar, according to the doctrine of Priscian and of his commentator Remigius, to the boys and younger students that were assigned to him early in the morning. At 1 o'clock, Brother Ordericus, a most acute sophist, read the Logic of Aristotle, according to the introductions and commentaries of Porphyry and Averroes, to those who were further advanced. At 3, Brother William read lectures on Tully's Rhetoric and Quintilian's Institutions. But Master Giselbert, being ignorant of the English, but very expert in the Latin and French languages, preached in the several churches to the people on Sundays and holidays. The history in which this passage occurs is, as will presently be shown, as apocryphal as that of which it professes to be the continuation. But even if we are to waive the question of its authenticity, there is here no hint of any sort of incorporation or public establishment whatever. The description is merely that of a school set on foot and conducted by an association of private individuals. And even this private school would seem to have been first opened only in the year 1109, although there may possibly have been other schools taught in the place before. It may be gathered from what is added, that at the time when the account, if it was written by Peter of Blois, must have been drawn up, the latter part of the same century, the school founded by Giselbert and his companions had attained to great celebrity. But there is nothing to lead us to suppose that it had even then become more than a very distinguished school. From this little fountain, he says, which hath swelled into a great river, we now behold the city of God made glad, and all England rendered fruitful, by many teachers and doctors issuing from Cambridge after the likeness of the holy paradise. Notwithstanding, however, the rising reputation of Oxford and Cambridge, The most ambitious of the English students continued to resort for part of their education to the more distinguished foreign schools during the whole of the 12th century. Thus it is recorded that several volumes of the Arabian philosophy were brought into England by Daniel Merlac, who in the year 1185 had gone to Toledo to study mathematics. Salerno was still the chief school of medicine and Bologna of law, although Oxford was also becoming famous for the latter study. But as a place of general instruction, the University of Paris stood at the head of all others. Paris was then wont to be styled by way of preeminence the city of letters. So many Englishmen, or to speak more strictly, subjects of the English crown, were constantly found among the students at this great seminary, that they formed one of the four nations into which the members of the university were divided. The English students are described by their countryman, the poet Nigellus Weyraker, in the latter part of the 12th century, in such a manner as to show that they were already noted for that spirit of display and expense which still makes so prominent a part of our continental reputation. Moribus egregiae verbo voltique venusti ingenio polent consilique vi gent dona pluant populus et detestantur avaris fercula multiplicant et sine lege bibunt. Of noble manners, gracious look and speech, strong sense with genius brightened, shines in each. Their free hand still reigns largesse. When they dine, course follows course, in rivers flows the wine. Among the students at the University of Paris in the 12th century are to be found nearly all the most distinguished names among the learned of every country. One of the teachers, the celebrated Abelard, is said to have alone had as pupils 20 persons who afterwards became cardinals, and more than 50 who rose to be bishops and archbishops. Thomas à Becket received part of his education here. Several of the most eminent teachers were Englishmen. Among these may be particularly mentioned Robert of Melun, so called from having first taught in that city, and Robert White, or Apuleius, as he is called in Latin. Robert of Melun, who afterwards became Bishop of Hereford, distinguished himself by the zeal and ability with which he opposed the novel views which the rising sect of the Nominalists were then introducing both into philosophy and theology. He is the author of several theological treatises, none of which, however, have been printed. Robert White, after teaching some years at Paris, where he was attended by crowded audiences, was induced to return to his own country, where he is said to have read lectures on theology at Oxford for 5 years, which greatly contributed to spread the renown of that rising seminary. After having declined a bishopric offered to him by Henry I, he went to reside at Rome in 1143 on the invitation of Celestine II, and was soon after made a cardinal and chancellor of the Holy See. One work written by him has been printed, a summary of theology, under the then common title of the Book of Sentences, which has the reputation of being distinguished by the superior correctness of its style and the lucidness of its method. Another celebrated name among the Englishmen who are recorded to have studied at Paris in those days is that of Nicholas Breakspeare, who afterwards became pope by the title of Adrian IV. But of all others, John of Salisbury deserves to be here mentioned. It is in his writings that we find the most complete account that has reached us, not only of the mode of study followed at Paris, but of the entire learning of the age. Rise of the scholastic philosophy. At this time, those branches of literary and scientific knowledge which were specially denominated the arts were considered as divided into two great classes. The first, or more elementary of which, comprehending grammar, rhetoric, and logic, was called the trivium. The second, comprehending music, arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy, the quadrivium. The 7 arts so classified used to be thus enumerated in a Latin hexameter: lingua, tropus, ratio, numerus, tonus, angulus, astra, or with definitions subjoined in 2 still more singularly constructed verses: grammar, loquitur, dialectic, vera docet, rhetoric, verba colorat, music, cadet, arithmetic, numerat, geography, ponderat, astronomy, colit astra. John of Salisbury speaks of this system of the sciences as an ancient one in his day, the trivium and quadrivium. He says in his work entitled Metallurgicus were so much admired by our ancestors in former ages that they imagined they comprehended all wisdom and learning, and were sufficient for the solution of all questions and the removing of all difficulties. For whoever understood the trivium could explain all manner of books without a teacher, but he who was farther advanced and was master also of the quadrivium could answer all questions and unfold all the secrets of nature. The present age, however, had outgrown the simplicity of this arrangement, and various new studies have been added to the ancient seven, as necessary to complete the circle of the sciences and the curriculum of a liberal education. It was now in particular that theology first came to be ranked as a science. This was the age of St. Bernard, the last of the fathers, and of Peter Lombard, the first of the schoolmen. The distinction between these two classes of writers is that the latter do, and the former do not, treat their subject in a systematizing spirit. The change was the consequence of the cultivation of the Aristotelian logic and metaphysics. When these studies were first introduced into the schools of the West, they were wholly unconnected with theology, but especially at a time when all the learned were churchmen, it was impossible that the great instrument of thought and reasoning could long remain unapplied to the most important of all the subjects of thought, the subject of religion. It has already been remarked that John Erigena and other Irish divines introduced philosophy and metaphysics into the discussion of questions of religion as early as the 9th century, and they are consequently entitled to be regarded as having first set the example of the method afterwards pursued by the schoolmen. But although the influence of their writings may probably be traced in preparing the way for the introduction of the scholastic system, and also afterwards perhaps in modifying its spirit, that system was derived immediately in the shape in which it appeared in the 11th and 12th centuries from another source. Erigena was a Platonist. The spirit of his philosophy was that of the school of Alexandria, but the first schoolmen, properly so called, were Aristotelians. They drew their logic and metaphysics originally from the Latin translations of the works of Aristotle made from the Arabic, and they may also have been indebted for some of their views to the commentaries of the Arabic doctors. But whether they took their method of philosophy entirely from the ancient heathen sage, or in part from his modern Mohammedan interpreters and illustrators, it could in neither case have had at first any necessary or natural alliance with Christianity. Yet it very soon, as we have said, formed this alliance. Both Lanfranc and Anselm, although not commonly reckoned among the schoolmen, were imbued with the spirit of the new learning, and it is infused throughout their theological writings. Abelard, soon after, before he was yet a churchman, may almost be considered to have wielded it as a weapon of skepticism. Even so used, however, religion was still the subject to which it was applied. At last came Peter Lombard, who, by the publication, about the middle of the 12th century, of his celebrated 4 books of sentences, properly founded the system of what is called the scholastic theology. The schoolmen, from the master and the sentences, as Lombard was designated, down to Francis Suarez, who died after the commencement of the 17th century, were all theologians. Although, however, religious speculation was the field of thought upon which the spirit of the Aristotelian philosophy chiefly expended itself, there was scarcely any one of the arts or sciences upon which it did not in some degree seize. The scholastic logic became the universal instrument of thought and study. Every branch of human learning was attempted to be pursued by its assistance, and most branches were more or less affected by its influence in regard to the forms which they assumed. John of Salisbury, Peter of Blois. John of Salisbury went to complete his education at Paris in the year 1136. When I beheld, he writes in a letter to his friend Becket, the reverence paid to the clergy, the majesty and glory of the whole church, and the various occupations of those who applied themselves to philosophy in that city, it raised my admiration, as if I had seen the ladder of Jacob, the top of which reached to heaven, while the steps were crowded with angels ascending and descending. The first master whose lectures he attended was the renowned Abelard, still, after all the vicissitudes of his life, teaching with undiminished glory, in the midst of a vast confluence of admiring disciples, on the Mount of Saint Genevieve. I drank in, says his English pupil, with incredible avidity, every word that fell from his lips, but he soon, to my infinite regret, retired. Abelard lived only a few years after this date, which he spent in devotion and entire seclusion from the world. John of Salisbury then studied dialectics for 2 years under 2 other masters, one of whom was his countryman, Robert de Melun, mentioned above. After this he returned to the study of grammar and rhetoric, which he pursued for 3 years under William de Conches, of whose method of teaching he has left a particular account. It appears to have embraced a critical exposition both of the style and the matter of the writers commented upon, and to have been well calculated to nourish both the understanding and the taste. After this he spent 7 years under other masters, partly in the further prosecution of his acquaintance with the writers of antiquity and the practice of Latin composition, partly in the study of the mathematics and theology. The entire course thus occupied 12 years, but some, it would appear, devoted the whole of this time to the study of dialectics or logic alone. John of Salisbury's treatise entitled Metalogicus is intended principally to expose the absurdity and injurious effects of this exclusive devotion to the art of wrangling, and although it must be considered as written with some degree of satirical license, the representation which it gives of the state of things produced by the new spirit that had gone abroad over the realms of learning is very curious and interesting. The turn of the writer's own genius was decidedly to the rhetorical rather than the metaphysical, and he was not very well qualified perhaps to perceive certain of the uses or recommendations of the study against which he directs his attack. But the extravagances of its devotees, it may be admitted, fairly expose them to his ridicule and castigation. I wish, he says in one place, to behold the light of truth, which these logicians say is only revealed to them. I approach them, I beseech them to instruct me, that if possible I may become as wise as one of them. They consent, they promise great things, and at first they command me to observe a Pythagorean silence, that I may be admitted into all the secrets of wisdom which they pretend are in their possession. But by and by they permit, and even command me to prattle and quibble with them. This they call disputing, this they say is logic, but I am no wiser. He accuses them of wasting their ingenuity in the discussion of such puerile puzzles as whether a person in buying a whole cloak also bought the cowl, or whether when a hog was carried to market with a rope tied about its neck and held at the other end by a man, the hog was really carried to market by the man or by the rope. It must be confessed that if their logic had been worth much, it ought to have made short work with these questions, supposing them to be worth settling at all. Our author adds, however, that they were declared to be questions which could not be solved, the arguments on both sides exactly balancing each other. But his quarrel with the dialecticians was chiefly on the ground of the disregard and aversion they manifested in their method of exercising the intellectual powers to all polite literature, to all that was merely graceful and ornamental. And there can be no question that the ascendancy of the scholastic philosophy was fatal for the time to the cultivation of polite literature in Europe. So long as it reigned supreme in the schools, learning was wholly divorced from taste. The useful utterly rejected all connection with the beautiful. The head looked down with contempt upon the heart. Poetry and fiction, and whatever else belonged to the imaginative part of our nature, were abandoned altogether to the unlearned, to the makers of songs and lays for the people. It was probably fortunate for poetry and the kindred forms of literature in the end that they were thus left solely to the popular cultivation for a time. They drew nourishment and new life from the new soil into which they were transplanted, and their produce has been the richer and the racier for it ever since. The revival of polite literature probably came at a better time in the 15th than if it had come in the 12th century. Yet it was not to be expected that when it was threatened with blight and extinction at the earlier era, its friends should either have been able to foresee its resurrection 2 or 3 centuries later, or should have been greatly consoled by that prospect if they had. John of Salisbury's chief work is his Polycraticon, or as he further entitles it, a treatise in 8 books on the frivolities of courtiers and the footsteps of philosophers, De Nugis Curialium et Vestigiis Philosophorum. It is, says Warton, an extremely pleasant miscellany, replete with erudition and a judgment of men and things which properly belongs to a more sensible and reflecting period. His familiar acquaintance with the classics appears not only from the happy facility of his language, but from the many citations of the purest Roman authors with which his works are perpetually interspersed. He also wrote Latin verses with extreme elegance. John of Salisbury died Bishop of Chartres in 1182. Peter of Blois, or Petrus Blasensis, a native of the town in France from which he takes his name, was another distinguished cultivator of polite literature in the same age. Among the writings he has left us, his letters, collected by himself to the number of 134, are especially interesting, abounding as they do in graphic descriptions of the manners and characters of the time. But neither in elegance of taste and style, nor in general literary accomplishment, is the Frenchman to be compared with his English contemporary. End of Section 8. Section 9 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 2, Part 3. Classical Learning, Mathematics, Medicine, Law, Books. The classical knowledge of this period, however, was almost confined to the Roman authors, and some of the most eminent of these were as yet unstudied and unknown. Even John of Salisbury, though a few Greek words are to be found in his compositions, seems to have had only the slightest possible acquaintance with that language. Both it and the Hebrew, nevertheless, were known to Abelard and Eloisa, and it is probable that there were both in England and other European countries a few students of the Oriental tongues, for the acquisition of which inducements and facilities must have been presented, not only by the custom of resorting to the Arabic colleges in Spain, and the constant intercourse with the East kept up by the pilgrimages and the crusades, but also by the numbers of learned Jews that were everywhere to be found. In England the Jews had schools in London, York, Lincoln, Lynn, Norwich, Oxford, Cambridge, and other towns, which appear to have been attended by Christians as well as by those of their own persuasion. Some of these seminaries, indeed, were rather colleges than schools. Besides the Hebrew and Arabic languages, arithmetic and medicine are mentioned among the branches of knowledge that were taught in them, and the masters were generally the most distinguished of the rabbis. In the 11th and 12th centuries, the age of Sarchi, the Kimchis, Maimonides, and other distinguished names, rabbinical learning was in an eminently flourishing state. There is no certain evidence that the Arabic numerals were yet known in Europe. They certainly were not in general use. Although the Elements of Euclid and other geometrical works had been translated into Latin from the Arabic, the mathematical sciences appear to have been but little studied. The science of demonstration, says John of Salisbury in his Metallogicus, is of all others the most difficult, and, alas, is almost quite neglected, except by very few who apply to the study of the mathematics, and particularly of geometry. But this last is at present very little attended to amongst us, and is only studied by some persons in Spain, Egypt, and Arabia for the sake of astronomy. One reason of this is, that those parts of the works of Aristotle that relate to the demonstrative sciences are so ill translated, and so incorrectly transcribed, that we meet with insurmountable difficulties in every chapter. The name of the mathematics at this time, indeed, was chiefly given to the science of astrology. Mathematicians, says Peter of Blois, are those who, from the position of the stars, the aspect of the firmament, and the motions of the planets, discover things that are to come. Astronomy, however, or the true science of the stars, which was zealously cultivated by the Arabs in the East and in Spain, seems also to have had some cultivators among the learned of Christian Europe. Latin translations existed of several Greek and Arabic astronomical works. In the history attributed to Ingulphus is the following curious description of a sort of scheme or representation of the planetary system called the Nadir, which is stated to have been destroyed when the Abbey of Croyland was burnt in 1091. We then lost a most beautiful and precious table, fabricated of different kinds of metals, according to the variety of the stars and heavenly signs. Saturn was of copper, Jupiter of gold, Mars of iron, the Sun of Latin, Mercury of amber, Venus of tin, the Moon of silver. The eyes were charmed, as well as the mind instructed, by beholding the color circles with the zodiac and all its signs, formed with wonderful art, of metals and precious stones, according to their several natures, forms, figures, and colors. It was the most admired and celebrated nadir in all England. These last words would seem to imply that such tables were then not uncommon. This one, it is stated, had been presented to a former abbot of Croyland by a king of France. John of Salisbury, in his account of his studies at Paris, makes no mention either of medicine or of law. With regard to the former, indeed, he elsewhere expressly tells us that the Parisians themselves used to go to study it at Salerno and Montpellier. By the beginning of the 13th century, however, we find a school of medicine established at Paris, which soon became very celebrated. Of course, there were at an earlier date persons who practiced the medical art in that city. The physicians in all the countries of Europe at this period were generally churchmen. Many of the Arabic medical works were early translated into Latin, but the Parisian professors soon began to publish treatises on the art of their own. The science of the physicians of this age, besides comprehending whatever was to be learned respecting the diagnostics and treatment of diseases from Hippocrates, Galen, and the other ancient writers, embraced a considerable body of botanical and chemical knowledge. Chemistry in particular, the Arabs had carried far beyond the point at which it had been left by the ancients. Of anatomy, little could as yet be accurately known, while the dissection of the human subject was not practiced. Yet it would appear that physicians and surgeons were already beginning to be distinguished from each other. Both the canon and civil laws were also introduced into the routine of study at the University of Paris, soon after the time when John of Salisbury studied there. The canon law was originally considered to be a part of theology, and only took the form of a separate study after the publication of the systematic compilation of it, called the Decretum a Gratian, in 1151. Gratian was a monk of Bologna, and his work, not the first collection of the kind, but the most complete and the best arranged that had yet been compiled, was immediately introduced as a textbook in that university. It may be regarded as having laid the foundation of the science of the canon law, in the same manner as the system of the scholastic philosophy was founded by Peter Lombard's Book of Sentences. Regular lecturers upon it very soon appeared at Orleans, at Paris, at Oxford, and all the other chief seats of learning in Western Christendom. And before the end of the 12th century, no other study was more eagerly pursued or attracted greater crowds of students than that of the canon law. One of its first and most celebrated teachers at Paris was Gerard La Pucelle, an Englishman who afterwards became Bishop of Lichfield and Coventry. Gerard taught the canon law in Paris from 1160 to 1177, and in consideration of his distinguished merits and what was deemed the great importance of his instructions, he received from Pope Alexander III letters exempting him from the obligation of residing on his preferments in England while he was so engaged. This being, it is said, the first known example of such a privilege being granted to any professor. The same professors who taught the canon law taught also, along with it, the civil law, the systematic study of which likewise took its rise in this century, and at the University of Bologna, where the Pandects of Justinian, of which a more perfect copy than had before been known is said to have been found in 1137 at Amalfi, were arranged and first lectured upon by the German Irnerius, the lamp of the law, as he was called, about the year 1150. Both the canon and the civil law, however, are said to have been taught a few years before this time at Oxford by Roger, surnamed the Bachelor, a monk of Bec in Normandy. The study was from the first vehemently opposed by the practitioners of the common law, but sustained by the influence of the Church, and eventually also favored by the government. It rose above all attempts to put it down. John of Salisbury affirms that by the blessing of God, the more it was persecuted, the more it flourished. Peter of Blois, in one of his letters, gives us the following curious account of the ardor with which it was pursued under the superintendence of Archbishop Theobald. In the house of my master, the Archbishop of Canterbury, there are several very learned men, famous for their knowledge of law and politics, who spend the time between prayers and dinner in lecturing, disputing, and debating causes. To us all the knotty questions of the kingdom are referred, which are produced in the common hall, and every one in his order, having first prepared himself, declares with all the eloquence and acuteness of which he is capable, but without wrangling, what is wisest and safest to be done. If God suggests the soundest opinion to the youngest amongst us, we all agree to it without envy or detraction. Study in every department must have been still greatly impeded by the scarcity and high price of books, but their multiplication now went on much more rapidly than it had formerly done. We have already noticed the immense libraries said to have been accumulated by the Arabs both in their Oriental and European seats of empire. No collections to be compared with these existed anywhere in Christian Europe, but of the numerous monasteries that were planted in every country, few were without libraries of greater or less extent. A convent without a library, it used to be proverbially said, was like a castle without an armory. When the monastery of Croyland was burnt in 1091, its library, according to Ingulphus, consisted of 900 volumes, of which 300 were very large. In every great abbey, says Warton, there was an apartment called the Scriptorium, where many writers were constantly busied in transcribing not only the service books for the choir, but books for the library. The Scriptorium of St. Albans Abbey was built by Abbot Paulin, a Norman, who ordered many volumes to be written there about the year 1080. Archbishop Lanfranc furnished the copies. Estates were often granted for the support of the Scriptorium. I find some of the classics written in the English monasteries very early. Henry, a Benedictine monk of Hyde Abbey near Winchester, transcribed in the year 1178 Terence, Boethius, Suetonius, and Claudian. Of these he formed one book, illuminating the initials and forming the brazen bosses of the covers with his own hands. Other instances of the same kind are added. The monks were much accustomed both to illuminate and to bind books, as well as to transcribe them. The scarcity of parchment, it is afterwards observed, undoubtedly prevented the transcription of many other books in these societies. About the year 1120, one Master Hugh, being appointed by the convent of St. Edmundsbury in Suffolk to write and illuminate a grand copy of the Bible for their library, could procure no parchment for this purpose in England. Paper made of cotton, however, was certainly in common use in the 12th century, though no evidence exists that that manufactured from linen rags was known till about the middle of the 13th. The Latin language. During the whole of the Anglo-Norman period, and down to a much later date, in England, as in the other countries of Christendom, the common language of literary composition in all works intended for the perusal of the educated classes was still the Latin. The language of religion throughout the Western world, as it had been from the first ages of the Church. Christianity had not only, through its monastic institutions, saved from destruction in the breaking up of the Roman Empire whatever we still possess of ancient literature, but had also, by its priesthood and its ritual, preserved the language of Rome, in some sort still a living and spoken tongue, corrupted indeed by the introduction of many new and barbarous terms and illegitimate acceptations, and by much bad taste in style and phraseology, but still wholly unchanged in its grammatical forms, and even in its vocabulary much less altered than it probably would have been if it had continued all the while to be spoken and written by an unmixed Roman population. It would almost seem as if, even in the Teutonic countries such as England, the services of the Church, uninterruptedly repeated in the same words since the first ages, had kept up in the general mind something of a dim traditionary understanding of the old imperial tongue. We read of some foreign ecclesiastics who could not speak English being accustomed to preach to the people in Latin. A passage quoted above from the Croyland history seems to imply that Giselbert or Gilbert, one of the founders of the University of Cambridge, used to employ Latin as well as French on such occasions. So Giraldus Cambrensis tells us that in a progress which he made through Wales in 1186 to assist Archbishop Baldwin in preaching a new crusade for the delivery of the Holy Land, he was always most successful when he appealed to the people in a Latin sermon. He asserts indeed that they did not understand a word of it, although it never failed to melt them into tears and to make them come in crowds to take the cross. No doubt they were acted upon chiefly through their ears and their imaginations, and for the most part only supposed that they apprehended what they were listening to, but it is probable that their self-deception was assisted by their catching a word or phrase here and there, the meaning of which they really understood. The Latin tongue must in those days have been heard in common life on 1,000 occasions, from which it has now passed away. It was the language of all the learned professions, of law and physic, as well as of divinity in all their grades. It was in Latin that the teachers at the universities, many of whom, as well as of the ecclesiastics, were foreigners, delivered their prelections in all the sciences, and that all the disputations and other exercises among the students were carried on. It was the same at all the monastic schools and other seminaries of learning. The number of persons by whom these various institutions were attended was very great. They were of all ages, from boyhood to advanced manhood, and poor scholars must have been found in every village, mingling with every class of the people in some one or other of the avocations which they followed, in the intervals of their attendance at the universities, or after they had finished their education, from parish priests down to wandering beggars. Latin poets, mapes, etc. Much Latin poetry was written in this age by Englishmen, some of it of a popular character. Warton enumerates Johannes Grammaticus, Florence, Prior of Durham, Robert Dunstable, the historians Henry of Huntingdon, Geoffrey of Monmouth, Eadmer, William of Malmesbury, Giraldus Cambrensis, and Geoffrey de Vansouf, Galfridus de Winosawo, John Hoville, Alexander Neckham, Walter Mapes, Archdeacon of Oxford, and above all Joseph Iscanus, or Joseph of Exeter, whom he characterizes as a miracle in classical composition, adding in regard to one of his works an epic on the subject of the Trojan War. The diction of this poem is generally pure, the periods round, and the numbers harmonious, and on the whole the structure of the versification approaches nearly to that of polished Latin poetry. Walter Mapes, or rather Map, who was Archdeacon of Oxford, has the credit of having been the author of most of the pieces of Latin poetry belonging to the latter part of the 12th century, which from their form and character may be supposed to have acquired anything like general popularity, in particular the famous drinking song in rhyming or leonine verse, beginning Meum est propositum in taberna mori, is attributed to this genial archdeacon. To Warton's dozen names are thereby Mr. Wright, in his account of the writers of the Anglo-Norman period, Biographia Britannia Literaria, Volume 2, 1846, has added about a score of others belonging to Latin poets and versifiers of the first century and a half after the Conquest. Among the most important are those of Guy, Oviedo, Bishop of Amiens, author of an elegiac poem on the Battle of Hastings, discovered a few years ago at Brussels and since several times printed. Godfrey, Prior of Winchester in the latter part of the 11th century, whom Mr. Wright designates as the first and best of the Anglo-Norman writers of Latin verse. Hilarius, author of 3 scriptural dramas and a number of shorter pieces, preserved in a single manuscript, now in the Bibliothèque Impériale at Paris, from which they were edited in 1838 by M. Champollion Figeac. John of Salisbury, work in verse by whom was edited by Professor Christian Petersen at Hamburg in 1843, and Nigellus of Vereker, for whose surname, however, Mr. Wright finds no satisfactory authority, the author, among other pieces, of the Speculum Stoltorum, referred to in a preceding page. End of Section 9. Section 10 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK, Chapter 2, Part 4. Latin Chroniclers. But by far the most valuable portion of our Latin literature of this age consists of the numerous historical works which it has bequeathed to us. As these works have a double interest for the English reader, belonging to the country and the age in which they were written, by their subject as well as by their authorship, we will give some account of the most important of them. The following are the principal collections that have been made in modern times of our old Latin historians or chroniclers. 1. Rerum Britannicarum id est Angliae Scotiae Wicinarumque Insularum ac regionum scriptores vetustiores ac praecipui a Hieronymus Camalino, folio Heidelberg and Lugdano, 1587. 2. Rerum Anglicarum scriptores post Badam praecipui ex vetustissimus manuscripts nunc primum in lucem editi a Henry Saville, folio London 1596 and Frankfurt 1601. 3. Anglica, Normannica, Hibernica, Cambrica, et veteribus scripta ex bibliotheca Gulielmi Camdeni, folio Frankfurt 1602 and 1603. 4. Historiae Normanorum scriptores antiqui studio André Duchesne, folio Paris 1619. 5. Historiae Anglicanae scriptores decem ex vetustis manuscripts nunc primum in lucem editi a Roger Twisden, a Jones Selden, folio London 1652. 6. Rerum Anglicarum scriptorum veterum Thomas Imus quorum Ingulphus nunc primum integer ceterae nunc primum prodeunt a Joanna Felwell Poitiers Guillaume Fulman, folio Oxonensis 1684, sometimes incorrectly cited as the first volume of Gale's collection. 7. Historiae Anglicanae scriptores quinque ex vetustis codex manuscripts nunc primum in lucem editi a Thomas Gale, folio Oxonensis 1687. This is properly the second volume of Gale's collection. 8. Historiae Britannicae Saxonicae Anglo-Danicae scriptores quindecim ex vetustis codex manuscripts editi opera Thomas Gale, folio Oxonensis 1691. This is properly the first volume of Gale's collection, though often cited as the third. 9. Anglia Sacra Sive Collectio Historiarum de Archiepiscopus et Episcopus Angliae a Henrica Wharton, 2 tomes, folio London 1691. 10. Historiae Anglicanae scriptores Variae a Codex manuscript nunc primum editi a Joseph Spark, folio London 1723. 11. Historiae Anglicanae Circa Tempus Conquestus Angliae a Guilielmo Notho Normanorum Duce Selecta Monumenta Excerpta ex volumine Andrew Duchesne cum notice etc. a Francisco Masseries, quarto London 1807. 12. Monumenta Historica Britannica, or materials for the history of Britain from the earliest period to the end of the reign of King Henry VII, published by command of Her Majesty, volume 1st, extending to the Norman Conquest, folio London 1848, by Petrie, Sharp and Hardy, to which may be added 13. The series of works printed by the Historical Society from 1838 to 1856, extending to 29 volumes, octavo, and 14. The series entitled Rerum Britannicarum Medii Evae Scriptoris, or Chronicles and Memorials of Great Britain and Ireland during the Middle Ages, published by authority of Her Majesty's Treasury under the direction of the Master of the Rolls, octavo, London 1857, etc. Ingulphus, the history of the Abbey of Croyland, or as the place is now called, Crowland, in Lincolnshire, professing to be written by the abbot Ingulphus, who presided over the establishment from A.D. 1075 till his death at the age of about 80 in 1109, was first published from an imperfect copy by Sir Henry Savile in his collection, London 1596 and Frankfort 1601, and afterwards in a more complete form by Fulman in his Scriptoris Veteris, Oxford 1684. In the interval between these two, the only editions of the work, The Laws of William the Conqueror, in French, which were wanting in the manuscript used by Savile, were published from another manuscript by Selden in 1623 in his edition of Eadmer, and from another by Sir Henry Spelman in 1639 in the first volume of his Conchilia. All these four, the only known manuscripts of the work, have now disappeared. Of what has become of that used by Savile nothing is known. That from which Selden took his copy of the Laws of the Conqueror seems to have been one which was in the Cotton Library, the same from which Fulman was supplied with a leaf in which his own manuscript was defective by his friend Gale, and that was destroyed by the calamitous fire at Ashburnham House in 1731. That which Spelman transcribed was preserved in the church of Croyland in a chest locked with 3 keys, which were kept by the church wardens, and was believed by him to be what it was reputed, the author's autograph. But as Selden could not obtain access to it a few years before, so nobody has seen it since, and when Fulman made inquiry after it in the latter part of the same century, it was no longer to be found. Finally, that employed by Fulman, which belonged to Sir John Marsham, was afterwards given or lent by him to Obadiah Walker, the famous master of University College, who was turned out at the Revolution in 1688, and all that further appears is that Walker told Bishop Gibson in 1694 that it was then in the library of University College, where, however, it has not since been found. It seems most likely that it never was deposited there, but was carried off by Walker, who professed to consider it as his own property on the simple principle, which it appears is recognized among antiquarian collectors, that a manuscript belongs to any one who has once, no matter by what means, got it into his possession. The old gentleman, writes Gibson to Dr. Charlotte, the then master of University College, in relating what had just passed between them on the subject, has too much of the spirit of an antiquary and a great scholar to think stealing a manuscript any sin. He has ordered me not to discover where it is lodged. These particulars are mostly collected from a learned and valuable paper on the sources of Anglo-Saxon history, which appeared some years ago in the Quarterly Review, and to which we shall have frequent occasion further to refer. The writer, understood to be Sir Francis Palgrave, proceeds to show very ingeniously and conclusively that the manuscript which Spelman saw at Croyland could not in all probability have been older than the end of the 13th or the beginning of the 14th century, from a mistranscription of a word in his extract, Eustris for Usquis, which was very likely to have taken place in copying a writing of that date, but could hardly have happened in reading a manuscript of the end of the 11th century, the age of Ingulphus. But if the external evidence for the antiquity and authenticity of the work be thus defective, the internal evidence may be pronounced to be conclusive against its claim to be accounted either the composition of Ingulphus or a work of any historical value. It appears, in fact, to be, if not altogether, what the reviewer calls it, an historical novel, at least in the main, a monkish forgery of the 13th or 14th century, which may possibly contain some things not the produce of the writer's invention and found by him in histories or other records now lost, but no statement in which, whatever appearance of probability it may wear, can be safely received upon its authority. Not only the portion of the history which relates to the times preceding the pretended writer's own age, but the account which Ingulphus is made to give of himself is full of the most glaring improbabilities, and in some parts demonstrably false and impossible. For the demonstration, however, we must refer the reader to the article in the Quarterly Review, the writer of which justly observes that anachronisms which merely impeach the accuracy of the historian are entirely fatal to autobiography. In none of our chroniclers anterior to the 14th century, the reviewer asserts, is there a single line to be traced that is borrowed from Ingulphus. And this is a fact of no slight significance. If the work, he remarks, had existed, it could scarcely have been neglected by these inveterate compilers. Of course, if the history of Croyland by Ingulphus be rejected, its continuation to A.D. 1118, attributed to Peter of Blois, which was also contained in the Cotton and Sir John Marsham's codices, and is published in Fulman's collection, must be included in the same sentence, its pretended author having died long before the date at which, upon this supposition, the work he professes to continue was written. There are also 3 further continuations, bringing down the narrative, with certain gaps, to the year 1469. An English translation of the whole by Mr. H. T. Riley was published in Vaughan's Antiquarian Library in 1854, and another the same year by Mr. Stevenson in Volume 2, Part 2 of the Church Historians of England. William of Poitiers. Putting Ingulphus and his first continuator aside, our oldest historian of the Conquest will be William of Poitiers, Guillemus Pictawensis, Pictaviensis, or Pictavinus, whose Life of the Conqueror, Gesta Guilmi, Ducis Normanorum et Regis Ungorum, was published by Du Chesne in his Historiae Normanorum Scripturis, Paris, 1619, and has been reprinted by Baron Maceras in his useful selection from that scarce volume, London, 1808. A new edition, announced as in preparation by the English Historical Society, has never appeared, but a translation into French, originally published at Caen in 1826, is included in Monsieur Guizot's collection des Mémoires relatifs à l'Histoire de France jusqu'au XIIIe siècle, 31 volumes, octavo, Paris, 1822-35. Unfortunately, the only known manuscript of the work, which is in the Cotton Library at the British Museum, is imperfect. Ordericus Vitalis, writing in the beginning of the next century, expressly describes the narrative as ending with the death of Earl Edwin in 1070, but what we have of it comes down only to March or April 1067. The beginning is also wanting. What remains, however, which includes the English and Norman story from the death of Canute in 1035, when the Norman Duke was only 8 years old, to his coronation as King of England after the victory of Hastings and the first acts of his reign, is of the highest value. William of Poitiers was not an Englishman. He was a native of Normandy, and derived his surname of Pictaviensis from having received his education at Poitiers, but he appears to have accompanied his hero and patron on his expedition to England, and in that as well as in the other parts of his story, to relate for the most part what he had seen with his own eyes. He had been in close attendance upon or connection with the Conqueror for the greater part of their lives, having first served under him as a soldier, and having afterwards been made his chaplain, if indeed he may not, like Friar Tuck and Robin Hood in the next age, have officiated at the same time in both these capacities. No one, therefore, could have enjoyed better opportunities of observing and appreciating William in all aspects of his character, public and domestic, as a sovereign and as a man, and Pictaviensis had both head and heart enough of his own to comprehend the high nature with which he was thus brought into contact. His biography of the Conqueror is throughout a cordial and sympathizing narrative, a full-length picture of a great man, drawn at least with no timid hand. Yet there is no profession or apparent design of defense or panegyric, and but little direct expression of admiration. That feeling is too natural, too habitual, too much a matter of course with the worthy chaplain to be very often or very emphatically expressed. With no misgivings either of his subject or of his reader, he contents himself for the most part with stating facts and leaving them to speak for themselves. The work, it may be added, is written with considerable ambition of eloquence. Pictaviensis had had a learned education to begin with, which his campaigning did not knock out of him, so that when he returned in his old age to his native country and was made Archdeacon of Lisieux, he was esteemed quite a shining light of scholarship in the Norman Church. In the judgment of Ordericus Vitalis, his Latin is an imitation of that of Sallust, and in the same subtle and artistic style, we are told, He also wrote much verse, none of which, however, appears to be now extant. Ordericus Vitalis. Ordericus Vitalis is the author of a general ecclesiastical history, beginning from the creation and coming down to A.D. 1141, the whole of which consisting of 13 books and occupying above 600 folio pages, or more than half of his collection, Duchesne has printed. A greatly improved edition of the entire work by M.A. Le Prévost, the publication of which at Paris was begun in 1838 under the auspices of the Société de l'Histoire de France, was completed in 5 volumes, octavo, in 1855, and a reproduction of the old text of Duchesne is stated to form the 148th volume of the Patrologie of Monsieur l'Abbé Migne, published the same year. Ordericus, or Ordricus, who assumed the name of Vitalis on becoming a monk of the monastery of Ouchet, Uticum, otherwise known as that of Saint Evroul, in Normandy, in which he spent the rest of his days, was of English birth. He was born at a village which he calls Addingsham, Atcham, on the Severn, in Shropshire, in 1075, and although he had been carried to the Continent to be educated for the ecclesiastical profession when he was only in his 11th year, and spent all the rest of his life abroad, he continued to take a special interest in the affairs of his native country and of its Norman sovereigns, with whom his father, whom he calls Odelirius, the son of Constantius of Orleans, had probably been nearly connected as principal counselor, Praecipuo Consiliario, whatever that may mean, to Roger Montgomery, Earl of Shrewsbury, who was one of the followers of the Conqueror. He is accordingly very full in his account of English transactions from the epoch of the Norman Conquest, and his history is particularly valuable in the portion of it from A.D. 1066 to 1070, as in some sort supplying what is lost of that of Pictaviensis, whose narrative he professes generally to have followed, although not without both omissions and variations. This portion of the history of Ordericus Vitalis, making about a 13th part of the whole, has been reprinted by Maceras in his Selecta Monumenta, and there is a French translation of the entire work by Louis Dubois in the collection of ancient French Mémoires, published at Paris under the superintendence of Monsieur Guizot, volumes 25, 26, 27, and 28. An English translation with notes by Mr. Thomas Forster has appeared in Bond's Antiquarian Library in 4 volumes, 1853-4. A remarkable fragment taken from an ancient book belonging to the monastery of St. Stephen at Caen, containing an account of the last hours of the Conqueror and of his death and funeral, which Camden has printed in his collection, and which he conjectures to be probably from the pen of Guillielmus Pictaviensis, is in fact the concluding portion of the 7th book of Ordericus Vitalis, and translation of it is given by Stowe in his Chronicle. Ordericus has himself told us that Pictaviensis was prevented by circumstances from bringing down his history, as he had intended to do, to the death of the Conqueror. Gesta Stephani, William of Jumieges. Another valuable portion of the English history of this period by a contemporary writer, which Duchesne has published, is the tract entitled Gesta Stephani, filling about 50 of his pages. It is by a partisan of Stephen, but is probably the fairest, as it is the fullest and most distinct account we have of his turbulent reign. A new edition of it, prepared by Mr. R. C. Sewell, was published by the English Historical Society in 1846, and it is translated along with the Chronicle of Henry of Huntingdon by Mr. Forster in one of the volumes of Bond's Antiquarian Library, 1853. In Duchesne's collection is likewise the history in 8 books of the Dukes of Normandy by William, the monk of Jumieges, surnamed Calculus, Wellamy Calculi, Gementensis, Monachi Historia Normanorum, which Camden had printed before from a worse manuscript and less correctly in his Anglica, Normannica, etc. Of this also there is a French translation in Monsieur Guizot's collection, volume 29. It was originally published at Caen, along with William of Poitiers in 1826. Gemetensis, in the earlier part of his work, down to the accession of Duke Richard II, the great-grandfather of William the Conqueror, in 996, is little more and an abridger of the earlier Norman historian Dudo, also in Duchesne, but there are a few facts not elsewhere to be found in the sequel, which brings down the narrative of Norman and English affairs to his own time, and which is farther continued through the reigns of the Conqueror and his two sons, apparently by another hand, for Gemedacensis dedicates his work to the Conqueror, and Ordericus Vitalis expressly states that he finished it with the Battle of Hastings. Florence of Worcester, the earliest of our English chroniclers or annalists, properly so called, who wrote after the Norman Conquest, is commonly held to be the monk Florence of Worcester, whose work, entitled Chronicon ex Chronicus, was printed in quarto at London in 1592 under the care of Lord William Howard, and reprinted in folio at Frankfurt in 1601. Two new editions have recently been published, one by Mr. Petrie in the Monumenta, 1848, the other prepared by Mr. Thorpe for the Historical Society, 2 volumes, 8vo, 1848-49. It extends from the creation to the year 1119, in which the author died, and there is printed along with it a continuation by another writer to the year 1141. It is for the greater part a transcript from the notices of English affairs contained in the General History or Chronology, which bears the name of Marianus Scotus, intermixed with a nearly complete transcript of Asser's Life of King Alfred, and enlarged in the times not treated of in that work by ample translations from the National Chronicle. The Chronicle of Scotus, said to have been of English birth and descended from a relation of Bede, was a favorite book in our monasteries in the Middle Ages. There was hardly one in the kingdom, says Bishop Nicholson, that wanted a copy of it, and some had several. Besides the numerous transcripts, which vary greatly, it has been more than once printed, but never, we believe, in a complete form. Speaking of Florence of Worcester's compilation, the writer of the article in the Quarterly Review, to which we have more than once referred, observes, "Some notices are extracted from Bede, the facts of which the original sources cannot be ascertained are very few, but important, and occur principally in the early part of the history. They are generally of that class which we may suppose to have been derived from the Saxon genealogies. Though the great mass of information afforded by Florence is extant in the Saxon Chronicle, still his work is extremely valuable. He understood the ancient Saxon language well, better perhaps than any of his contemporaries, and he has furnished us with an accurate translation from a text which seems to have been the best of its kind." The principal value of Florence's performance, in fact, consists in its serving as a key to the Chronicle. One of the volumes of Bond's library contains a translation by Mr. Forester of Florence of Worcester, and also of 2 anonymous continuations of his work, one of which, extending to the year 1141, is accounted of great value. This is not given in the Monumenta, but it is in the other editions. Both Florence and his continuators appear also in the first part of the second volume of the Church Historians of England, 1853, in part translated by Mr. Stevenson. Matthew of Westminster, the Quarterly Reviewer, however, is inclined to think that Florence was preceded by another writer, the author of the compilation entitled Floris Historiarum, usually ascribed to Matthew of Westminster, who appears to be a fictitious personage. This English history, which has been brought down by other unknown writers to the year 1307, or to the end of the reign of Edward I, is based upon another general chronicle, similar to that of Marianus Scotus, with the addition of much matter derived apparently from ancient English sources, some of which are unknown. The writer in the Quarterly Review, who prefers giving the author the name of Florilegus, thinks it probable that his work supplied Florence with certain passages which are not found in the National Chronicle. Florilegus, he observes, has retained and quoted a sufficient number of Anglo-Saxonisms and of Anglo-Saxon phrases to show that he was in possession of Saxon materials which he consulted to the best of his ability. He has not used them with the fidelity of Florence of Worcester, for his knowledge of the Anglo-Saxon language was imperfect, but still he is not guilty of any intentional falsification, and therefore when he relates probable facts, it is fair to conclude that he is equally veracious, although the Saxon original of his chronicle be not extant. The work under the title of Mattii Westmonasteriensis Floris Historiarum Praecipue de Rebus Britannicus ab exordio mundi usque ad A.D. 1307, was first published by Archbishop Parker in folio at London in 1567 and again in 1570, and was reprinted in folio at Frankfurt in 1601, along with Florence of Worcester. There is an English translation of it by Mr. C.D. Young, making 2 volumes of Bond's Library, 1853. William of Malmesbury. The first, in point of merit and eminence, of our Latin historians of this period is William of Malmesbury, so designated as having been a monk of that great monastery, although his proper surname is said to have been Somerset. He was probably born about the time of the Norman Conquest, and though of English birth, he intimates that he was of Norman descent by one parent, putting in a claim on that ground to be accounted an impartial witness or judge between the 2 races. Malmesbury's English history consists of 2 parts, or rather distinct works. The first, entitled Gesta Regum Anglorum, in 5 books extending from the arrival of the Angles and Saxons to the year 1120. The second, entitled Historia Novella, in 3 books bringing the narrative down to 1142. It has been commonly supposed that the author died in that or the following year, but there is no evidence that he did not live to a later date. A portion of the Gesta was printed as the work of an unknown author in Comeline's volume of British Writers in 1587. Both the Gesta and the Historia Novella are in Savile's collection, 1596 and 1601, and a new and much more correct edition of the 2 by Mr. Thomas Duffus Hardy in 2 volumes, 8vo, London, 1840, forms one of the publications of the Historical Society. There's a very good English translation of William of Malmesbury by the Reverend John Sharp, Quarto, London, 1815, and another, professing to be based upon it, by Dr. Giles, makes one of the volumes of Bond's Library, 1847. Malmesbury, although there is an interval of nearly 500 years between them, stands next in the order of time after Bede in the series of our historical writers properly so called, as distinguished from mere compilers and diarists. His histories are throughout original works, and in their degree artistic compositions. He has evidently taken great pains with the manner as well as with the matter of them, but he also evinces throughout a love of truth as the first quality of historical writing, and far more of critical faculty in separating the probable from the improbable than any other of his monkish brethren of that age who have set up for historians, notwithstanding his fondness for prodigies and ecclesiastical miracles, in which, of course, he had the ready and all-digestive belief which was universal in his time. Of course, too, he had his partialities in the politics of his own day, and his account of the contest between Matilda and Stephen may be compared with that of the author of the Gesta Stephani by those who would study both sides of the question. Both his histories are inscribed in very encomiastic dedications to Robert, Earl of Gloucester, Matilda's famous champion. Savile's collection also contains another work of Malmesbury's, his Lives of the Bishops of England, De Gestis Pontificum Anglorum, in 4 books, and a Life of St. Andhelm, Bishop of Sherborne. Assumed to be a 5th book of this work, was afterwards published by Gale in his Scriptores 15, Oxonienses 1691, and the same year by Henry Wharton in the 2nd volume of his Anglia Sacra. Gale's volume contains, besides, a history of the monastery of Glastonbury by Malmesbury, De Antiquitate Glastonniensis Ecclesiae, and Wharton's contains his Life of St. Wulstan. Others of his treatises still remain in manuscript. Eadmer, the modern history or history of his own time, Historia Norvorum Sive Sui Seculi, by his contemporary Eadmer, the monk of Canterbury, is noticed by Malmesbury in the prologue or preface to the 1st book of his Gesta, as a lucubration written with a sober festivity of style, sobria sermonis festivitate e lucubratum opus. It was first published folio, London, 1623, with learned annotations by Selden, who holds that in style Eadmer equals Malmesbury, and in the value of his matter excels him. It is also added with the other writings of Eadmer as a supplement to the works of Archbishop Anselm, both in Gerberon's edition, folio, Paris, 1675, and in that of the Benedictines, folio, Paris, 1721. Eadmer's history is distributed into 6 books and comprehends the reigns of the Conqueror and Rufus, and the first 22 years of Henry I, that is, from AD 1066 to 1122. One distinction belonging to Eadmer's narrative is the nearly entire absence of miracles. He probably considered it improper to introduce such high matter into a composition which did not profess to be of a sacred or spiritual nature. Much of his work, however, is occupied with ecclesiastical transactions, which indeed formed almost the entire home politics, and no small part of the foreign politics also of that age. He has in particular entered largely into the great controversy between the crown and the pope about investiture, and one of the most curious parts of his history is a long and detailed account which he gives of his own appointment to the bishopric of St. Andrews in Scotland, and his contest about his consecration with the stout Scottish king Alexander I. Malbillon has published a life of St. Wilfrid by Eadmer in the Acta Sanctorum Benedictinorum, Siculo III, Part 1, and other tracts by him are in the Anglia Sacra. Turgot and Simeon of Durham, John of Hexham, and Richard of Hexham. Eadmer's immediate predecessor in the see of St. Andrews was Turgot, who had been a monk of Durham before he was elevated to the primacy of Scotland in 1109. Perhaps the most interesting composition that we have from the pen of Turgot is a life of Malcolm Canmore's queen, Margaret, the sister of Edgar Atheling, whose confessor he was. It was drawn up at the request of her daughter Maud, wife of King Henry I, and is printed in the Acta Sanctorum of the Bollandists. Selden, in his learned preface to the Decem Scriptores, has advanced strong reasons for believing that the history of the Church of Durham, which passes under the name of Simeon Dunelmensis, and which that monk appears to have published as his own, was really written by Turgot, but this view has been disputed in a disquisition by Thomas Reid, which accompanies an edition of the history published at London in an octavo volume in 1732 by the Reverend Thomas Bedford. It is in 4 books and extends over the time from A.D. 635 to 1095. This history, along with a continuation to A.D. 1154 and a history of St. Cuthbert, an epistle respecting the archbishops of York, a tract on the siege of Durham by the Scots in 969, and a history of English affairs entitled De Regibus Anglorum et Dacorum from A.D. 616 to 1129, which, for anything that is known, are really by Simeon, are all in Dwisden's collection, and the English history to A.D. 957 is in the Monumenta. The latter, which is in the form of Compendious Annals, is continued to 1154 by John, prior of Hexham, Johannes Hargustaldensis, whose chronicle is likewise in Drisden, as are also 2 books of lives of the bishops of Hexham, and an historical fragment on the reign of Stephen from 1135 to 1139, including a narrative of the Battle of the Standard by his successor, Prior Richard, together with a short poem in rhyming Latin verses on that battle by Serlo, a monk of Fountain Abbey in Yorkshire. End of Section 10. Section 11 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 2, Part 5. Aelred. But the best account we have of the Battle of the Standard is that of Aelred, abbot of Reavolt in Yorkshire. Aelredi Albatus Reavalensis Historia de Bella Standardii, also printed among the Scriptores 10, along with an epistle on the genealogy of the English kings, a life of Edward the Confessor, and a singular relation entitled De Quandam Miraculo Mirabili, all by the same writer. Aelred, Ealred, Elred, Alured, Adelred, Ethelred, or Valred, who is supposed to have died about 1166, and who is one of the saints of the Roman calendar. His day is the 12th of January, spent his life in studious retirement, and is the author of many other treatises, some printed in various collections, some still remaining in manuscript. But those that have been mentioned are the only ones that relate to English history. He often writes with considerable animation, and a decided gift of popular eloquence may be discerned in his fluent, though not very classical Latin. Geoffrey of Monmouth, Alfred of Beverley. The famous British history of Geoffrey of Monmouth was printed at Paris in quarto in 1508 and again in 1509, and it is also contained in Comeline's collection folio, Heidelberg, 1587. It professes to be, and, as already intimated, in all probability is, in the main, a translation from a Welsh chronicle given to Geoffrey by his friend Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, a different person from Walter Mapes, the poet, though they have been usually confounded, who had procured the manuscript in Brittany. It contains in 9 books the history of the Britons, or Welsh, from the era of their leader Brutus, the great-grandson of the Trojan Aeneas, to the death in 688 of their king Cadwallo, or Cadwallader, the same personage called by the English historians Caedwall or Caedwalla, and represented by them as King of Wessex. Geoffrey, Archdeacon of Monmouth, and afterwards Bishop of St. Asaph, is a clever and agreeable writer, and his Latin is much more scholarly than that of the generality of the monkish chroniclers of his time. His work, whatever may be thought of its historical value, has at least the merit of having preserved the old legends and traditions of the race, who were driven out by the Angles and Saxons in a more complete and consistent form than we have them elsewhere. But the outline of the same story in all its parts, from the Trojan descent to the wars of Arthur, is found in Nennius, who lived and wrote certainly not later than the middle of the 9th century, or nearly 3 centuries before Geoffrey. The Archdeacon of Monmouth, therefore, was at any rate not the inventor of the fables, if they be such, to which his name has been generally attached. At the most he can only be suspected of having sometimes expanded and embellished them. But if not the creator of Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, Geoffrey was their reviver from almost universal oblivion to sudden and universal notoriety. His book, published probably about 1128, and dedicated to the same Earl of Gloucester, whom Malmesbury chose for his patron, obtained immediately the most wonderful currency and acceptance, and from the date of its appearance we find a new inspiration derived from its pages, pervading the popular literature of Europe. Most of the subsequent Latin chroniclers also adopt more or less of his new version of our early history. An English translation of Geoffrey of Monmouth by Aaron Thompson, originally published in an octavo volume at London in 1718, was reprinted in 1842 as revised by J. A. Giles, LL.D., and it is included by Dr. Giles in his volume entitled 6 Old English Chronicles, Bonn, 1848. A detailed analysis of Geoffrey's work is given by the late George Ellis in his Specimens of Early English Metrical Romances. The Compendium of Alfred, Alred, or Alured, Canon of the Collegiate Church of St. John at Beverley in Yorkshire, published by Hearn in octavo at Oxford in 1716, under the title of Aluredi, Beverlacensis Annales, Sive Historia de Gentis Regum Britanniae, Libris 9, comes down to the year 1129, but is in the first 5 books, making half the work, which consists only of 152 pages altogether, a mere abridgment of Geoffrey of Monmouth. Alured, in fact, though he does not expressly name the Archdeacon, sets out with stating that his design simply is to epitomize the new history of the Britons, which everybody was so eager to read, and of which he had himself for some time in vain sought to procure a copy, a fact which is strangely suppressed both by Hearn and by Dr. Campbell in the Biographia Britannica, in their attempts to show that Alured did not copy Geoffrey, but Geoffrey him. Geoffrey's very expressions are sometimes adopted by Alured. What the latter has added in the continuation of the history down to his own time contains scarcely anything not to be found elsewhere. The period from the Norman Conquest, extending over 62 years, which may probably have been about that of his own life, is all comprised in the last book, filling 27 pages. Giraldus Cambrensis, another learned Welshman who makes a principal figure among our historical writers of the 12th century, is of somewhat later date than his countryman Geoffrey of Monmouth. Geoffrey died in 1154. Giraldus, whose proper Welsh name was Gerald Barry, appears to have been born about 1146. His Itinerary and Description of Wales, the first book, Itinerarium Cumbriae and Descriptio Cambriae, were published with learned annotations by Dr. David Powell in a 12º volume at London in 1685. Both are included in Camden's Angelica Normannica, etc., together with his Topography and Conquest of Ireland, Topographia Hiberniae, and Expugnatio Hiberniae, there published for the first time, and a second book of the Description of Wales, various biographies of English bishops, an account of his own life entitled De Rebus a Sergestis, in 3 books, together with 2 separate catalogues of his works drawn up by himself, a treatise concerning the church of Saint Asaph, De Jure et Statu Menavensis Ecclesiae Distinctionis 7, and 2 or 3 other short pieces are in the second volume of Warton's Anglia Sacra. An English translation of the Itinerary and of both parts of the Description of Wales, profusely illuminated with engravings as well as with annotations and commentary, was published by Sir Richard Colt Hoare, Baronet, in 2 volumes, 4to, London, 1806, under the title of The Itinerary of Archbishop Baldwin through Wales, A.D. 1187, by Giraldus de Barry, and forms one of the most magnificent productions of the modern English press. Many other writings, however, both in prose and verse, are attributed to him, which are either lost, if they ever existed, or remain in manuscript, with the exception of a treatise called by himself Gemma Ecclesiastica, which is said to have been printed at Mentz without his name in 1549 under the title of Gemma Animi. Giraldus, though his style abounds in the conceits and false ornaments which constituted the eloquence of his time, is a very lively writer, and he shows a genius both for narrative and description, to which nothing is wanting except the influences of a happier age. In literary ardor and industry at least, he has not often been surpassed. He deserves particular regard, says Warton, for the universality of his works, many of which are written with some degree of elegance. He abounds with quotations of the best Latin poets. He was an historian, an antiquary, a topographer, a divine, a philosopher, and a poet. His love of science was so great that he refused 2 bishoprics, and from the midst of public business, with which his political talents gave him a considerable connection in the court of Richard I, he retired to Lincoln for 7 years with a design of pursuing theological studies. The fancy of Giraldus, however, it must be confessed, was more vigorous than either his judgment or his veracity, and much of the matter in his historical works would have suited poetry better than history. Henry of Huntingdon. Malmesbury's 2 histories are followed in Savile's collection by the 8 books of that of Henry, Archdeacon of Huntingdon, extending from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the accession of Henry II, A.D. 1154. The work has not been elsewhere printed in full, but a very superior text of the first 6 books, with the exception of the 3rd, which is only an abridgment of Bede, is given by Mr. Petrie in the Monumenta, 1848. Henry of Huntingdon first distinguished himself as a poet, and is said by Leland to have, in the earlier part of his life, written 8 books of Latin epigrams, and 8 more of love verses, besides a long didactic poem on herbs, another on spices, and a 3rd on precious stones. His history, which he composed in his more advanced years, is interspersed with a good deal of verse, most of it professing to be quoted, but some of it confessedly his own. Savile describes him as in respect of historical merit, although separated by a long interval from Malmesbury, yet making as near an approach to him as any other writer of the time, and as deserving to be placed in the first rank of the most diligent explorers and most truthful expounders of the times preceding their own. He is indeed more of an antiquary than an historian. His work, in so far as it is a history of his own time, is of little importance. The writer in the Quarterly Review, however, remarks that it is a more ambitious attempt than had been made by such mere annalists as the Saxon chroniclers on the one hand, or such compilers as Florence of Worcester and Simeon of Durham on the other. Abandoning the simple plan of his predecessors, he divided his history into books, treating distinctly upon each of the kingdoms of the Heptarchy until their union under Edgar. Huntingdon states that, taking Bede as his basis, he He added much from other sources, and borrowed from the chronicles which he found in ancient libraries. His descriptions of battles are often more diffuse than in the Anglo-Saxon chronicles. It has been supposed that because these scenes and pictures are not warranted by the existing text, they are mere historical amplifications, but we find no difficulty in believing that the researches of a writer who was considered as a most learned antiquarian should have enabled him to discover a chronicle lost to us, and which contained more fragments of poetry or poetical prose than the chronicles which have been preserved. The second volume of Warton's Anglia Sacra contains a long letter from Henry of Huntingdon to his friend Walter, Abbot of Ramsey, de Episcopus Sui Temporis, which is full of interesting notices and anecdotes of the kings, prelates, and other distinguished personages of his time. Both the history and this letter are translated by Mr. Forster in one of the volumes of Bond's Antiquarian Library, 1853. Roger de Havedon, the next work printed in Saville's collection, and his edition is again our only one, is the copious chronicle of Roger de Havedon, probably so designated from having been a native of Havedon or Howden in Yorkshire. It fills 430 pages, or not much less than half the volume. Havedon takes up the narrative at the year 732, where the history of Bede, a north country man like himself, ends, and brings it down to 1202. His account is particularly full throughout the reigns of Henry II and Richard I, and the commencement of that of John, making together what may be called his own half-century, the greater portion, indeed, of the 340 pages, of which this second or latter part of his Annals, Annalium pars posterior, consists, is occupied by letters of kings, popes, and prelates, and other public documents, but it contains also an extraordinary number of minute historical details. Havedon is of all our old chroniclers the most of a matter-of-fact man. He indulges occasionally in an epithet, rarely or never in a reflection. His one notion of writing history seems to be to pack as many particulars as possible into a given space, giving one the notion in perusing his close array of dates and items that he had felt continually pressed by the necessity of economizing his paper or parchment. It is true that he has no notion of the higher economy of discrimination and selection, but among the multitude of facts of all kinds that crowd his pages are many that are really curious and illustrative. A translation of Roger de Havedon by Mr. Henry T. Riley makes 2 of the volumes of Bond's Antiquarian Library, 1853. William of Newburgh, in Latin Julimus Newburgensis, so called from the monastery of Newburgh in Yorkshire, to which he belonged, although his proper name is said to have been Little, whence he sometimes designates himself Petit or Parvus, has had the luck to have the first 5 books of his English history from the Conquest of the year 1197 repeatedly printed. First in 12mo at Antwerp in 1597, a second time with notes by J. Picard in 8vo at Paris in 1610, again under the care of the industrious Thomas Hearne in 3 volumes 8vo at Oxford in 1719, and still once more as edited for the Historical Society by Mr. H. C. Hamilton in 2 volumes in 1856. It is also in the collection of Jerome Commelinus. The work of Newburgensis is much more what we now understand by a history than those of either Havedon or Huntingdon. In the superior purity of its Latinity, it ranks with that of Malmesbury, and it has the same comparatively artistic character in other respects. But his merit lies rather in his manner than in his matter. He has disposed the chief events of the times of which he treats into a regular and readable narrative, but has not contributed many new facts. He is famous as having been, so far as is known, the first writer after Geoffrey of Monmouth who refused to adopt the story of the Trojan descent of the old Britons, and the other figments, as he calls them, of the Welsh historians, which moreover he accuses Geoffrey of having made still more absurd and monstrous by his own impudent and impertinent lies. Whether he knew enough of the original chronicle which Geoffrey professed to translate, or of the language in which it was written, to be entitled to express an opinion upon this latter point does not appear. The Welsh maintained that he had a personal spite at their whole nation. This William, says Dr. Powell, put in for the bishopric of St. Asaph upon the death of the said Geoffrey, and being disappointed, fell into a mad humour of decrying the whole principality of Wales, its history, antiquity, and all that belongs to it. It must be admitted, too, that if not guilty of the same dishonesty and forgery which he imputes to Geoffrey, William of Newburgh is himself, in credulity at least, a match for the most fabulous of our old chroniclers. Benedictus Abbas, Ralph de Cato, Gervase of Canterbury. One of the most valuable of our chronicles of the 12th century is that of the Abbot Benedict, embracing the space from A.D. 1170 to 1192, which was published by Hearn in 2 volumes, 8vo, at Oxford in 1735, under the title of Benedictus Abbas Petroburgensis de Vita et Rebus Gestis Henrici II et Ricardi I. Benedict, though a partisan of Becket and one of his biographers, was so highly esteemed by Henry II, who had both the eye to discern and the magnanimity to appreciate merit and ability wherever they were to be found, that he was by his direction elected abbot of Peterborough in 1177, and in 1191, after Richard had come to the throne, he was advanced to be keeper of the Great Seal, in which high office he died in 1193. Ralph de Cato, Archdeacon of London, who probably died soon after the commencement of the 13th century, is the author of 2 chronicles, the first entitled Abbreviationes Chronicorum, and extending from A.D. 589 to 1148, the second continuing the narrative upon a larger scale to A.D. 1199. Both are published in the collection of the Scriptores 10, where they occupy together not quite 300 columns. They are followed by a brief outline of the controversy between King Henry and Becket, Series causae inter Henricum, regem et Thomam archiepiscopum, which may also perhaps have been drawn up by De Cato, a compendium of the early British history from Brutus to the death of Cadwallader, after Geoffrey of Monmouth, by this writer. Historia Compendiosa de Regibus Britonum is given in his collection entitled Scriptores 15 by Gale, who says that he had seen a better manuscript of the Abbreviationes Chronicorum than that used by Twisden. He adds a short tract of 2 or 3 pages from a manuscript in the Arundel collection, now in the British Museum, entitled De Partitione Provinciae in Sciris et Episcopatus et Regna, which he entitles as by De Cato, although in his preface he describes it as by an unknown writer. There is a short history of the Archbishops of Canterbury to the year 1200 by this De Cato in the 2nd volume of Wharton's Anglia Sacra. Bishop Nicholson complains of it as not only of little value from its brevity, but as stuffed with matters foreign to the purpose. The Chronicle of Gervase of Canterbury, Gervasii Monachi Dorobernensis Sive Cantuarensis Chronica, from the accession of Henry I in A.D. 1100 or 1122, as he reckons, secundum Evangelium, to the end of the reign of Richard I, and of the century, is published in the collection of the Scriptores 10, collection 1338 to 1628, together with 3 shorter pieces by the same writer. The first, an account of the burning, A.D. 1174, and subsequent restoration of Canterbury Cathedral, Tractatus de Combustione et Reparatione Dorobernensis Ecclesiae. The second, on the contest between the monks of Canterbury and Archbishop Baldwin, Imaginationes de Discordiis inter Monachus Cantuariensis et Archiepiscopum Baldwinum. The third, a history of the Archbishops of Canterbury, Actus Pontificum Cantuariensis Ecclesiae, from Augustine to Hubert Walter, who died in 1205, and whom Gervase probably did not long survive. Leland, who gives this writer a high character for his diligent study and accurate and extensive knowledge of the national antiquities, speaks of his history as commencing with the earliest British times and including the whole of the Saxon period. Tum Britannorum ab origine historiam tum Saxonum et Normanorum fortia facta deduxit. He takes great pains in the portion we have of it to present a correct and distinct chronology, but it is principally occupied with ecclesiastical affairs. Vinsauf, Richard of Devices, Jocelyn de Bracolanda. An account of the expedition of Richard Coeur-de-Lion to the Holy Land in 6 books by Geoffrey Vinsauf has been published under the title Itinerarium Regis Anglorium. Ricardi et aliorum in Taurum Hierosolimorum, by Gale in his Scriptoris Quinque, pages 245 to 429. A portion of the same work had been previously printed by Bungarsius in his Gesta Dei per Francos, 1611, as a fragment of the history of Jerusalem, Hierosolimitanae Historiae Fragmentum, from A.D. 1171 to 1190, by an unknown writer, probably an Englishman. There is a translation of the whole in the volume of Bond's Antiquarian Library, entitled Chronicles of the Crusaders. Geoffrey or Walter Vinsauf, or Vinisauf, or Vinesauf in Latin, de Vino Salvo, was an Englishman by birth, although of Norman parentage, and accompanied Richard on his crusade. His prose is spirited and eloquent, and he was also one of the best Latin poets of his day. His principal poetical work, entitled De Nova Poetria, on the new poetry, has been several times printed. It is dedicated, Warton observes, to Pope Innocent III, and its intention was to recommend and illustrate the new and legitimate mode of versification, which had lately begun to flourish in Europe, in opposition to the leonine or barbarous species. This work, published soon after the death of King Richard, contains an elaborate lamentation over that event, which is quoted in what is called Brompton's Chronicle, written in the reign of Edward III, and, as both Camden and Selden have noted, is referred to by Chaucer in his Canterbury Tales, although only the latter seems to have understood the delicate ridicule of the allusion. The craft of Gaulfrida, so he names Vinsauf, is also celebrated by the great English poet, apparently with much less irreverence, in his Court of Love, no doubt composed at a much less advanced period of his life. Another valuable contemporary history of the early part of the reign of Richard I, from A.D. 1189 to 1192, comprehending the transactions in England as well as abroad, the Chronicle of Richard of Devizes, has been printed for the first time by the Historical Society. Chronicon Ricardi de Viensis, de Rebus Gestis, Ricardi Primi Regis Angliae, nunc primum typus mandatum curante Josepho Stevenson, octavo, London, 1838. De Vicensis appears to have written before either Decay or Hobden, and his work forms therefore an authority additional to and quite independent of theirs. Finally, we ought not to omit to mention the singularly curious chronicle of Jocelyn de Bracolanda, printed a few years ago by the Camden Society, Chronica Jocelini de Bracolanda de Rebus Gestis Samsonis Abbatis Monasterii Sancti Amundi, nunc primum typus mandata curante Johanna Gaggia Rocawoda, quarto, London, 1840, which, although professing to record only the acts of Abbot Sampson and the history of the monastery of St. Edmundsbury, includes also several notices of the public affairs of the kingdom, as well as lets us see farther into the system of English life and society in that remote time than perhaps any other record that has come down to us. It embraces the space from 1173 to 1202, comprehending the last 16 years of the reign of Henry II, the whole of that of Richard I, and the first 3 years of that of John. And it contains repeated personal notices of all these three kings. Bracolanda's Chronicle has been translated by Mr. T. E. Tomlins, octavo, London, 1840, and Mr. Carlyle's brilliant resuscitation of the old abbot and his century in his Past and Present, 1843, lives in the memory of most readers of modern English books. Monastic registers. Among the contemporary historical monuments of this age are also to be reckoned parts at least of several of the monastic registers, compiled by a succession of writers, which have been published, such as that of Melrose, extending from A.D. 735 to 1270, in Fulman, 1684, and much more carefully edited by Mr. Stevenson for the Bannatyne Club, quarto, 1835, that of Margin, from 1066 to 1232, in Gale, 1687, that of Waverley, from 1066 to 1291, in the same collection, those of Ramsay and Ely, both, as far as printed, coming down to the Conquest, the former in Gale, 1691, the latter in the same collection, and also in part in the second seculum of Mabillon's Acta Sanctorum Benedictinorum, that of Ely by the priors Thomas and Richard, from A.D. 156 to 1169, in Warton's Anglia Sacra, those of Holyrood from A.D. 596 to 1163, and of Abingdon from 870 to 1131, and the History of the Bishops and Church of Durham from AD 633 to 1214, all in the same collection. A new and much improved edition of that of Holyrood was brought out in 1828 for the Bannatyne Club by the late Mr. R. Pitcairn. To these may be added some of the tracts relating to the great monastery of Peterborough in Sparks' collection, and several lives of prelates by Malmesbury, Gosselin of Canterbury, Osborne, John of Salisbury, Eadmer, etc., in Wharton. The Annals of the Monastery of Burton in Staffordshire from AD 1004 to 1263, and the continuation of the History of England from 1149 to 1470, both in Fulman, appear to be throughout compilations of a later date. The venerable collection of ancient monuments relating to the Church of Rochester in the Kingdom of Kent, entitled the Textus Rufensis, which was published by Hearn in octavo at Oxford in 1720, was drawn up by Bishop Ingulphus, who presided over the see of Rochester from AD 1115 till his death in 1124, and Hemmings Chartulary of the Church of Worcester, Hemengi Chartularium Ecclesiae Wigorniensis, published by Hearn in 2 volumes, octavo in 1723, is of still earlier date, having been compiled in the reign of the Conqueror. Law treatises, Doomsday Book, public rolls and registers. We may close the account of the numerous historical writings of the first century and a half after the Conquest by merely noticing that to the same period belonged the earliest work on the common law of England, the Tractatus de Legibus et Consuetudinibus Angliae, commonly ascribed to the chief justiciary Ranulf de Glanville, which was first printed in quarto at London in 1673, and of which there is an English translation with notes by Mr. John Beames, octavo, London, 1812. The Liber Niger, or Black Book of the Exchequer, supposed to have been compiled by Gervase of Tilbury, Gervasius Tilburiensis, who, according to some authorities, was a nephew of King Henry II, of which there is an edition by Hearn, 2 volumes, octavo, Oxford, 1728, reprinted at London in 1771, and the Dialogus de Scacario, or Dialogue respecting the Exchequer, probably written by Richard Fitz-Nigel or Fitz-Neal, Bishop of London, from AD 1189 to 1198, which is printed at the end of Maddox's History of the Exchequer, quarto, London, 1711, and again 2 volumes, quarto, 1769, and of which there is an English translation, quarto, London, 1756. Along with these textbooks of English law may be noticed the Book of the Laws and Legal Usages of the Duchy of Normandy, called the Coutumes de Normandie, of which there are editions of 1681, 1684, 1694, and 1709, all printed at Rouen, and each in 2 volumes folio. It hardly belongs to our subject to mention the most venerable of all national registers, the Doomsday Book of the Conqueror, printed at London in 1783 in 2 volumes folio under the title of Doomsday Book, Sur Liber Censualis Wilhelmi Primi Regis Angliae inter Archivos Regni in Domo Capitulari West Monasterii Conservatus. The indices printed in 1811, and the additional volume printed in 1816, containing the Exon Doomsday, the Inquisitio Eliensis, the Book of Winchester, and the Bolden Book, the public documents appertaining to the present period in the statutes of the realm, the Foedera, the calendar of patent rolls in the Tower, the calendar of rolls, charters, and inquisitions ad quod Daninum and Placitorum Abbreviatio, the Rotuli Letterarum Patentium, the Rotuli Literarum Clausarum, the great rolls of the pipe of the 31st of Henry I, and of the 3rd of John, the Rotuli Normaniae, the Rotuli de Laplatus et Finibus, the Finis in Curia Domini Regis, the Rotuli Curiae Regis, the Charter Rolls of John, the Ancient Laws and Institutes of England, from Ethelbert to Henry I, and perhaps 1 or 2 other publications of the late Record Commission, the Conchilia of Spelman and of Wilkins, etc. End of section 11. Section 12 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK, Chapter 2, Part 6. The French Language in England. It is commonly asserted that for some reigns after the Norman Conquest, the exclusive language of government and legislation in England was the French, that all pleadings, at least in the supreme courts, were carried on in that language, and that in it all deeds were drawn up and all laws promulgated. This popular notion, observes a learned living writer, cannot be easily supported. Before the reign of Henry III, we cannot discover a deed or law drawn or composed in French. Instead of prohibiting the English language, it was employed by the Conqueror and his successors in their charters until the reign of Henry II, when it was superseded not by the French but by the Latin language, which had been gradually gaining, or rather regaining, ground. For the charters anterior to Alfred are invariably in Latin. So far was the Conqueror from showing any aversion to the English language, or making any such attempt as is ascribed to him to effect its abolition, that, according to Ordericus Vitalis, when he first came over, he strenuously applied himself to learn it, for the special purpose of understanding, without the aid of an interpreter, the causes that were pleaded before him, and persevered in that endeavor till the tumult of many other occupations, in what the historian calls durior aetas, a more iron time, of necessity compelled him to give it up. The common statement rests on the more than suspicious authority of the history attributed to Ingulphus, the fabricator of which, in his loose and ignorant account of the matter, has set down this falsehood along with some other things that are true or probable. Even before the Conquest, the confessor himself, according to this writer, though a native of England, yet from his education and long residence in Normandy, had become almost a Frenchman, and when he succeeded to the English throne, he brought over with him great numbers of Normans, whom he advanced to the highest dignities in the church and the state. Wherefore, it is added, the whole land began, under the influence of the king and the other Normans introduced by him, to lay aside the English customs, and to imitate the manners of the French in many things. For example, all the nobility in their courts began to speak French as a great piece of gentility, to draw up their charters and other writings after the French fashion, and to grow ashamed of their old national habits in these and many other particulars. Further on, we are told, they, the Normans, held the language of the natives in such abhorrence that the laws of the land and the statutes of the English kings were drawn out in the Gallic or French tongue, and to boys in the schools the elements of grammar were taught in French and not in English. Even the English manner of writing was dropped, and the French manner introduced in all charters and books. The facts are more correctly given by other old writers who, although not contemporary with the Conquest, are probably of as early a date as the compiler of the Croyland history. The Dominican friar Robert Holcott, writing in the earlier part of the 14th century, informs us that there was then no institution of children in the Old English, that the first language they learned was the French, and that through that tongue they were afterwards taught Latin, and he adds that this was a practice which had been introduced at the Conquest, and which had continued ever since. About the middle of the same century, Ranulph Higden, in his Polychronicon, says, as the passage is translated by Trevisa, this impairing of the birth of the tongue is by cause of Tweya Thingus. Un is for children in Schola, against the usage and manner of all other nations, Beth be compelled for to leave her their own language, and for to construe her lassoons and her thingus of Frencha, and haveth Sitha have since that the Normans come first into England. Also gentlemen as children be taught for to speak Frencha, from the time that thy Beth rocked in her cradle, and cunneth can speak and play with a childis bruca, and a blondish rustic men will liken themselves to gentlemen, and fondeth or fond with great business for to speak French, for to be the more told of. The teachers in the schools, in fact, were generally, if not universally, ecclesiastics, and the Conquest had Normanized the church quite as much as the state. Immediately after that revolution, Great numbers of foreigners were brought over, both to serve in the parochial cures and to fill the monasteries that now began to multiply so rapidly. These churchmen must have been in constant intercourse with the people of all classes, in various capacities, not only as teachers of youth, but as the instructors of their parishioners from the altar, and as holding daily and hourly intercourse with them in all the relations that subsist between pastor and flock. They probably in this way diffused their own tongue throughout the land of their adoption to a greater extent than is commonly suspected. We shall have occasion as we proceed to mention some facts which would seem to imply that in the 12th century the French language was very generally familiar to the middle classes in England, at least in the great towns. It was at any rate the only language spoken for some ages after the Conquest by our kings, and not only by nearly all the nobility, but by a large proportion even of the inferior landed proprietors, most of whom also were of Norman birth or descent. Ritson, in his rambling, incoherent dissertation on romance and minstrelsy, prefixed to his ancient English metrical romances, has collected, but not in the most satisfactory manner, some of the evidence we have as to the speech of the first Norman kings. He does not notice what Ordericus Vitalis tells us of the Conqueror's meritorious attempt, which does not seem, however, to have been more successful than such experiments on the part of grown-up gentlemen usually are, so that he may be allowed to be correct enough in the assertion with which he sets out, that we have no information that William the Bastard, his son Rufus, his daughter Maud, or his nephew Stephen, did or could speak the Anglo-Saxon or English language. Reference is then made to a story told in what is called Brompton's Chronicle respecting Henry II, which, however, is not very intelligible in all its parts, though Ritson has slurred over the difficulties. As Henry was passing through Wales, the old chronicler relates, on his return from Ireland in the spring of 1172, he found himself on a Sunday at the castle of Cardiff, and stopped there to hear mass, after which, as he was proceeding to mount his horse to be off again, there presented itself before him a somewhat singular apparition, a man with red hair and a round tonsure, lean and tall, attired in a white tunic and barefoot, who, addressing him in the Teutonic tongue, began, "Gode, olde Kinge," and proceeded to deliver a command from Christ, as he said, and his mother, from John the Baptist and Peter, that he should suffer no traffic or servile works to be done throughout his dominions on the Sabbath day, except only such as pertain to the use of food. Which command, if thou observest, concluded the speaker, whatever thou mayest undertake, thou shalt happily accomplish. The king, immediately speaking in French, desired the soldier who held the bridle of his horse to ask the rustic if he had dreamed all this. The soldier made the inquiry as desired in English, and then it is added, the man replied in the same language as before, and addressing the king said, "Whether I have dreamed it or no, mark this day, for unless thou shalt do what I have told thee, and amend thy life, thou shalt within a year's time hear such news as thou shalt mourn to the day of thy death." And having so spoken, the man vanished out of sight. With the calamities which of course ensued to the doomed king, we have here nothing to do. Although the chronicler reports only the 3 commencing words of the prophet's first address in what he calls the Teutonic tongue, there can be no doubt we conceive that the rest, though here translated into Latin, was also delivered in the same Teutonic, by which apparently can only have been meant the vernacular English, or what is commonly called Saxon. The man would not begin his speech in one language and then suddenly break away into another. But if this was the case, Henry, from his reply, would appear to have understood English, though he might not be able to speak it. The 2 languages thus subsisting together were probably both understood by many of those who could only speak one of them. We have another evidence of this in the fact of the soldier, as we have seen, speaking English and also understanding the king's French. It is, we suppose, merely so much affectation or bad rhetoric in the chronicler that makes him vary his phrase for the same thing from the Teutonic tongue, Teutonica lingua, in one place, to English Anglica in another, and immediately after to the former language, lingua priori, for the words which he gives as Teutonic are English words. And when Henry desired the soldier to address the priest in English, and the soldier did so, it must have been because that was the language in which he had addressed the king. King Richard, Ritson proceeds, is never known to have uttered a single English word, unless one may rely on the evidence of Robert Manning for the express words when of Isaac, king of Cyprus. "O Dela," said the king, "this is a fola Britain." The latter expression seems proverbial, whether it alludes to the Welsh or to the Armoricans, because Isaac was neither by birth, though he might be both by folly. Many great nobles of England in this century were utterly ignorant of the English language. As an instance, he mentions the case before noticed by Tyrwhitt of William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely, chancellor and prime minister to Richard I, who, according to a remarkable account in a letter of his contemporary Hugh, Bishop of Coventry, preserved by Hoveden, did not know a word of English. The only fact relating to this subject in connection with John or his reign that Ritson brings forward is the speech which that king's ambassador, as related by Matthew Paris, made to the king of Morocco. Our nation is learned in 3 idioms, that is to say, Latin, French, and English. This would go to support the conclusion that both the French and the Latin languages were at this time not unusually spoken by persons of education in England. The Languedoc and the Languedoil. French, as well as Latin, was at least extensively employed among us in literary composition. The Gauls, the original inhabitants of the country now called France, were a Celtic people, and their speech was a dialect of the same great primitive tongue which probably at one time prevailed over the whole of Western Europe, and is still vernacular in Ireland, in Wales, and among the Highlanders of Scotland. After the country became a Roman province, this ancient language gradually gave place to the Latin, which, however, here as elsewhere, soon became corrupted in the mouths of a population, mixing it with their own barbarous vocables and forms, or at least divesting it of many of its proper characteristics in their rude appropriation of it. But as different depraving or obliterating influences operated in different circumstances, and a variety of kinds of bad Latin were thus produced in the several countries which had been provinces of the empire, so even within the limits of Gaul there grew up 2 such distinct dialects, one in the south, another in the north. All these forms of bastard Latin, wherever they arose, whether in Italy, in Spain, or in Gaul, were known by the common name of Roman, or Romance languages, or the rustic Roman, Romana Rustica, and were by that generic term distinguished from the barbarian tongues, or those that had been spoken by the Celtic, German, and other uncivilized nations before they came into communication with the Romans. From them have sprung what are called the Latin languages of modern Europe, the Italian, the Spanish, and the Portuguese, as well as what we now denominate the French. The Romance, spoken in the south of Gaul, appears to have been originally nearly, if not altogether, identical with that spoken in the northeast of Spain. It had always preserved a close resemblance and affinity to that and the other Romance dialects of Spain and Italy. It is, in fact, to be accounted a nearer relation of the Spanish and Italian than of the modern French. The latter is exclusively the offspring of the Romance of northern Gaul, which, both during its first growth and subsequently, was acted upon by different influences from those which modified the formation of the southern tongue. It is probable that whatever it retained of the Celtic ingredient to begin with was, if not stronger or of larger quantity than what entered into the Romance dialect of the south, at any rate of a somewhat different character. But the peculiar form it eventually assumed may be regarded as having been mainly owing to the foreign pressure to which it was twice afterwards exposed, first by the settlement of the Franks in the north and northeast of Gaul in the 5th century, while the Visigoths and Burgundians had spread themselves over the south, and again by that of the Normans in the northwest in the 10th. What may have been the precise nature or amount of the effect produced upon the Romance tongue of northern Gaul by either or both of these Teutonic occupations of the country, it is not necessary for our present purpose to inquire. It is sufficient to observe that that dialect could not fail to be thereby peculiarly affected, and its natural divergence from the southern Romance materially aided and promoted. The result, in fact, was that the 2 dialects became 2 distinct languages, differing from one another more than any 2 other of the Latin languages did. The Italian, for example, from the Spanish, or the Spanish from the Portuguese, and even more than the Romance of the south of Gaul differed from that either of Italy or of Spain. This southern Romance, it only remains further to be observed, came in course of time to be called the Provençal tongue, but it does not appear to have received this name till, in the beginning of the 12th century, the county of Provence had fallen to the inherited by Raymond Béranger, Count of Catalonia, who thereupon transferred his court to Arles, and made that town the center and chief seat of the literary cultivation which had previously flourished in Barcelona. There had been poetry written in the Romance of southern Gaul before this, but it was not till now that the troubadours, as the authors of that poetry call themselves, rose into much celebrity, and hence it has been maintained with great appearance of reason that what is best or most characteristic about the Provençal poetry is really not of French but of Spanish origin. In that case the first inspiration may probably have been caught from the Arabs. The greater part of Provence soon after passed into the possession of the Counts of Toulouse, and the troubadours flocked to that city, but the glory of the Provençal tongue did not last altogether for much more than a century, and then when it had ceased to be employed in poetry and literature, and had declined into a mere provincial patois. It and the northern French were wont to be severally distinguished by the names of the Languedoc, sometimes called by modern writers the Aquitanian, and the Langue d'Oil, from the words for yes, which were ac in the one, and oil, afterwards oi or we in the other. Dante mentions them by these appellations, and with this explanation in his treatise De Vulgari Eloquio, written in the end of the 13th or beginning of the 14th century, and one of them still gives its name to the great province of Languedoc, where the dialect formerly so called yet subsists as the popular speech, though of course much changed and debased from what it was in the days of its old renown, when it lived on the lips of rank and genius and beauty, and was the favorite vehicle of love and song. The Langue d'Oil, on the other hand, formerly spoken only to the north of the Loire, has grown up into what we now call the French language, and has become, at least for literary purposes and for all the educated classes, the established language of the whole country. Some fond students of the remains of the other dialect have deplored this result as a misfortune to France, which they contend would have had a better modern language and literature if the Langue d'Oc, in the contest between the two, had prevailed over the Langue d'Oil. It is probable, indeed, that accident and political circumstances have had more to do in determining the matter as it has gone than the merits of the case, but in every country as well as in France, in Spain and Italy, in Germany, in England, some other of the old popular dialects than the one that has actually acquired the ascendancy has in like manner had its enthusiastic reclaimers against the unjust fortune which has condemned it to degradation or oblivion. And we may suspect that the partiality which the mind is apt to acquire for whatever it has made the subject of long investigation and study, especially if it be something which has been generally neglected, and perhaps in some instances a morbid sympathy with depression and defeat, which certain historical and philosophical speculators have in common with the readers and writers of sentimental novels, are at the bottom of much of this unavailing and purposeless lamentation. The question is one which we have hardly the means of solving, even if any solution of it which might now be attainable could have any practical effect. The Langue d'Oil is now unalterably established as the French language. The Langue d'Oc is, except as a local patois, irrecoverably dead. Nor are there wanting French archaeologists, quite equal in knowledge of the subject to their opponents, who maintain that in this there is nothing to regret, but the contrary, that the northern Romance tongue was as superior to the southern intrinsically as it has proved in fortune, and that its early literature was of far higher value and promise than the Provençal. Norman Trouveur, Duke Richard I, Thibaut de Vernon, Turgot or Turolde, Chanson de Roland. It is, at any rate, this early literature of the Langue d'Oil which is for us in England of most interest. It is, in fact, in a manner a part of our own. Not only did it spring up and for a long time flourish exclusively among those same wonderful Normans whose greatest and most enduring dominion has been established in this island. The greater part of it appears to have been produced not in France but in England. This was first shown by the late Abbé de la Rue in a series of dissertations published in 1796 and 1797 in the 12th and 13th volumes of the Archæologia, or Transactions of the Society of Antiquaries, and subsequently at more length and with more elaborate research in his work entitled Essai historique sur les bardes, le jongleur et les trouvères normands et anglo-normands. 3 volumes, 8vo, Cannes, 1834. The earliest recorded writer of French verse appears to be Richard I, Duke of Normandy, the natural but only son of William I, and son and successor of Rollo, the great founder of the duchy. Richard, who afterwards acquired for himself the surname of Sans-Peur, the Fearless, was born in 933, was recognized as Duke on the death of his father 10 years after, and died after a glorious reign of more than half a century in 996. Of his poetry, however, nothing remains except the fame preserved in the writings of another Trouvère of the next age. Richard, it may be observed, had been sent by his father to be educated at Bayeux, where the Danish language was still spoken, instead of at Rouen, the capital of the duchy, where even already, only a generation after the arrival of the Normans, they or their children, as well as the native population, spoke only French, and his taste for poetry is said to have been first awakened by the songs of the land of his ancestors. Much of the peculiar character, indeed, of the early northern French poetry betokens a Scandinavian inspiration. With this influence was probably combined that of the old Celtic poetry of Brittany or Armorica, of which the country now called Normandy had been originally a part, and with which it still continued to be intimately connected. In this way may be reconciled the various theories that have been proposed on the subject of the origin of romantic poetry and fiction in Europe, one deducing it from a Scandinavian, another from a Celtic, a third from an Oriental source, and each separately looked at appearing to support itself by facts and considerations of great force. When these several theories were advanced in opposition to one another by ingenious and more or less well-informed speculators of the last century, the distinction between the early language and poetry of the south and those of the north of France had been little attended to, and was very imperfectly understood. Had the love songs of the Provençal troubadours and the lays and tales of the Norman trouvères not been confounded together, it might have been perceived that both the internal and the external evidence concurred in assigning, in great part at least, a Saracenic origin to the former, and a mixed Scandinavian and Armorican parentage to the latter. Another early Norman trouvère, whose name only has been preserved, is Thibaut de Vernon, who was a canon of Rouen in the early part of the 11th century, or in the age intermediate between that of Duke Richard Sans Peur and that of the Conqueror. A collection of 59 old French lives of saints, of which 3 are in verse and the rest in prose, has been attributed to de Vernon, but erroneously, as is shown by M. de la Rue. What he really wrote was a verse life of Saint Vendrille, the Abbe Wandre-Gissilis, which appears to be lost. The renowned minstrel Taillefer, who struck the first blow at the Battle of Hastings, is described by his countryman Wace in the next century as having dashed on horseback among the ranks of the English to meet his glorious death, singing of Charlemagne and Roland de Olivet and the other peers who died at Roncevaux. De Charlemagne et de Roland et d'Olivet et des Vassals qui meurent en Roncevaux. Various pieces of ancient verse have been from time to time produced, claiming to be this Song of Roland, as it is styled by several later chroniclers, and it has been generally assumed that it was a short lyrical strain and a composition of Taillefer's own. Lately, however, much attention has been attracted to a long poem of nearly 300 stanzas, or some 3,000 lines, which was first published by M. Francis Michel from the manuscript in the Bodleian Library under the title of La Chanson de Roland ou de Roncevaux, octavo, Paris, 1837, in which is maintained to be the true old epic, of which a portion was recited by Taillefer on this occasion. The existence of this poem was, we believe, first pointed out in a note to his edition of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, verse 13,741, by Turgot, so many of whose hints and conjectures on such subjects have anticipated or been confirmed by more recent inquiry, and who observes that the romance which in the manuscript has no title may possibly be an older copy of one which is frequently quoted by Du Cange under the title of Le Roman de Roncevaux. The author's name, he adds, is Turgot, as appears from the last line, Si fait le geste que Turgot déclinait. He is not mentioned by any of the writers of French literary history that I have seen. There are, in fact, other manuscripts of the work, but of a later age and exhibiting a modernized text. It appears, however, to have been generally forgotten until it was again mentioned by the late Rev. J. F. Conybeare in announcing in the Gentleman's Magazine for August 1817 his illustrations of the early history of English and French poetry, a work which unfortunately he did not live to publish. That same year, an analysis of the poem was given in the first volume of the Mémoires et Dissertations de la Société Royale des Antiquaires de France by M. de Musset, who at the same time announced an edition of it as in preparation by M. Guyot des Herbiers. This, however, never appeared, any more than an edition which was announced in 1832 as then preparing by M. Bourdillon. Nor, although it was subsequently made the subject of much discussion by M. H. Monin, who published a dissertation upon it in an octavo volume at Paris in 1832, by M. Paulin Paris, by M. Le Roux de Lincy in his Analyse du Roman de Garand le Loherin, 12º, Paris, 1835, and other French poetical antiquaries, was the poem made accessible to the public, till M. Michel was enabled to bring out his edition of it, of which the impression, however, was very limited by the liberality of the French government. But a more sumptuous edition was subsequently produced by the late M. F. Genin, Le Chanson de Roland, Text, Critique, Octavo, Paris, 1850, founded on a further examination conducted with extraordinary care of the original manuscript, which the enthusiastic editor is inclined to believe to be the very copy that had belonged to Taillefer, and illustrated with everything in the way of explanation and disquisition that any student could desire, or that rare ingenuity as well as erudition could supply. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK, Chapter 2, Part 7. Anglo-Norman Poets. King Henry I, his Queens Matilda and Alice. To a King Henry I, surnamed Beauclerk, or the scholar, who was carefully educated under the superintendence of the learned Lanfranc, afterwards Archbishop and Saint, Monsieur de la Rue attributes both an English translation of a collection of Latin Aesopian fables, mentioned in the next age by Marie de France, and rendered by her into French verse, and a short poem in romance entitled Urbanus, or Le Dictier d'Urbain, being a sort of code of the rules of politeness as understood and observed in his day. The evidence, however, is not very conclusive as to either production, and the English fables in particular, now only known from Marie's translation, have been claimed with perhaps more probability for King Alfred, whose name appears instead of that of Henry in some manuscripts of Marie's work. Both Henry's queens, it may be noticed, are recorded to have been, as well as himself, fond of literature and poetry. Monsieur de la Rue refers to the works of Hildebert, Bishop of Le Mans, as containing several pieces of Latin poetry addressed to the first of them, Matildis, or Matilda, the daughter of the Scottish King Malcolm Canmore, and the English Margaret, herself a learned as well as pious princess. But the liveliest picture of this part of Queen Matilda's character is that drawn by William of Malmesbury, who, it will be perceived, however, is no great admirer of some of the tastes which he describes. She had a singular pleasure in hearing the service of God, and on this account was thoughtlessly prodigal towards clerks of melodious voice, addressed them kindly, gave to them liberally, and promised still more abundantly. Her generosity becoming universally known, crowds of scholars, equally famed for verse and for singing, came over, and happy did he account himself who could soothe the ears of the queen by the novelty of his song. Nor on those only did she lavish money, but on all sorts of men, especially foreigners, that through her presence they might proclaim her liberality abroad. For the desire of fame is so rooted in the human mind, that scarcely is any one contented with the precious fruits of a good conscience, but is fondly anxious, if he does anything laudable, to have it generally known. Hence it was generally observed the disposition crept upon the queen to reward all the foreigners she could, while the others were kept in suspense, sometimes with effectual, but often with empty promises. Hence, too, it arose that she fell into the error of prodigal givers, bringing many claims on her tenantry, exposing them to injuries, and taking away their property, by which, obtaining the credit of a liberal benefactress, she little regarded their sarcasms. With all this vanity, however, and love of admiration and applause, if such it is to be called, Matilda is admitted by the historian to have constantly practised the humblest and most self-denying offices of religion. She did not shrink, we are told, either from washing the feet of diseased persons, or even from touching and dressing their sores, and pressing their hands for a long time with devout affection to her lips, and her chief pleasure was in the worship of God. It is a trait of the times to find the same person the chief patroness of piety and of poetry. Henry's second queen also, Adelais or Alice of Louvain, is addressed by several of the Norman and Anglo-Norman trouvères as the special protectress of them and their art. Philippe de Thann, Geoffrey, Abbot of St. Albans. One of those by whom Queen Adelais is thus distinguished is Philippe de Thann, anciently Théon or Ton, who, if the age of Turgot and his Roman de Roncevaux be disputed, may be regarded as the earliest of the trouvères, any of whose works have certainly come down to us. He is the author of two French poems of considerable length, one a treatise on chronological computation entitled Livre d'écriture, the other known as the Bestiary, being a sort of natural history comprising an account of both animal and mineral productions. The latter is dedicated to the English Queen, and was probably written between 1120 and 1130. Both poems are mainly compiled from various Latin originals. We have already mentioned Geoffroy or Geoffrey, also a native of Normandy, who died abbot of the monastery of St. Albans in 1146, and his miracle play of St. Catherine, which is stated by Matthew Paris to have been acted by the boys attending his school at Dunstable about the year 1110, and is generally referred to as the earliest drama upon record in any modern tongue. But in truth we have no information in what language this lost production of Geoffrey was composed. It may have been in French, in English, or in Latin, though it is most probable that it was in the first mentioned tongue. If so, it is by much the most ancient French play of which the name has been preserved. Its claim to stand at the head of modern dramatic literature, however, has been disputed. Perhaps, observes a late learned writer, the plays of Roswitha, a nun of Gandersheim in Lower Saxony, who lived towards the close of the 10th century, afford the earliest specimens of dramatic composition since the decline of the Roman Empire. These plays of Roswitha's appear to have been intended only for reading, and are not known ever to have been acted, but they have been twice published, first by Conrad Celtis in 1501, and again by Leonard Schertzfleisch in 1707. Pilgrimage of St. Brandon, Charlemagne. Another of the poetical protégés or celebrators of Queen Adelais is the unknown author of a poem of between 800 and 900 verses on the pilgrimage of St. Brandon. There were, it appears, in the 6th century 2 Irish ecclesiastics of the name of Brandon or Brendan, both of whom have since been canonized, the day assigned in the calendar to the one being the 29th of November, to the other the 16th of May. It is the latter with whom we have here to do. He has the credit of having been the founder of the Abbey of Clonfert in Galway. But the most memorable passage of his history is his voyage, along with some of his monks, in quest of a more profound seclusion from the world, which was believed in an after age to have conducted him to one of the Fortunate Islands, or one of the Canaries, according to a still later interpretation. He did not find the scheme of so distant a retirement to answer, and he soon returned to Ireland, but M. de la Rue thinks it probable that he drew up a narrative of his adventures for the information of the European public of that day, out of which there grew in course of time the legend which bears the name of his voyage to the terrestrial paradise, and which is as full of marvels and miracles as that of Ulysses, or any of those of Sinbad the sailor. Indeed, one of Sinbad's principal wonders, his landing on the whale, is actually found in the voyage of St. Brandon. De la Rue has given copious extracts from the poem on this subject which he notices, and which professes to have been composed at the command of Queen Adelais, and immediately after her marriage in 1121. But the fullest account of St. Brandon and his pilgrimage will be found in the preface to a more recent publication by M. Achille Juvenal, entitled La Légende latine de Saint-Brandin, avec une traduction and édite en prose et en poésie romane, publiée d'après les manuscrits de la Bibliothèque du Roi roman au XI, XII et XIII siècle. Octavo, Paris, 1836. Of the French metrical legend here printed, which is different from the Anglo-Norman romance analyzed by De la Rue, M. Juvenal states that there are many manuscripts. It is found as part of a poem of the 13th century written by Gautier de Metz, entitled Image du Mans. Several copies of the story in Latin prose also exist. Of the French prose version, there is only one known text, which is in the Bibliothèque Impériale at Paris. It is found, however, both in verse and prose in most of the other European tongues, in Irish, in Welsh, in Spanish, in German of various dialects, in Flemish, in English, and there are printed editions of it, both recent and in the earlier ages of typography, in several of these languages. M. Juvenal mentions an edition of it in English prose, printed by Vinken de Verd in folio in 1516. It appears to be a translation from a Latin version contained in a volume of Lives of the Saints, compiled under the title of Legenda Aurea by John Capgrave, who was an English monk of the 14th century, and the author also of a quantity of verse, some of which still exists in his native tongue. It is remarkable that St. Brandon, or Brandin, has given his name to an imaginary island, long popularly believed to form one of the Canary group, although become invisible since his day, or at least not to be discovered by modern navigators, to whom it was a frequent object of search from the beginning of the 16th down to so late a date as the beginning of the 18th century. The last expedition in quest of it was fitted out from Spain in 1721. The Spaniards, who call the lost island San Borondon, believe it to be the retreat of their King Rodrigo. The Portuguese assign it to their Don Sebastian. The acquaintance of the modern nations of Europe with the Canary Islands dates only from about the year 1330, when a French ship was driven upon one of them in a storm. Along with this romance on the pilgrimage of St. Brandon may be noticed another old French poem on a fabulous journey of Charlemagne to Constantinople and Jerusalem, which is perhaps of still earlier date, and which has also from the language been supposed to have been written in England. An account of it is given by De la Rue, SAE 2, 23-32, and the poem has been since published by Monsieur Francisque Michel from the Royal Manuscript 16E 8 at the British Museum, under the title of Charlemagne, an Anglo-Norman poem of the 12th century, with an introduction and a glossarial index, 12mo, London, 1836. It consists of only 870 lines. Anglo-Norman Chroniclers, Guimar, David. But the farther we pursue the history of this early Norman poetry, the closer becomes its connection with our own country. Not only does it seek its chief audience in England, but the subjects with which it occupies itself come to be principally or almost exclusively English. The earliest of the old French versifiers of our English history appears to be Geoffroy Guimard, the author of a metrical chronicle entitled Histoire des Anglais, History of the English. It was probably completed about the middle of the 12th century. Attention was first called to Guimard and his work by the Abbé de la Rue, who appears, however, to have in part mistaken the sense of the account the old chronicler gives of himself. In the complete work, the History of the English was preceded by a Brut d'Angleterre, or History of the Britons, which he had compiled principally, he tells us, from a Latin work, itself a translation from a Welsh original, the Good Book of Oxford, belonging to Walter the Archdeacon. Comparing this with what is stated by Geoffrey of Monmouth in the preface or dedication to his history, we cannot doubt that that was the Latin original upon which Guimard worked. He seems to say that he also made some use of another book, which he calls the History of Winchester, and of an English book of Washingburg in Lincolnshire, where he found accounts of the Roman emperors who possessed the sovereignty of England and of the kings who had held of them. This portion of Guymar's performance, however, is no longer known to exist. His English history extends from the coming of the Angles and Saxons to the death of William Rufus, and is for the most part based on the vernacular national chronicle, but owes its chief interest and value to certain legendary matter gathered either from other written sources or in some cases perhaps from mere popular tradition. The first portion of it which was printed was that containing the story of Havelock the Dane, which was given by Sir Frederick Madden in his edition of that romance prepared for the Roxburgh Club, London, 1828. The latter portion of the work, commencing from the Norman Conquest, was published by Monsieur Francisque Michel at Rouen in 1835 in the first volume of his collection entitled Chronique Anglo-Normande. The portion relating to the period before the Norman Conquest again, extending to above 5,300 lines in all, is contained in the Monumenta Historica Britannica, 1848. Finally, the whole has been edited by Mr. Thomas Wright for the Caxton Society under the title of Guymar's Anglo-Norman Metrical Chronicle, with illustrative notes and appendix containing the Lay of Havelock, the Legend of Erneuve, and the Life of Hereward. Octavo, London, 1850. A translation of Guymar by Mr. Stevenson is given in the second part of the third volume of the Church Historians of England, 1854. At the end of his history, Guymar, who here describes himself as of Troyes, intimates his intention of writing a separate life of King Henry I, of whom he says that he could tell 1,000 things omitted by David, who did not go sufficiently into details to do justice to the nobleness, the liberality, the magnificence, and the other brilliant qualities of that great king, although his chronicle was highly esteemed, and in particular was a favorite book with the Queen Adelais. Of this David, who is nowhere else made mention of, nothing is known. His performance was in verse. Guymar calls it a chanson, nor have we any evidence that Guymar's own promised life of King Henry was ever written. Wace. The most famous of these writers of early English history in romance verse is Master Wace, Mestre Vas Clerc Lisson, that is, writing clerk, as he calls himself, in Latin Magister Brachius. The name is also otherwise written in his own day, Wais, Gace, Gasa, and Gasca, but Guas, Huas, Huastas, Vistasa, Extasa, Eustace, Eustascha are the corruptions of a subsequent age or modern variations, and Wait, which is the form adopted by some modern writers, is a mere mistranscription. His Christian name appears to have been Richard. He was a native of the island of Jersey, where he was probably born in the last decade of the 11th century, and of a good family. His father was one of the Norman barons who accompanied the Conqueror to England and fought at Hastings. He himself was educated for the ecclesiastical profession at Caen, and after passing some years in other parts of France, and also, it appears, visiting England, he returned and settled in that city, where he spent the rest of his life in writing his several poetical works. In his latter years he was made by Henry II a canon of Bayeux. The Waces, probably descendants of the poet's father, obtained large possessions in Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, and another branch continued to flourish for some ages in Normandy. The first of Wace's chronicles is entitled the Brut d'Angleterre, and is in the main a translation into romance verse of 8 syllables of the British history of Geoffrey of Monmouth, although it contains also a good many things which are not in Geoffrey. It extends to upwards of 15,000 lines. After finishing his work, Wace is said to have presented it to Henry II's queen, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Many manuscripts of it exist both in England and in France, and it has now been printed under the title of Le Roman de Brut par Wace, avec un commentaire et des notes par le Rue de Lancy, 2 volumes, octavo, Rouen, 1836, 1838. Wace's other great work is his Roman de Rue, that is, Romance of Rollo. It is a chronicle of the Dukes of Normandy in 2 parts, the first in Alexandrine verses extending only to the beginning of the reign of the 3rd Duke, Richard Sans Peur, the second in 8-syllable rhymes coming down to the year 1170, the 16th of Henry II. There are nearly 17,000 lines in all. The composition of the first part is stated to have been commenced in 1160, and it appears to have been published by itself, but some years after, on learning that the charge of writing the history of the Dukes of Normandy in verse had been confided by King Henry to another poet named Benoit, Wace, as Monsieur de la Rue supposes, resumed his pen, and adopting for expedition the easier octosyllabic verse, hastened to complete his task before his rival. The entire work was printed for the first time in 1827 at Rouen in 2 volumes octavo, under the title of Le Roman de Rue et des Ducs de Normandie, par Robert Wace, avec des notes par Frédéric Plouquet. But although Monsieur Plouquet, who had in 1824 published a short notice about Wace, Notice sur la vie et les écrits de Robert Wace, mostly copied from the Abbé de la Rue's paper in the Archéologia, was assisted in the preparation of his edition by M. Auguste Le Prévost, whose notes are often learned and curious. It is evident that very little knowledge or critical judgment has been employed in settling the text, which is often manifestly corrupt either from mistranscription or reliance on a faulty original. Some of its errors have been pointed out with sufficient gentleness by M. Renouard in a small tract entitled Observations philosophiques et grammaticales sur le roman de Rue, octavo, Rouen, 1829, which ought always to accompany M. Plouquet's edition. Mr. Edgar Taylor, author of the volume entitled Lays of the Minnesingers, or German Troubadours, and other works, has translated so much of the Roman de Rue as relates to the conquest of England into English prose with notes and illustrations, octavo, London, 1837. The interest that has been lately excited by this old Norman poet is further evinced by the publication of 2 others of his supposed works: his shorter Chronicle of the Dukes of Normandy in Alexandrine verse, from Henry II back to Rollo, which is printed in the first volume, Part 2, pages 444 to 447, of the Mémoires de la Société des Antiquaires de Normandie, octavo, 1824, and his poem in verse of 8 syllables on the establishment by William the Conqueror of the Festival of the Conception of the Virgin, which was printed in octavo at Cannes in 1842 under the title of L'Establissement de la Fête de la Conception Notre-Dame, dite la Fête aux Normands, publié pour la première fois d'après les manuscrits de la Bibliothèque du Roi par Messieurs Mansel et Trébutian. A very limited impression also of another of his romances entitled La Vie de Saint Nicolas, in about 1,500 lines, of which there are several manuscripts in existence, and some extracts from which are given by Hicks in his Thesaurus Linguarum Septentrionalium, is stated by M. Le Roux de Lincy to have been produced by M. Montmerquet for the Société des Bibliophiles Français, and to be contained in the 7th volume of their privately printed Mélange, octavo, Paris, 1820 to 1834. Wace is besides commonly held to be the author of a romance about the Virgin extending to 1,800 verses, and comprising a full account of her life and death, which is still in manuscript. Benoit, Wace's contemporary and rival, Benoit also wrote a chronicle of the Norman dukes, though not till some years after Wace had finished his. Benoit's performance consists of above 30,000 octosyllabic verses, and begins at the first eruption of the Normans under their leaders Hastings and Bir Ironside, but comes down no farther than the end of the reign of Henry I. It was supposed to have been preserved only in one manuscript, which is in the Harleian collection in the British Museum, and from which it has been printed at Paris under the care of Monsieur Francisque Michel, with the title of Chronique des Ducs de Normandie par Benoit, Trouvère Anglo-Normand du XIIe siècle, 3 volumes, quarto, 1836-44. But another manuscript has since been found in the library of the city of Tours. It is, from its fullness and minuteness, one of the most curious monuments we possess of early Norman history, and contains many details nowhere else to be found. This Benoit also appears to be the same with the Benoit de Saint-Maur, or Saint-Mars, by whom we have another long romance of nearly 30,000 verses entitled The Roman de Troie, being a legendary history of the Trojan War, founded on the favorite authorities of the Middle Ages, the fictitious Dares Phrygius and Dictys of Crete. Their identity had been doubted by Monsieur Michel in his edition of the Norman Chronicle, but he was subsequently induced, Mr. Wright informs us, by Graphia Britannica Literaria 262 to change his opinion. Everard, French language in Scotland. Among these early Romance poets, the Abbé de la Rue reckons a Scotsman, one Everard, who, after having been a monk of Kirkham in Yorkshire, was in 1150 appointed by David I of Scotland, that sore saint to the crown, as he was called, by his successor, the first James, the first abbot of his newly founded abbey of Ulm, or Holme, Cooltrane, in Cumberland. To him Monsieur de la Rue attributes a French metrical translation of what are called the distiches of Cato, which is said to afford the earliest known example in the language of mixed rhymes, that is, of the alternation of masculine and feminine rhymes, now an established rule of French poetry. A romance history of the Passion of Christ in 126 strophes, and in the same style with the distiches, which is found along with the Latin work in one of the Arundel manuscripts, formerly belonging to the Royal Society, now in the British Museum, the Abbé conceives to be also in all probability by Everard. But the evidence for identifying the translator of the distiches with the monk of Kirkham appears, it must be confessed, to be extremely slight. A knowledge of the French language, nevertheless, seems to have been as general at this date in Scotland as in England. Pinkerton, in his essay on the origin of Scottish poetry, prefixed to his Ancient Scottish Poems, 2 volumes, 8vo, London, 1786, after observing that the chief English poets wrote solely in French for 3 centuries after the Conquest, that French was the only language used at court, or by the nobility, nay, even by the middle ranks of people, that Saxon was left merely to the mob, that the apophthegms, expressions, etc., preserved by historians of the time are all in Old French, and that probably upwards of 100 names of English writers who wrote in French during that interval might yet be recovered. Proceeds to mention some facts which illustrate the prevalence of the same language in the northern kingdom. Upon the murder of Duncan by Macbeth, he remarks, in 1039, Malcolm, the heir of the crown, fled into England, where he remained for 17 years before he was enabled to resume his kingdom. Edward the Confessor was king of England from 1041 till 1065, and in his reign we know that French was the court language in England. Malcolm surely used this speech, and his court also. Many Saxons came to Scotland with him in 1056, and also at the Conquest, 1066, but in 1093 they were all very prudently ordered to leave the kingdom by Devenald Ban, his successor. They were chiefly men of rank, and had they introduced any language, it would have been the French. But yet another point requires our attention. In 945, Edmund, king of England, gave Cumberland to Malcolm I, king of Scotland, on condition of homage for it. From this period the heir of the Scottish crown was always Prince of Cumberland, and resided as a king in that country. Now the prince, it may be supposed, did not use the Gaelic, in a country where it was never spoken, but remaining there from early youth, adopted French, the court tongue of England, in which country his principality was, and to the king of which he was bound to do homage. He then mentions that under William of Scotland, in 1165, the coin of that country bears a French inscription, and that Alexander III, in 1249, is stated to have taken the coronation oath Latina et Gallice, in Latin and in French. It was read in Latin, probably after the ancient formula, and then expounded in French. And he concludes, French being the language of the polite and Latin of the learned, who could use the vulgar tongue in writing. I suspect that no Scottish poet before Thomas of Erceldoune ventured beyond a ballad when using his native tongue. Perhaps one or two may have written a romance in French rhyme, though now lost or unknown. The poor bards who entertained the mob might recite ballads and short romances in the vulgar tongue, but the minstrels who appeared in the king's or in the baron's hall would use French only, as in England, for had they tried the common language, they would have been sent into the kitchen. By the common language Pinkerton means the Pictish, which he conceives to have been a Gothic dialect, nearly allied to the English. In this notion he is probably wrong. There is every reason to believe that the Picts spoke a Celtic dialect, but it is true, nevertheless, that the popular speech of the southeastern half of Scotland at this period was, as he assumes, a Gothic dialect, though derived not from the Picts, but from the Anglian and Danish settlers, who had occupied the whole of that region partially, and a great part of it exclusively, ever since the 7th century. End of section 13. Section 14 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 2, Part 8. Luc de la Barre, Guichard de Beaulieu. Another early trouvère whose history connects him with England is Luc de la Barre, famous for the satirical rhymes which he composed against Henry I, and for the terrible punishment, the extinction of his sight, which he drew down upon himself from the exasperated king. It appears, however, that it was not till after repeated and extreme provocation, and the abuse of much clemency, that Henry took this savage revenge. De la Barre, who was a distinguished Norman baron and warrior, as well as a poet, had espoused the cause of Duke Robert in the quarrel between the two brothers. But although in the course of the contest of arms for the possession of the duchy, he had been several times taken prisoner, he had always been dismissed without ransom by the English king, perhaps out of respect to his poetical talents or reputation, till he at last, in a fatal hour for himself, turned against his benefactor with his pen as well as with his sword. Henry was perhaps stung more by the ingratitude of the poet than by the sharpness of his sarcasms, or at any rate, as De la Rue insinuates, if it was an acute feeling of the wit and the poetry which actuated him, there was still something generous and high-minded even in an excess of such sensibility. There is nothing, however, of De la Barre's remaining. Guichard, or Guiscard de Beaulieu, describes himself as a monk, and is supposed by M. de la Rue to have belonged to the priory of that name, which was a dependency of the Abbey of St. Albans. Mr. Wright, however, doubts this, and thinks that Beaulieu was probably his family name. His only known work is a sort of sermon in French verse on the vices of the age, consisting of nearly 2,000 Alexandrine lines. It has been edited by M. Achille Juvenal, Octavo, Paris, 1834. It appears to have been intended for a popular audience. The poetical preacher begins by telling his hearers that he is not going to speak to them in Latin, but in Romance, in order that all may understand him. The mention of sermons in verse, observes De la Rue, may perhaps surprise the reader, but it is certain that at this epoch, at least among the Normans and the Anglo-Normans, it was customary to read to the people the lives of the saints in French verse on Sundays and holidays. Guichard's poetry is described as often naive and graceful in expression, and sweet in its flow, and he is the first writer who is known to have introduced into the Romance poetry the practice of preserving the same rhyme throughout each stanza or paragraph, extending sometimes to 30, 60, or even 80 lines or more, a fashion followed by many succeeding writers in 10 and 12 syllabled verse, and which De la Rue conceives Guichard must have borrowed from the Welsh or their kindred the Armoricans. Arthurian romance, the Saint Graal, Luc du Gast, Buron, Mapes. We cannot here attempt to take up the intricate and obscure question of the origin of the Arthurian body of romance, including the romances of the Round Table and those of the quest of the Saint Graal, about which so much has been written, in great part to little purpose, except to be refuted by the next inquirer. In addition to the earlier speculations of Warburton, Tyrwhitt, Wharton, Percy, and Ritson, and to what has been more recently advanced by Ellis, Southey, Scott, Dunlop, and other writers among ourselves, the preface of the late Mr. Price to his edition of Warton's History of English Poetry pages 68, etc., and the Introduction to Britannia after the Romans, pages 6, etc., may be pointed out to the reader's attention. The theory of the author of the last mentioned treatise is in some respects new and curious. The great work, he observes, and as I may say, the Alcoran of Arthurian romance, was the book of the Saint Graal. In truth, it is no romance, but a blasphemous imposture, more extravagant and daring than any other on record, in which it is endeavored to pass off the mysteries of bardism for direct inspirations of the Holy Ghost. The original work, this writer holds, was actually composed in Welsh, as it professes to have been, in the year 717. Graal, he says, is a Welsh word signifying an aggregate of principles, a magazine, and the elementary world, or world of spirits, was called the country of the Graal. From thence the word Graal, and in Latin Gradalis, came to signify a vessel in which various messes might be mixed up. The Saint Graal, according to the common account in the British romances, which appears to be derived from the apocryphal Gospel of Nicodemus, is the plate from which Christ ate his last supper, and which is said to have been appropriated by Joseph of Arimathea, and to have been afterwards used by him to collect the blood that flowed from the wounds of the Redeemer. It makes a great figure in the romantic history of Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, as may be seen in the 11th and subsequent books of the popular compilation entitled Morts d'Arthus. The author of Britannia after the Romans maintains that the original Welsh book of the Saint Graal was unquestionably the work of the bard Tysilio. De la Rue holds that the original romances on the quest of the Saint Graal, or Saint Graal, are to be considered as forming quite a distinct body of fiction from those relating to the Round Table, and that much misapprehension has arisen from confounding the two. The account given by him is in substance as follows. The oldest verse romance on the subject of the Saint Graal appears to have been composed by Chrétien de Troyes about the year 1170. But of his work only some fragments remain, and in the earliest entire romance now existing which treats of this subject is the prose roman de Tristan, written by Luc du Gast, who was a person of family and property. He calls himself Chevalier and Sire du Châtel du Gast, that is, according to M. de la Rue, Gast in Normandy, now situated in the canton of Saint-Sever and the department of Calvados. Although of Norman descent, however, he was a native and inhabitant of England. He resided, he tells us, near Salisbury, and if his French should not always be correct, he begs his readers to excuse him on the score of his English birth and breeding. It was from this prose romance, the Abbé proceeds to state, and from a continuation of it by Walter Map or Mapes, already mentioned, whose work is entitled Roman des Divers Quêtes du Saint Graal, and is dedicated to Henry II, that Chrétien de Troyes soon after drew the materials of his verse romance, which is called the Roman du Saint Graal, or sometimes Roman de Perceval, by both Luc de Gast and Walter Map, and also Robert de Baron, who likewise wrote in this age a prose Roman du Saint Graal, which, however, is merely a life of Joseph of Arimathea. All declare that they translated from a Latin original, which they say had been drawn up by order of King Arthur himself, and deposited by him in the library of the Cathedral of Salisbury. Another romance on the subject of the Saint Graal, which is now lost, is attributed to a writer named Gas le Blunt, who is said to have been a relation of Henry II. Map, in addition to his Roman des Divers Quêtes, which is in two parts, continued the history of the knights who had engaged in the search for the Saint Graal in a third romance, also in prose, which he entitled La Mort d'Arthur, and he is also the author of another prose romance on the adventures of Lancelot du Lac. Upon one of the incidents in this last, Chrétien de Troyes founded his verse romance, also still extant, entitled Lancelot de la Charette. From another prose romance by Robert de Baron on the subject of the enchanter Merlin, an Anglo-Norman trouvère of the latter part of the 13th century composed a verse romance, which is still preserved, entitled Merlin Amboise. Finally, in association with his relation Elie de Baron, and with another writer called Rusticien de Pise, Robert de Baron produced a prose translation of the Historia Brittonum of Geoffrey of Monmouth, and also the two romances of Maladus de Léonois and Giron le Courtois, and Élie de Boron wrote by himself the Roman de Palamédes. Thus far the Abbé de la Rue. Since his work appeared, however, some parts of his statement have been corrected or controverted by M. Michel and other recent writers. In the elaborate introduction to his edition of Tristan, to be presently mentioned, Paris, 1835, M. Michel, accepting his own account of himself, maintains Luke or Lucas, to whom he attributes either the invention or at least the first translation from the Latin of that romance, to have been an Englishman and lord of a chateau in the neighborhood of Salisbury, the name of which is variously given in the manuscripts as Got, Gast, God, Gaunt, and Gale. Henry II, M. Michel further states, delighted with this prose work of Luce, engaged Walter Map to follow it up in the same style with the Romance of Lancelot, and Robert de Baron or Beauron, to add that of the Saint Graal. Finally, Hale de Buron, a brother or at least a relation of Robert, revised the whole and gave a unity and completeness to the cycle by finishing the story of Tristram. In the notice prefixed to his publication from the manuscript in the Bibliothèque du Roi, now the Bibliothèque Impériale, of the Roman du Saint Graal, in Old French verse, 12º, Bordeaux, 1841, M. Michel states that Map, by order of Henry II, drew up the romance of the Saint Graal in Latin from the songs and lays of the bards of Brittany, and that his work was afterwards translated into French by Robert de Boron. The Roman de Perceval of Chrétien de Troyes is not, he says, a romance of the Saint Graal at all. It only contains the last adventures of the Saint Graal. The poem which he publishes, and which is incomplete, extends to 4018 octosyllabic lines. Roman du Roi Horn. It will be most convenient to notice here the French metrical romance of King Horn, Roman du Roi Horn. This is the work of a poet who calls himself Mestre Thomas, and is regarded by Ritson and M. de la Rue as a composition of the latter part of the 12th century, and as the original of the English Horn Child, or Jest of King Horn. But by other eminent authorities, such as Bishop Percy and the late learned editor of Warton, the English poem has been held to be the earlier of the two, and in this latter opinion both Mr. Wright and Sir F. Madden concur. A few extracts from this French romance were given by Ritson in the notes to his edition of the English Jest, Ancient English Metrical Romances, 3 264 to 281. Others were printed by M. de la Rue, Essai Histoire, 2 251 to 260, and a complete edition by M. Francisque Michel has long been announced to include also the English romance from a text prepared by Mr. Wright. Bishop Percy ascribed the English King Horn to so early a date as within a century after the Conquest, and although in its present form it is probably not older than the latter part of the 13th century, Mr. Price has no hesitation in expressing his belief that it owes its origin to a period even long anterior to the date assigned by Percy. Tristan or Tristram. To the author of the Roi Horn, or to another Thomas, the French metrical Roman de Tristan is also ascribed. All that remains of this romance is a fragment of 1811 verses. There can hardly be a doubt that it is an earlier composition than the English Sir Tristram, published by Sir Walter Scott from the Auchinleck manuscript and attributed by him to Thomas of Ercildown, styled the Rhymer, who is admitted to have belonged to the latter part of the 13th century. But whether the author of the French romance be the Thomas of Brittany, referred to as his chief authority by Gottfried von Strasburg, a German minstrel of the 13th century, by whom there remains a long metrical romance in his own language on the subject of Sir Tristram; whether he be the same Thomas to whom we owe the Roman de Roi Horn, which Scott was also inclined to claim as a translation from another English romance of his Thomas of Ercildown, and what may be the real connection between either the French or the German Tristram and the English, as well as whether the latter work be the Sir Tristram of Thomas of Ercildown, mentioned by Robert de Brun in the early part of the 14th century, or to what age, country, and author it is to be assigned, are questions upon which we cannot enter. They will be found profusely discussed in Scott's introduction and notes to his edition of Sir Tristram, 8vo, Edinburgh, 1803, in a long note in reply to his views by Mr. Price, inserted at the end of the first volume of his edition of Warton's History, pages 181 to 198, and with additional notes by Mr. Wright, Sir F. Madden, and the late Reverend Richard Garnett, in the edition of 1840, 195 to 112, in an advertisement by Mr. Lockhart prefixed to his republication of Scott's volume, 12º, Edinburgh, 1833, in M. de la Rue's Essai Historique, 251 to 269, in a valuable paper known to be by Sir Frederick Madden, in the Gentleman's Magazine for October, 1833, volume 104, pages 307 to 312, and in M. Michel's elaborate introduction to his publication of the poetical romances of Tristan in French, in Anglo-Norman, and in Greek, 2 volumes, 12º, London and Paris, 1835. Guerne de Pont Saint-Maxence. M. de la Rue mentions in one of his papers in the Archéologia a life of Becket in French verse by a contemporary of the name of Guernus, an ecclesiastic of Pont Saint-Maxence in Picardy, which is curious from the statement of the author that he had several times read his composition publicly at the tomb of the archbishop. This, the Abbé observes, would seem to show that in the time of Henry II, the Romance, or Old French, was understood in England even by many of the common people. Guernus appears to have begun his poem in France, but he came over to England in 1172 and finished it here in 1177. It consists of above 6,000 lines and stanzas, in each of which all the verses terminate in the same rhyme. The only manuscript of it known to de la Rue was one in the Harleian collection, number 270, but another has since been discovered in the Ducal Library at Wolfenbüttel, from which the poem has been published by Emanuel Becker under the title of Leben des H. Thomas von Canterbury, Alte Französisch, Octavo, Berlin, 1838. The Wolfenbüttel manuscript, however, wants the beginning and contains only about 5,220 lines. Hermann. A writer named Hermann, who calls himself a priest and was no doubt of English birth, is the author of several religious romance poems, a Life of Tobias, in about 1,400 verses, written at the request of William, Prior of Kenilworth, in Warwickshire, Kenilworth on Ardennes, another of 1,152 verses on the birth of the Redeemer, entitled Les Joies de Notre Dame, a third of 844 verses on a curious theme, smoke, rain, and woman, considered as the 3 disturbers of a man's domestic comforts, which was given him, it seems, by Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, a fourth in 712 verses on the miracles of Magdalene of Marseille, a fifth on the life, death, and burial of the Virgin Mary, a sixth, a sort of mystery or scriptural drama on the divine scheme of redemption, also written at the request of the Prior of Kenilworth, and a seventh, a history of the 10 ancient Sibyls, extending to 2,496 verses, which professes to be a translation from the Latin, and which he composed at the desire of the Empress Matilda. The era of this poet is ascertained from that of his patron Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, who died in 1147, and that of Matilda, who died in 1167, while he was employed on his last mentioned work. Hugh of Rutland, Bosson, Simon du Fresne. Other English trouveurs of the same age were Hugh de Roteland, or Hugh of Rutland, who lived, it seems, according to his own account, at Credenhill in Cornwall, and who is the author of 2 romances, each containing between 10,000 and 11,000 verses, the Roman de Pomodon, and its continuation, the Roman de Protesilaus, which are remarkable as having their scene in Magna Graecia, or the south of Italy, and as not drawing their subject from the Welsh or Armorican legends of Arthur and his knights of the Round Table, which were now become the common source of the chivalrous romance. A religious poet of the name of Bosson, from whom we have a volume of Lives of 9 of the Saints, and who the Abbé de la Rue thinks may have been the same person with a learned theologian of that name, who was nephew and secretary to Pope Adrian IV. And Simon du Fresne, canon of the Cathedral of Hereford, sometimes called by later authorities Simon Ash, the friend and correspondent of Giraldus Cambrensis, and well known among the Latin versifiers of his time, who has left us a French poem of considerable merit, entitled in one manuscript Decay du Clerc et de la Philosophie, in another Romance d'Âme Fortunée, founded on the favorite classic work of the Middle Ages, Boethius de Consolatione Philosophiae. Cardinal Langton de la Rue has introduced among his Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th or the early part of the 13th century the great Stephen Langton, who was Archbishop of Canterbury from 1207 to 1228, and also a cardinal. The only undoubted specimen of Cardinal Langton's French poetry occurs, strangely enough, in the course of one of his Latin sermons, preserved in one of the Arundel manuscripts now in the British Museum, where, deserting his prose and the more learned language, he suddenly breaks out into song in the idiom of the trouveur, and after having pronounced 8 graceful and lively lines, relating how Belle Alice rose betimes, and having bedecked herself, went out into a garden, and there gathered 5 flowers, which she wove into a chaplet, proceeds throughout the remainder of the discourse to make a mystical application of the several points of this little anecdote to the Holy Virgin, exclaiming at the close of each enthusiastic paragraph, "Cest la belle Alice, cest la fleur, cest le lis." She is the fair Alice, she is the flower, she is the lily. It will be admitted, remarks the Abbé de la Rue, that the taste for French poetry must have been very general in England when we find the chief prelate of the kingdom taking this way of conciliating the attention of his audience. The Abbé thinks it highly probable that Cardinal Langton is also the author of 2 poetical pieces, which occur in the same manuscript with his sermon. The first a little theological drama on the subject of the fall and restoration of man, the other a canticle or song of 126 strophes on the Passion of Christ. Both are stated to be of considerable merit. King Richard Coeur-de-Lion. Finally, we have to enroll in this list of the early English writers of French poetry the renowned King Richard I, if we may put faith in old tradition. Among the poetical performances attributed to Richard are several servantes or servantois, and his share in the song formerly composed between them, which, according to the well-known story, discovered him in his prison to his faithful minstrel Blondel, the strain begun by the latter having been taken up and finished by the king. But all this, it must be confessed, is not so clear or certain as were to be desired. The song said to have been sung by Richard and Blondel was printed by Mademoiselle L'Héritier in her volume entitled La Tour Ténébreuse et les Jours Lumineux, 12º, Paris, 1705. It is in mixed Norman and Provençal, but unfortunately the manuscript from which it professes to have been extracted is now unknown. Mademoiselle L'Héritier also prints as a composition of Richard a love song in Norman French, but the most celebrated composition attributed to Richard is a poem addressed by him from his prison to his barons of England, Normandy, Poitou, and Gascony, remonstrating with them for suffering him to remain so long a captive. A Provençal version of this poem, one of the stanzas of which only had been previously quoted by Crescembini in his Historia della Volgar Poesia, was first printed from a manuscript in the library of San Lorenzo at Florence by Horace Walpole in his Catalogue of Royal and Noble Authors, 1758. It consists of 6 stanzas of 6 lines each, with an envoy of 5 lines. 2 English verse translations of it have been produced, one by Dr. Burney in his History of Music, the other by the late Mr. George Ellis, which is given in Park's edition of the Royal and Noble Authors. More recently, the appearance of a version of the same poem in Norman French in Sismondi's Littérature du Midi de l'Europe, Volume 1, page 149, has raised the question in which of the 2 dialects it was originally written. Meanwhile, the Provençal version has been more correctly republished by Renoir in the 4th volume of his Choix des Poésies Originales des Troubadours, and the poetical reputation of Richard has been also enlarged by the appearance of another Provençal song claiming to be of his inditing in the Parnasse Aquitanian by the Comte de Rochegoude, 2 volumes, 8vo, Toulouse, 1819. It cannot be said, however, that any or all of these effusions, supposing their authenticity to be admitted, tend to give us a high idea of the genius of the lion-hearted king in this line, even if we should not go the length of Walpole, who declares the particular poem he has printed to be so poor a composition that the internal evidence weighs with him more than anything else to believe it of his Majesty's own fabric. End of section 14. Section 15 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 2, Part 9. Vernacular Language and Literature, A.D. 1066 to 1216. From the Norman Conquest to the termination of the reign of the seventh Norman sovereign, King John, is almost exactly a century and a half, even to a day. The victory of Hastings was gained on the 14th of October, 1066, and John died on the 19th of October, 1216. His death, happening at the time it did, was probably an event of the greatest importance. The political constitution or system of government established by the Conquest, a system of pure monarchy or absolutism, had been formally brought to an end the year before by the grant of the great charter wrung from the crown by the baronage, which at any rate tempered the monarchical despotism by the introduction of the aristocratic element into the theory of the Constitution. But this might have proved little more than a theoretical or nominal innovation if John had lived. His death and the nonage of his son and heir left the actual management of affairs in the hands of those by whom the constitutional reform had been brought about, and that reform became a practical reality. At the least, its legal character and authority never were disputed. No attempt ever was made to repeal it. On the contrary, it was ratified no less than 6 times in the single reign of Henry III., John's successor, and it has retained its proper place at the head of the statute book down to our own day. Its proper place, for it is indeed our first organic law, the true commencement or foundation stone of the Constitution. Before it there was no mechanism in our political system, no balance of forces or play of counteracting elements and tendencies, nothing but the sort of life and movement that may belong to a stone or a cannon ball or any other mere mass. The royal power was all in all. With the charter and the death of the last despotic king, from whom it was extorted, begins another order of things, both political and social. It may be likened to the passing away of the night and the dawning of a new day. In particular, the charter may be said to have consummated by a solemn legislative fiat the blending and incorporation of the two races, the conquerors and the conquered, which had been actively going on without any such sanction and under the natural influence of circumstances only throughout the preceding half-century, having commenced, we may reckon, perhaps, half a century earlier, or about the middle of the reign of Henry I. There is, at least, not a word in this law making the least reference to any distinction between the two races. Both are spoken of throughout only as English. The nation is again recognized as one, as fully as it had been before either William the Norman or Canute the Dane. We have thus 4 successive periods of about half a century each: the first from the Danish to the Norman Conquest, half English, half Danish; the second from the Norman Conquest to the middle of the reign of Henry I., in which the subjugated English and their French or Norman rulers were completely divided; the third and fourth extending to the date of Magna Carta, and presenting the former the comparatively slow, the latter the accelerated process of the intermixture and fusion of the two races. Some of our old chroniclers would make the third half-century also, as well as the first and second, to have been inaugurated by a great constitutional or political event. As the year 1016 is memorable for the Danish, and the year 1066 for the Norman Conquest, so in 1116 we are told by Stowe, on the 19th day of April, King Henry called a council of all the states of his realm, both of the prelates, nobles, and commons, to Salisbury, there to consult for the good government of the Commonwealth, and the weighty affairs of the same, which council, taking the name and fame of the French, is called a Parliament, and this, he adds, do the historiographers note to be the first Parliament in England, and that the kings before that time were never wont to call any of their commons or people to council or law-making. This theory of the origin of our parliamentary government must indeed be rejected, but the year 1116 will still remain notable as that in which Henry, reversing what had been done 50 years before, crossed the sea with an army of English to reduce his ancestral Normandy, or prevent it from falling into the hands of the son of his unfortunate elder brother. Even the next stage, half a century further on, when we have supposed the amalgamation of the two races to have assumed its accelerated movement, may be held to be less precisely indicated by such events as the appointment of Becket, said to be the first Englishman since the Conquest promoted to high office either in the church or the state, to the Archbishopric of Canterbury in 1161, the enactment in 1164 of the Constitutions of Clarendon, by which the clergy, a body essentially foreign in feeling, and to a great extent even of foreign birth, were brought somewhat more under subjection to the law of the land, and the conquest of Ireland in 1172, to the vast exaltation of the English name and power. What was the history of the vernacular language for this first century and a half after the Norman conquest, throughout which everything native would thus seem to have been in a course of gradual re-emergence from the general foreign inundation that had overwhelmed the country? We have no historical record or statement as to this matter. The question can only be answered, insofar as it can be answered at all, from an examination of such compositions of the time in the vernacular tongue as may have come down to us. The principal literature of this period, it will have been seen from the above notices, was in the Latin and French languages. In the former were written most works on subjects of theology, philosophy, and history; in the latter most of those intended rather to amuse than to inform, and addressed not to students and professional readers, but to the idlers of the court and the upper classes, by whom they were seldom actually read, or much expected to be read, but only listened to as they were recited or chanted, for most of them were in verse, by others. How far over society such a knowledge of the imported tongue came to extend as was requisite for the understanding and enjoyment of what was thus written in it has been matter of dispute. The Abbé de la Rue conceives that a large proportion even of the middle classes, and of the town population generally, must have been so far Frenchified, but later authorities look upon this as an extravagant supposition. It is, at all events, this French literature only that is to be considered as having come into competition with, or to have taken the place of, the old vernacular literature. The employment of the Latin language in writing by monks, secular churchmen, and other persons who had had a learned education was what had always gone on in England as in every other country of Western Christendom. There was nothing new in that. We continue to have it after the Conquest, just as we had it before the Conquest. But it is quite otherwise with the writing of French. That was altogether a new thing in England, and indeed very much of a new thing everywhere in the 11th century. No specimen of composition in the Langue d'Oral, in fact, either in verse or in prose, has come down to us from beyond that century, nor is there reason to believe that it had been much earlier turned to account for literary purposes even in France itself. The great mass of the oldest French literature that has been preserved was produced in England, or at any rate in the dominions of the King of England in the 12th century. To whatever portion of society in England an acquaintance with this French literature was confined, it is evident that it was for some time after the Conquest the only literature of the day that, without addressing itself exclusively to the learned classes, still demanded some measure of cultivation in its readers or auditors as well as in its authors. It was the only popular literature that was not adapted to the mere populace. We might infer this even from the fact that if any other ever existed, it has mostly perished. The various metrical chronicles, romances, and other compositions in the French tongue, of the principal of which an account has been given, are very nearly the only literary works which have come down to us from this age. And while the mass of this produce that has been preserved is, as we have seen, very considerable, we have distinct notices of much more which is now lost. How the French language should have acquired the position which it thus appears to have held in England for some time after the Conquest is easily explained. The advantage which it derived from being the language of the court, of the entire body of the nobility, and of the opulent and influential classes generally, is obvious. This not only gave it the prestige and attraction of what we now call fashion, but in the circumstances to which the country was reduced, would very speedily make it the only language in which any kind of regular or grammatical training could be obtained. With the native population almost everywhere deprived of its natural leaders, the old landed proprietary of its own blood, it cannot be supposed that schools in which the reading and writing of the vernacular tongue was taught could continue to subsist. This has been often pointed out, but what we may call the social cause, or that arising out of the relative conditions of the two races, was probably assisted by another which has not been so much attended to. The languages themselves did not compete upon fair terms. The French would have, in the general estimation, a decided advantage for the purposes of literature over the English. The latter was held universally to be merely a barbarous form of speech, claiming kindred with nothing except the other half-articulate dialects of the woods, hardly one of which had ever known what it was to have any acquaintance with letters, or was conceived even by those who spoke it to be fit to be used in writing, except on the most vulgar occasions, or where anything like either dignity or precision of expression was of no importance. The former, although somewhat soiled and disfigured by ill usage, received at the hands of the uneducated multitude, and also only recently much employed in formal or artistic eloquence, could still boast the most honorable of all pedigrees as a daughter of the Latin, and was thus besides allied to the popular speech of every more civilized province of Western Christendom. The very name by which it had been known when it first attracted attention with reference to its literary capabilities was, as we have seen, the rustic Latin, or Roman, lingua romana rustica. Even without being favored by circumstances, as it was in the present case, a tongue having these intrinsic recommendations would not have been easily worsted in a contest for the preference, as the organ of fashionable literature, by such a competitor as the unknown and unconnected English. There was only one great advantage possessed by the national tongue with which it was impossible for the other in the long run to cope. This was the fact of its being the national tongue, the speech and actual and ancestral of the great body of the people. Even that, indeed, might not have enabled it to maintain its ground if it had been a mere unwritten form of speech, but it had been cultivated and trained for centuries both by the practice of composition, in prose as well as in verse, and by the application to it of the art of the grammarian. It already possessed a literature considerable in volume, and embracing a variety of departments. It was not merely something floating upon men's breath, but had a substantial existence in poems and histories and libraries and parchments. In that state it might cease in the storm of national calamity to be generally either written or read, but even its more literary inflections and constructions would be less likely to fall into complete and universal oblivion. The memory, at least, of its old renown would not altogether die away, and that alone would be found to be much when, after a time, it began to be again, although in a somewhat altered form, employed in writing. The nature of the altered form which distinguishes the written vernacular tongue when it reappears after the Norman Conquest from the aspect it presents before that date, or the earliest modern English from what is commonly designated Saxon or Anglo-Saxon, is not matter of dispute. The substance of the change, to adopt the words of Mr. Price, the late learned editor of Wharton, is admitted on all hands to consist in the suppression of those grammatical intricacies occasioned by the inflection of nouns, the seemingly arbitrary distinctions of gender, the government of prepositions, etc. It was, in fact, the conversion of an inflectional into a non-inflectional, of a synthetic into an analytic language. The syntactical connection of words and the modification of the mental conceptions which they represent was indicated no longer in general by those variations which constitute what are called declensions and conjugation, but by separate particles, or simply by juxtaposition, and whatever seemed to admit of being neglected without injury to the prime object of expressing the meaning of the speaker or writer, no matter what other purpose it might serve of a merely ornamental or artistic nature, was ruthlessly dispensed with. A change such as this is unquestionably the breaking up of a language. In the first instance, at least, it amounts to the destruction of much that is most characteristic of the language, of all that constitutes its beauty to the educated mind, imbued with a feeling for the literature into which it has been wrought, of something probably even of its precision as well as of its expressiveness in a higher sense. It is become, in a manner, but the skeleton of what it was, or the skeleton with only the skin hanging loose upon it, all the covering and rounding flesh gone, or we may say it is the language no longer with its old natural bearing and suitable attire, but reduced to the rags and squalor of a beggar. Or it may be compared to a material edifice, once bright with many of the attractions of decorative architecture, now stripped of all its splendor and left only a collection of bare and dilapidated walls. It may be, too, that, as is commonly assumed, a synthetic tongue is essentially a nobler and more effective instrument of expression than an analytic one, that often comprising a whole sentence, or at least a whole clause in a word, it presents thoughts and emotions in flashes and pictures where the other can only employ comparatively dead conventional signs. But perhaps the comparison has been too commonly made between the synthetic tongue in its perfection and the analytic one, while only in its rudimentary state. The language may be considered to have changed its constitution, somewhat like a country which should have ceased to be a monarchy and become a republic. The new political system could only be fairly compared with the old one, and the balance struck between the advantages of the one and those of the other after the former should have had time fully to develop itself under the operation of its own peculiar principles. Even if it be inferior upon the whole, and for the highest purposes, an analytic language may perhaps have some recommendations which a synthetic one does not possess. It may not be either more natural, or, properly speaking, more simple, for the original constitution of most, if not of all, languages seems to have been synthetic, and a synthetic language is as easy both to acquire and to wield as an analytic one to those to whom it is native, nor can the latter be said to be more rational or philosophical than the former. For as being in the main natural products, and not artificial contrivances, languages must be held to stand all on an equality in respect of the reasonableness, at least of the principle on which they are constituted. But yet, if comparatively defective in poetical expressiveness, analytic languages will probably be found, whenever they have been sufficiently cultivated, to be capable, in pure exposition, of rendering thought with superior minuteness and distinctness of detail. With their small tenacity or cohesion, they penetrate into every chink and fold, like water or fine dust. But the great question in every case of the apparent conversion of a synthetic into an analytic language is how, or under the operation of what cause or causes, the change was brought about. In the particular case before us, for instance, what was it that converted the form of our vernacular tongue, which we find alone employed in writing before the Norman Conquest, into the comparatively uninflected form in which it appears in the generality of the compositions which have come down to us from the first ages after that great political and social catastrophe? First, however, we may remark that there is no proof of the latter form having been really new, or of recent origin, about the time of the Conquest. All that we can assert is, that soon after that date it first appears in writing. If it was ever so employed before, no earlier specimens of it have been preserved. It was undoubtedly the form of the language popularly in use at the time when it thus first presents itself in our national literature, but did it not exist as an oral dialect long before? May it not have so existed from the remotest antiquity, alongside of the more artificial form which was exclusively, or at least usually, employed in writing? It has been supposed that even the classical Greek and Latin, such as we find in books, may have always been accompanied each by another form of speech of looser texture, and probably more of an analytical character, which served for the ordinary oral intercourse of the less educated population, and of which it has even been conjectured we may have some much disguised vestige or resemblance in the modern Romaic and Italian. The rise, at any rate, of what was long a merely oral dialect into a language capable of being employed in literature, and of thereby being gradually so trained and improved as to supplant and take the place of the ancient, more highly inflected, and otherwise more artificial literary language of the country, is illustrated by what is known to have happened in France and other continental provinces of the old empire of the West, where the Romana Rustica, as it was called, which was a corrupted or broken down form of the proper Latin, after having been for some centuries only orally used, came to be written as well as spoken, and having been first taken into the service of the more popular kinds of literature, ended by becoming the language of all literature and the only national speech. So in this country there may possibly have been in use for colloquial purposes a dialect of a similar character to our modern analytic English, even from the earliest days of the old synthetic English, and the two forms of the language, the regular and the irregular, the learned and the vulgar, the mother and the daughter, or rather, if you will, the elder and the younger sister, may have subsisted together for many centuries, till there came a crisis which for a time laid the entire fabric of the old national civilization in the dust, when the rude and hardy character of the one carried it through the storm which the more delicate structure of the other could not stand. Or was the written English of the 12th and 13th centuries the same English or Anglo-Saxon that was written in the 9th and 10th, only modified by that process of gradual change, the principle of which was inherent in the constitution of the language? Was the former neither the sister nor the daughter of the latter, but the latter merely at a different stage of its natural growth? This is the view that has been maintained by some eminent authorities, the late Mr. Price acknowledging it to be a matter beyond dispute that some change had taken place in the style of composition and general structure of the language from the end of the 9th to the end of the 12th century, adds, but that these mutations were a consequence of the Norman invasion, or were even accelerated by that event, is wholly incapable of proof, and nothing is supported upon a firmer principle of rational induction than that the same effects would have ensued if William and his followers had remained in their native soil. The change, as we have seen, may be said to have amounted to the transformation of the language from one of a synthetic to one of an analytic constitution or structure. But Mr. Price contends that whether it is to be considered as the result of an innate law of the language, or of some general law in the organization of those who spoke it, its having been in no way dependent upon external circumstances, upon foreign influence or political disturbances, is established by the undeniable fact that every other language of the Low German stock displays the same simplification of its grammar. In all these languages, he observes, there has been a constant tendency to relieve themselves of that precision which chooses a fresh symbol for every shade of meaning, to lessen the amount of nice distinctions, and detect, as it were, a royal road to the interchange of opinion. Yet in thus diminishing their grammatical forms and simplifying their rules, in this common effort to evince a striking contrast to the usual effects of civilization, all confusion has been prevented by the very manner in which the operation has been conducted. For the revolution produced has been so gradual in its progress, that it is only to be discovered on a comparison of the respective languages at periods of a considerable interval. The interval that Mr. Price has taken in the present case is certainly wide enough. What has to be explained is the difference that we find between the written English of the middle of the 12th century and that, not of the age of Alfred or the end of the 9th century, but rather of the end of the 11th. The question is how we are to account for a great change which would appear to have taken place in the language as employed for literary purposes, not in 3 centuries, but in 1 century, or even in half a century. The English of Alfred continues to be in all respects the English of Alfric, who lived and wrote more than a century later. The National Chronicle, still written substantially in the old language, comes down even to the year 1154. It is probable that we have here the continued employment, for the sake of uniformity, of an idiom which had now become antique, or what is called dead. But there is certainly no evidence or trace of any other form of the national speech having ever been used in writing before the year 1100 at the earliest. The overthrow of the native government and civilization by the Conquest in the latter part of the 11th century would not, of course, extinguish the knowledge of the old literary language of the countries till after the lapse of about a generation. We may fairly then regard the change in question as having taken place, in all probability, not in 3 centuries, as Mr. Price puts the case, but within at most the third part of that space. This correction, while it brings the breaking up of the language into close connection in point of time with the social revolution, gives it also much more of a sudden and convulsionary character than it has in Mr. Price's representation. The gradual and gentle flow, assumed to have extended over 3 centuries, turns out to have been really a rapid precipitous descent, something almost of the nature of a cataract, effected possibly within the 6th or 8th part of that space of time. It may be that there is a tendency in certain languages, or in all languages, to undergo a similar simplification of their grammar to that which the English underwent at this crisis, and it is conceivable that such a tendency, constantly operating unchecked, may at last produce such a change as we have in the present case, the conversion of the language from one of a synthetic to one of an analytic structure, that may have happened with those other languages of the Low Germanic stock to which Mr. Price refers. But such was certainly not the case with the English. We have that language distinctly before us for 3 or 4 centuries, during which it is not pretended that there is to be detected a trace of the operation of any such tendency. The tendency, therefore, either did not exist, or must have been rendered inoperative by some counteracting influence. If, on the other hand, we are to suppose that in our own or in any other language the tendency suddenly developed itself or became active at a particular moment, that would necessarily imply the very operation of a new external cause, which Mr. Price's theory denies. It is no matter whether we may or may not be able to point out the cause; that a cause there must have been is unquestionable. In the case before us, the cause is sufficiently obvious. The integrity of the constitution or grammatical system of the language which was preserved so long as its literature flourished. When that ceased to be read and studied and produced, the grammatical cultivation and knowledge of the language also ceased. The 2 things, indeed, were really one and the same. The literature and the literary form of the language could not but live and die together. Whatever killed the one was sure also to blight the other. And what was it that did or could bring the native literature of England suddenly to an end in the 11th or 12th century, except the new political and social circumstances in which the country was then placed? What other than such a cause ever extinguished in any country the light of its ancient literature? Of at least 2 similar cases we have a perfect knowledge. How long did the classical Latin continue to be a living language? just so long as the fabric of Latin civilization in the Western Empire continued to exist, so long and no longer. When that was overthrown, the literature which was its product and exponent, its expression, and in a manner its very soul, and the highly artificial form of language which was the material in which that literature was wrought, were both at once struck with a mortal disease, under which they perished, almost with the generation that had witnessed the consummation of the barbaric invasion. Exactly similar is the history of the classic Greek, only that it continued to exist as a living language for 1,000 years after the Latin, the social system with which it was bound up, of which it was part and parcel, lasting so much longer. When that fell with the fall of the Eastern Empire in the 15th century, the language also became extinct. The ancient Greek gave place to the modern Greek, or what is called the Romaic. The conquest of Constantinople by the Turks was to the Greek language the same thing that the Norman conquest was to the English. End of section 15. Section 16 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 2, Part 10. The 13th and 14th centuries Ascendancy of the Scholastic Philosophy. Ever since the appearance of Peter Lombard's 4 books of sentences, about the middle of the 12th century, a struggle for ascendancy had been going on throughout Europe between the scholastic theology, or new philosophy, and the grammatical and rhetorical studies with which men had previously been chiefly occupied. At first, the natural advantages of its position told in favor of the established learning. Nay, an impulse and a new inspiration were probably given to poetry and the belles lettres for a time by the competition of logic and philosophy, and the general intellectual excitement thus produced. It was in the latter part of the 12th century that the writing of Latin verse was cultivated with the greatest success. It was at the very end of that century, indeed, that Geoffrey de Vinsauf, as we have seen, composed and published his poem on the restoration of the legitimate mode of versification under the title of Nova Poetria, or the New Poetry. But from about this date the tide began to turn, and the first half of the 13th century may be described as the era of the decline and fall of elegant literature and the complete reduction of studious minds under the dominion of the scholastic logic and metaphysics. In the University of Paris, and it was doubtless the same elsewhere, from about the middle of the 13th century, the ancient classics seemed nearly to have ceased to be read, and all that was taught of rhetoric or even of grammar consisted of a few lessons from Priscian. The habit of speaking Latin correctly and elegantly, which had been so common an accomplishment of the scholars of the last age, was now generally lost. Even at the universities, the classic tongue was corrupted into a base jargon, in which frequently all grammar and syntax were disregarded. This universal revolt from the study of words and of aesthetics to that of thoughts and of things is the most remarkable event in the intellectual history of the species. Undoubtedly all its results were not evil. On the whole, it was most probably the salvation even of that learning and elegant literature which it seemed for a time to have overwhelmed. The excitement of its very novelty awakened the minds of men. Never was there such a ferment of intellectual activity as now sprung up in Europe. The enthusiasm of the Crusades seemed to have been succeeded by an enthusiasm of study, which equally impelled its successive inundations of devotees. In the beginning of the 14th century there were 30,000 students at the University of Oxford, and that of Paris could probably boast of the attendance of a still vaster multitude. This was something almost like a universal diffusion of education and knowledge. The brief revival of elegant literature in the 12th century was a premature spring, which could not last. The preliminary processes of vegetation were not sufficiently advanced to sustain any general or enduring efflorescence, nor was the state of the world such as to call for or admit of any extensive spread of the kind of scholarship then cultivated. The probability is that even if nothing else had taken its place, it would have gradually become feebler in character, as well as confined within a narrower circle of cultivators, till it had altogether evaporated and disappeared. The excitement of the new learning, turbulent and in some respects debasing as it was, saved Western Europe from the complete extinction of the light of scholarship and philosophy, which would in that case have ensued, and kept alive the spirit of intellectual culture, though in the meanwhile imprisoned and limited in its vision for a happier future time when it should have ampler scope and full freedom of range. Almost the only studies now cultivated by the common herd of students were the Aristotelian logic and metaphysics. Yet it was not till after a struggle of some length that the supremacy of Aristotle was established in the schools. The most ancient statutes of the University of Paris that have been preserved, those issued by the Pope's legate, Robert de Courson, in 1215, prohibited the reading either of the metaphysical or the physical works of that philosopher, or of any abridgment of them. This, however, it has been remarked, was a mitigation of the treatment these books had met with a few years before, when all the copies of them that could be found were ordered to be thrown into the fire. Still more lenient was a decree of Pope Gregory IX in 1231, which only ordered the reading of them to be suspended until they should have undergone correction. Certain heretical notions in religion, promulgated or suspected to have been entertained by some of the most zealous of the early Aristotelians, had awakened the apprehensions of the Church. But the general orthodoxy of their successors quieted these fears, and in course of time the authority of the Stagirite was universally recognized both in theology and in the profane sciences. Some of the most distinguished of the scholastic doctors of this period were natives of Britain. Such in particular were Alexander de Hales, styled the Irrefragable, an English Franciscan who died at Paris in 1245, and who is famous as the master of Saint Bonaventura, and the first of the long list of commentators on the 4 books of the Sentences. The subtle doctor John Duns Scotus, also a Franciscan, and the chief glory of that order, who after teaching with unprecedented popularity and applause at Oxford and Paris, died at Cologne in 1308 at the early age of 43, leaving a mass of writings, the very quantity of which would be sufficiently wonderful, even if they were not marked by a vigor and penetration of thought which down to our own day has excited the admiration of all who have examined them. William Ockham, the Invincible, another Franciscan, the pupil of Scotus, but afterwards his opponent on the great philosophical question of the origin and nature of universals or general terms, which so long divided and still divides logicians. Ockham, who died at Munich in 1347, was the restorer, and perhaps the most able defender that the Middle Ages produced, of the doctrine of nominalism, or the opinion that general notions are merely names and not real existences, as was contended by the realists. The side taken by Ockham was that of the minority in his own day, and for many ages after, and his views accordingly were generally regarded as heterodox in the schools, but his high merits have been recognized in modern times, when perhaps the greater number of speculators have come over to his way of thinking. Mathematical and other studies. In the mathematical and physical sciences, Roger Bacon is the great name of the 13th century, and indeed the greatest that either his country or Europe can produce for some centuries after this time. He was born at Ilchester about the year 1214 and died in 1292. His writings that are still preserved, of which the principal is that entitled his Opus Majus, or greater work, show that the range of his investigations included theology, grammar, the ancient languages, geometry, astronomy, chronology, geography, music, optics, mechanics, chemistry, and most of the other branches of experimental philosophy. In all these sciences he had mastered whatever was then known, and his knowledge, though necessarily mixed with much error, extended in various directions considerably farther than, but for the evidence of his writings, we should have been warranted in believing that scientific researches had been carried in that age. In optics, for instance, he not only understood the general laws of reflected and refracted light, and had at least conceived such an instrument as a telescope, but he makes some advances towards an explanation of the phenomena of the rainbow. It may be doubted whether what have been sometimes called his inventions and discoveries in mechanics and in chemistry were for the greater part more than notions he had formed of the possibility of accomplishing certain results, but even regarded as mere speculations or conjectures, many of his statements of what might be done show that he was familiar with mechanical principles and possessed considerable acquaintance with the powers of natural agents. He appears to have been acquainted with the effects and composition of gunpowder, which indeed there is other evidence for believing to have been then known in Europe. Bacon's notions on the right method of philosophizing are remarkably enlightened for the times in which he lived, and his general views upon most subjects evince a penetration and liberality much beyond the spirit of his age. With all his sagacity and freedom from prejudice, indeed, he was a believer both in astrology and alchemy, but, as it has been observed, these delusions did not then stand in the same predicament as now. They were irrational only because unproved, and neither impossible nor unworthy of the investigation of a philosopher in the absence of preceding experiments. Another eminent English cultivator of mathematical science in that age was the celebrated Robert Grosseteste, or Grostet, or Grosthead, Bishop of Lincoln, the friend and patron of Bacon. Grosseteste, who died in 1253, and of whom we shall have more to say presently, is the author of a treatise on the sphere, which has been printed. A third name that deserves to be mentioned along with these is that of Sir Michael Scott, famous in popular tradition as a practitioner of the occult sciences, but whom his writings, of which several are extant and have been printed, prove to have been possessed of acquirements both in science and literature of which few in those times could boast. He is commonly assumed to have been proprietor of the estate of Balwearie in Fife, and to have survived till near the close of the 13th century, but all that is certain is that he was a native of Scotland, and one of the most distinguished of the learned persons who flourished at the court of the Emperor Frederick II, who died in 1250. Like Roger Bacon, Scott was addicted to the study of alchemy and astrology, but these were in his eyes also parts of natural philosophy. Among other works, a history of animals is ascribed to him, and he is said to have translated several of the works of Aristotle from the Greek into Latin at the command of the Emperor Frederick. He is reputed to have been eminently skilled both in astronomy and medicine, and a contemporary, John Bacon, himself known by the title of Prince of the Averroists, or followers of the Arabian Dr. Averroes, celebrated him as a great theologian. These instances, however, were rare exceptions to the general rule. Metaphysics and logic, together with divinity, which was converted into little else than a subject of metaphysical and logical contention, so occupied the crowd of intellectual inquirers, that except the professional branches of law and medicine, scarcely any other studies were generally attended to. Roger Bacon himself tells us that he knew of only two good mathematicians among his contemporaries, one John of Leyden, who had been a pupil of his own, and another whom he does not name, but who is supposed to have been John Peckham, a Franciscan friar, who afterwards became Archbishop of Canterbury. Few students of the science, he says, proceeded farther than the fifth proposition of the first book of Euclid, the well-known Ass's Bridge. The study of geometry was still confounded in the popular understanding with the study of magic, a proof that it was a very rare pursuit. In arithmetic, although the Arabic numerals had found their way to Christian Europe before the middle of the 14th century, they do not appear to have come into general use till a considerably later date. Astronomy, however, was sufficiently cultivated at the University of Paris to enable some of the members to predict an eclipse of the sun, which happened on the 31st of January, 1310. This science was indebted for part of the attention it received to the belief that was universally entertained in the influence of the stars over human affairs. And as astrology led to the cultivation and improvement of astronomy, so the other imaginary science of alchemy undoubtedly aided the progress of chemistry and medicine. Besides Roger Bacon and Michael Scott in the 13th century, England contributes the names of John Dalstein, of Richard, and of Cremer, abbot of Westminster, the disciple and friend of the famous Raymond Lillie, to the list of the writers on alchemy in the 14th. Lillie himself visited England in the reign of Edward I on the invitation of the king, and he affirms in one of his works that in the secret chamber of St. Catherine in the Tower of London he performed in the royal presence the experiment of transmuting some crystal into a massive diamond, or adamant as he calls it, of which Edward, he says, caused some little pillars to be made for the tabernacle of God. It was popularly believed indeed at the time that the English king had been furnished by Lillie with a great quantity of gold for defraying the expense of an expedition he intended to make to the Holy Land. Edward III was not less credulous on the subject than his grandfather, as appears by an order which he issued in 1329 in the following terms: Know all men that we have been assured that John of Roos and Master William of Dalby know how to make silver by the art of alchemy, that they have made it in former times and still continue to make it. And considering that these men, by their art and by making the precious metal, may be profitable to us and to our kingdom, we have commanded our well-beloved Thomas Carey to apprehend the aforesaid John and William, wherever they can be found, within liberties or without, and bring them to us, together with all the instruments of their art, under safe and sure custody. The earliest English writer on medicine whose works have been printed is Gilbert English, or Anglicus, who flourished in the 13th century, and he was followed in the next century by John de Gadsden. The practice of medicine had now been taken in a great measure out of the hands of the clergy, but the art was still in the greater part a mixture of superstition and quackery, although the knowledge of some useful remedies, and perhaps also of a few principles, had been obtained from the writings of the Arabic physicians, many of which had been translated into Latin, and from the instructions delivered in the schools of Spain and Italy. The distinction between the physician and the apothecary was already well understood. Surgery also began to be followed as a separate branch. Some works are still extant, partly printed, partly in manuscript, by John Ardern or Arden, an eminent English surgeon who practised at Newark in the 14th century. A lively picture of the state of the surgical art at this period is given by a French writer, Guy de Chauliac, in a system of surgery which he published in 1363. The practitioners in surgery, he says, are divided into 5 sects. The first follow Roger and Roland and the 4 masters, and apply poultices to all wounds and abscesses. The second follow Brunus and Theodoric, and in the same case use wine only. The third follow Salicito and Lanfranc, and treat wounds with ointments and soft plasters. The fourth are chiefly Germans, who attend the armies and promiscuously use charms, potions, oil, and wool. The fifth are old women and ignorant people who have recourse to the saints in all cases. Yet the true method of philosophizing by experiment and the collection of facts was almost as distinctly and emphatically laid down in this age by Roger Bacon, as it was more than 3 centuries afterwards by his illustrious namesake. Much knowledge, too, must necessarily have been accumulated in various departments by the actual application of this method. Some of the greatest of the modern chemists have bestowed the highest praise on the manner in which the experiments of the alchemists, or hermetic philosophers, as they call themselves, on metals and other natural substances, appear to have been conducted. In another field, namely in that of geography and the institutions, customs, and general state of distant countries, a great deal of new information must have been acquired from the accounts that were now published by various travelers, especially by Marco Polo, who penetrated as far as to Tartary and China in the latter part of the 13th century, and by our countryman Sir John Mandeville, who also traversed a great part of the East about 100 years later. Roger Bacon has inserted a very curious epitome of the geographical knowledge of his time in his Opus Majus. Universities and colleges. About the middle of the 13th century, both in England and elsewhere, the universities began to assume a new form by the erection of colleges for the residence of their members as separate communities. The zeal for learning that was displayed in these endowments is the most honorable characteristic of the age. Before the end of the 14th century, the following colleges were founded at Oxford: University Hall, by William Archdeacon of Durham, who died in 1249; Balliol College, by John Balliol, father of King John of Scotland, about 1263; Merton College, by Walter Merton, Bishop of Rochester, in 1268; Exeter College, by Walter Stapleton, Bishop of Exeter, about 1315; Oriel College, originally called the Hall of the Blessed Virgin of Oxford, by Edward II and his almoner, Adam de Brom, about 1324; Queen's College, by Robert Egglesfield, chaplain to Queen Philippa, in 1340; and New College, in 1379, by the celebrated William of Wykeham, Bishop of Winchester, the munificent founder also of Winchester School or College. In the University of Cambridge, the foundations were Peterhouse, by Hugh Balsham, sub-prior and afterwards Bishop of Ely, about 1256; Michael College, afterwards incorporated with Trinity College, by Herbie de Stanton, Chancellor of the Exchequer to Edward II, about 1324; University Hall, soon afterwards burnt down, by Richard Badue, Chancellor of the University, in 1326; King's Hall, afterwards united to Trinity College, by Edward III; Clare Hall, a restoration of University Hall, by Elizabeth de Clare, Countess of Ulster, about 1347; Pembroke Hall, or the Hall of Valence and Mary, in the same year, by Mary de St. Paul, widow of Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke; Trinity Hall, in 1350, by William Bateman, Bishop of Norwich; Gonville Hall, about the same time, by Edward Gonville, parson of Terrington and Rushworth, in Norfolk; and Corpus Christi, or Bennet, that is Benedict College, about 1351, by the United Guilds of Corpus Christi and St. Mary, in the town of Cambridge. The erection of these colleges, besides the accommodations which they afforded in various ways both to teachers and students, gave a permanent establishment to the universities which they scarcely before possessed. The original condition of these celebrated seats of learning, in regard to all the conveniences of teaching, appears to have been humble in the extreme. Great disorders and scandals are also said to have arisen before the several societies were thus assembled, each within its own walls, from the intermixture of the students with the townspeople, and their exemption from all discipline. But when the members of the university were counted by tens of thousands, discipline, even in the most favorable circumstances, must have been nearly out of the question. The difficulty would not be lessened by the general character of the persons composing the learned mob, if we may take it from the quaint historian of the University of Oxford. Many of them, Anthony Awood affirms, were mere varlets who pretended to be scholars. He does not scruple to charge them with being habitually guilty of thieving and other enormities, and he adds, they lived under no discipline, neither had any tutors, but only for fashion's sake would sometimes thrust themselves into the schools at ordinary lectures, and when they went to perform any mischiefs, then would they be accounted scholars, that so they might free themselves from the jurisdiction of the burghers. To repress the evils of this state of things, the old statutes of the University of Paris in 1215 had ordained that no one should be reputed a scholar who had not a certain master. Another of these ancient regulations may be quoted in illustration of the simplicity of the times, and of the small measure of pomp and circumstance that the heads of the commonwealth of learning could then effect. It is ordered that every master reading lectures in the Faculty of Arts should have his cloak or gown round, black, and falling as low as the heels, at least, adds the statute, with amusing naivete, while it is new. But this famous seminary long continued to take pride in its poverty as one of its most honorable distinctions. There is something very noble and affecting in the terms in which the rector and masters of the Faculty of Arts are found petitioning in 1362 for a postponement of the hearing of a cause in which they were parties. We have difficulty, they say, in finding the money to pay the procurators and advocates whom it is necessary for us to employ, we whose profession it is to possess no wealth. Yet when funds were wanted for important purposes in connection with learning or science, they were supplied in this age with no stinted liberality. We have seen with what alacrity opulent persons came forward to build and endow colleges, as soon as the expediency of such foundations came to be perceived. In almost all of these establishments, more or less, provision was made for the permanent maintenance of a body of poor scholars, in other words, for the admission of even the humblest classes to share in the benefits of that learned education whose temples and priesthood were thus planted in the land. It is probable also that the same kind of liberality was often shown in other ways. Roger Bacon tells us himself that in the 20 years in which he had been engaged in his experiments, he had spent in books and instruments no less a sum than 2,000 French livres, an amount of silver equal to about 6,000 pounds of our present money, and in effective value certainly to many times that sum. He must have been indebted for these large supplies to the generosity of rich friends and patrons. End of section 16. Section 17 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK, Chapter 2, Part 11. Latin Historical Works of the 13th and 14th Centuries. Notwithstanding the general neglect of its elegancies, and of the habit of speaking it correctly or grammatically, the Latin tongue still continued to be in England, as elsewhere, the common language of the learned, and that in which books were generally written that were intended for their perusal. Among this class of works may be included the contemporary chronicles, most of which were compiled in the monasteries, and the authors of almost all of which were churchmen. The Chronicle of Roger de Wendover, hitherto existing only in manuscript and in a single copy, has now been published in the greater part by the Reverend Henry O. Cox for the English Historical Society under the title of Rogeri de Wendover Chronica Sive Floris Historiarum, 5 volumes, 8vo, London, 1841-44. The portion omitted is merely the first book, which contains the space from the creation to the commencement of the Christian era, and is abridged in the Floris Historiarum, bearing the name of Matthew of Westminster, together with the first 446 years of Book Second, in which there is equally little that is peculiar or important. The remainder of the narrative comes down to the year 1235, the 19th of Henry III, and is very valuable. An English translation by Dr. Giles of so much of Roger de Wendover's Chronicle as has been published by Mr. Cox makes 2 of the volumes of Bond's Antiquarian Library, London, 1849. Wendover, who was probably a native of the place of that name in Buckinghamshire, became a monk and precentor in the Benedictine monastery of St. Albans, and died prior of Belvoir in a cell of that house on the 6th of May, 1237. He has compiled the earlier portion of his work from Bede, Marianus Scotus, some of the Byzantine writers, Malmesbury, Florence of Worcester, Henry of Huntingdon, and the other best and most reputable of preceding chroniclers, and in a very workmanlike manner. Mr. Cox holds him to be quite as good a writer as Matthew Paris, whose more celebrated history is, down to the point where that of Wendover ends, copied from him with few alterations, and those, Mr. Cox declares, mostly for the worse, even in point of expression. Mr. Cox vindicates the claim of Wendover to the authorship of the portion of the Chronicle bearing his name, which has been thus transcribed by Paris, in answer to some remarks by Mr. Hallowell, in the introduction to his late edition of Rishanger's Chronicle of the Barons' Wars. The most celebrated English historian of the 13th century, however, is Matthew Paris, who was another monk of the same great monastery of St. Albans, and was also much employed in affairs of state during the reign of Henry III. He died in 1259, and his principal work, entitled Historia Major, the Greater History, begins at the Norman Conquest, and comes down to that year. Matthew Paris is one of the most spirited and rhetorical of our old Latin historians, and the extraordinary freedom with which he expresses himself in regard especially to the usurpations of the court of Rome forms a striking contrast to the almost uniform tone of his monkish brethren. Nor does he show less boldness in animadverting upon the vices and delinquencies of kings and of the great in general. These qualities have in modern times gained him much admiration among writers of one party, and much obloquy from those of another. His work has always been bitterly decried by the Roman Catholics, who at one time indeed were accustomed to maintain that much of what happened in the printed copies of it was the interpolation of its Protestant editors. This charge has now been abandoned, but an eminent Catholic historian of the present day has not hesitated to denounce the narrative of the Monk of St. Albans as a romance rather than a history, on the ground of the great discrepancy which he asserts he has found between it and authentic records or contemporary writers, in most instances when he could confront the one with the other. The Historia Major of Matthew Paris was first printed at London in 1571 under the care of Archbishop Parker, and it has been republished at Zurich in 1606, at London under the care of Dr. William Watts in 1640, at Paris in 1644, and at London in 1684. All these editions are in folio. An excellent French translation by M.A. Huillard Brehoya has lately been published under the superintendence, or at the cost, of the Duc de Luynes, in 9 volumes, 8vo, Paris, 1840-41, with a few notes by the translator, but without the introduction by the Duke promised on the title page, at least in the only copy of the work that has fallen in our way. An English translation by Dr. Giles makes 3 of the volumes of Bond's Antiquarian Library. To the edition published by Dr. Watts and those that have followed it are appended some other historical pieces of the author, and there also exists in manuscript an abridgment of the Historia Major, drawn up by himself and generally referred to as the Historia Minor. The history of Matthew Paris was continued by William Rishanger, another monk of the same abbey, whose narrative appears to have come down to the year 1322, the 15th of Edward II, although no complete copy is now known to be in existence, and only the earlier part, extending to the death of Henry III, A.D. 1272, has been printed. It is at the end of Watts's edition of Matthew Paris. Rishanger is also the author of several other historical tracts, one of the most curious of which, his Chronicle of the Barons' Wars, preserved in a single manuscript with the title of De Bellis Lues et Evesham, has been printed for the Camden Society under the care of Mr. James Orchard Hallowell. Quarto, London, 1840. To Rishanger's narrative, Mr. Hallowell has appended a collection of miracles attributed to Simon de Montfort from another manuscript in the Canton Library. What is commonly called the Chronicle of John Brompton, and is printed among the Decum Scriptores, pages 721 to 1284, under the titles of Chronicon Johannes Brompton and Yorwalensis Historia, a Johann Brompton Abbate Yorwalensi Conscripta, has been shown by Selden in his most learned and curious preface to that collection not to be either the composition of Brompton or in any sense a chronicle of Yorwalla or Yarravoe, of which monastery in Yorkshire Brompton or Brampton was abbot. The book was merely procured for the library of that house while he presided over it, and probably through his means. It does not appear from Selden's account when Brompton lived, but he has proved, page 41, that the chronicle must have been written in or after the year 1328, or the second of Edward III. At the commencement the author intimates that it is his design to bring it down to the time of Edward I, but it terminates with the death of Richard I, A.D. 1199, having set out from the conversion of the Saxons by St. Augustine. It is not, therefore, in any part of it, a contemporary history, but the writer has gleaned from some authorities which we do not now possess, and he gives many details which have not elsewhere been preserved. Among the other Latin chroniclers of this period whose works have been printed, the following are the principal: Thomas Wykes, or Wyke, in Latin Wickius, canon regular of Osney, near Oxford, whose chronicle, otherwise called the Chronicle of the Church of Salisbury, fills from page 21 to page 129 of Gale's Scriptores Quinque, and as there printed extends from the Conquest to the year 1304, although it is afterwards intimated, page 595, that the last 10 pages of it are by another hand. Walter Hemmingford, or as Leland calls him, Hemmingobergus, a monk of Gisborough in Yorkshire, the portion of whose work, extending from the Conquest to the year 1273, being the first 3 books, was printed by Gale in the same collection, pages 453 to 595, and the remainder, comprehending the reigns of Edward I, Edward II, and the first 20 years of that of Edward III, by Hearn in 2 volumes, 8vo, at Oxford in 1731, and the whole of which has been edited by Mr. H. C. Hamilton for the Historical Society in 2 volumes, 8vo, London, 1848. Robert de Avesbury, Register of the Court of the Archbishop of Canterbury, whose History of the Reign of Edward III, Historia de Mirabilibus Justus Edwardi Trace, which is esteemed for its accuracy, but comes down only to A.D. 1356, was published by Hearn in 8vo at Oxford in 1720. Nicholas Trivet, whose clear and exact history of the reigns of Stephen, Henry II, Richard I, John, Henry III, and Edward I, or from A.D. 1135 to 1307, is printed in both editions of Father Dargeres Spicilegium, 1671 and 1723, and has also been published separately by Anthony Hall in 8vo at Oxford in 1719, and as edited by Mr. T. Hogg for the Historical Society, 8vo, London, 1845. Adam Muramuth, whose short chronicle, extending from A.D. 1303 to 1337, along with a continuation by an anonymous writer to 1380, was printed by Hall as a second volume to his Trivet in 1721, and has also been edited for the Historical Society by Mr. Hogg, 1846. Henry de Knighton, or Knighton, as he himself spells the name, a canon of Leicester, the author of a History of English Affairs from the time of King Edgar to the death of Richard II, which is printed among the Decum Scriptores, pages 2297 to 2742, and the two ecclesiastical historians, Thomas Stubbs and William Thorne, the Chronicle of the Acts of the Archbishops of York to A.D. 1373, by the former of whom, and that of the abbots of St. Augustine's Monastery, Canterbury, to 1397 by the latter, are in the same collection, pages 1685 to 1734 and 1753 to 2202. The original Latin Polychronicon of Ranulf or Ralph Higden, monk of St. Werburgh's in Chester, which ends in 1357, still remains for the greater part in manuscript, only the portion of it relating to the period of English history before the Norman Conquest having been published by Gale among his Scriptores Quindecum, pages 177 to 289. But an English translation of the whole by John de Trevisa, who was vicar of Berkeley in Gloucestershire towards the close of the 14th century, was printed in folio at Westminster by Caxton in 1482, at the same place by Wynkyn de Worde in 1485, and at Southwark in 1517, and again in 1527. Besides many insertions, Caxton has added a continuation of the history down to 1460, but it appears that he has also omitted several passages which are found in Trevisa's manuscript, now in the Harleian collection. John Fordun, the earliest of the regular Scottish chroniclers, also belongs to the 14th century. His history, entitled Scotte Chronicon, beginning with the creation, comes down only to the end of the reign of David I, A.D. 1153, but is continued by Walter Bower, abbot of Inchcolm, to the death of James I, A.D. 1437. The materials for this space from 1153 to 1385 having been collected by Fordun. A portion of the Scotch Chronicon, actually written by Fordun, being the first 5 of the 16 books, was printed by Gale among his Scriptores Quindecum, pages 563 to 701, and the whole was published by Hearn at Oxford in 5 volumes, 8vo, in 1722, and again by Walter Goodall at Edinburgh in 2 volumes, folio, in 1759. The most important of the monastic chronicles belonging to this period which has been preserved is that called, it does not appear for what reason, the Chronicle of Lanercost. It has now been printed for the Bannatyne and Maitland clubs under the superintendence of Mr. Joseph Stevenson, Quarto, Edinburgh, 1839. Before this it existed only in 1 or 2 very incorrect modern transcripts, and in a single original codex, the Cotton manuscript 507, where it is appended without any break to an imperfect copy of what is printed by Saville as Hoveden*s History. Hoveden ends on the reverse of what is numbered as folio 172 of the manuscript, having filled from folio 66 inclusive. The continuation or Lanercost Chronicle goes on in one handwriting to the end of the volume on the reverse of folio 242. The time which it comprehends is from AD 1201 to 1346. Mr. Stevenson thinks that it was transcribed about the latter date from the contemporary register kept most probably in the Minorite monastery of Carlisle. As printed, it fills 352 quarto pages, and it abounds in curious and valuable information relating to the course of events both in England and in Scotland during the period over which it extends. Use and study of the Latin and Greek, the Hebrew, and other Oriental tongues. Latin was also, for a great part of the 13th and 14th centuries, the usual language of the law, at least in writing. There may indeed be some doubt, perhaps, as to the Charter of John. It is usually given in Latin, but there is also a French text, first published in the first edition of Dachery's Specialigium, 1653-57, 12, 573, etc., which there is some reason for believing to be the original. An attentive critical examination of the French and Latin together, says Mr. Luders, will induce any person capable of making it to think several chapters of the latter translated from the former, and not originally composed in Latin. Yet the capitula, or articles on which the Great Charter is founded, are known to us only in Latin, and all the other charters of liberties are in that language. So is every statute down to the year 1275. The first that is in French is the Statute of Westminster the First, passed in that year, the third of Edward the First. Throughout the remainder of the reign of Edward, they are sometimes in Latin, sometimes in French, but more frequently in the former language. The French becomes more frequent in the time of Edward II, and is almost exclusively used in that of Edward III and Richard II. Still there are statutes in Latin in the 6th and 8th years of the last mentioned king. It is not improbable that from the accession of Edward I, the practice may have been to draw up every statute in both languages. Of the law treatises, Bracton about 1265 and Fleta about 1285 are in Latin, Britain about 1280, and the Memoires de Justice about 1320 in French. Latin was not only the language in which all the scholastic divines and philosophers wrote, but was also employed by all writers on geometry, astronomy, chemistry, medicine, and the other branches of mathematical and natural science. All the works of Roger Bacon, for example, are in Latin, and it is worth noting that, although by no means a writer of classical purity, this distinguished cultivator of science is still one of the most correct writers of his time. He was indeed not a less zealous student of literature than of science, nor less anxious for the improvement of the one than of the other. Accustomed himself to read the works of Aristotle in the original Greek, he denounces as mischievous impositions the wretched Latin translations by which alone they were known to the generality of his contemporaries. He warmly recommends the study of grammar and the ancient languages generally, and deplores the little attention paid to the Oriental tongues in particular, of which he says there were not in his time more than 3 or 4 persons in Western Europe who knew anything. It is remarkable that the most strenuous effort made within the present period to revive the study of this last mentioned learning proceeded from another eminent cultivator of natural science, the famous Raymond Lully, half philosopher, half quack, as it has been the fashion to regard him. It was at his instigation that Clement V, in 1311, with the approbation of the Council of Vienne, published a constitution ordering that professors of Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, and Chaldaic should be established in the universities of Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and Salamanca. He had more than 20 years before urged the same measure upon Honorius IV, and its adoption then was only prevented by the death of that pope. After all, it is doubtful if the papal ordinance was ever carried into effect. There were, however, professors of strange or foreign languages at Paris a few years after this time, as appears from an epistle of Pope John XXII to his legate there in 1325, in which the latter is enjoined to keep watch over the said professors, lest they should introduce any dogmas as strange as the languages they taught. Many additional details are collected by Warton in his dissertation on the introduction of learning into England. He is inclined to think that many Greek manuscripts found their way into Europe from Constantinople in the time of the Crusades. Robert Grosthead, Bishop of Lincoln, he proceeds, an universal scholar, and no less conversant in polite letters than the most abstruse sciences, cultivated and patronized the study of the Greek language. This illustrious prelate, who is said to have composed almost 200 books, read lectures in the school of the Franciscan friars at Oxford about the year 1230. He translated Dionysius the Areopagite and Damascenus into Latin. He greatly facilitated the knowledge of Greek by a translation of Suidas's Lexicon, a book in high repute among the lower Greeks, and at that time almost a recent compilation. He promoted John of Basingstoke to the archdeaconry of Leicester, chiefly because he was a Greek scholar, and possessed many Greek manuscripts, which he is said to have brought from Athens into England. He entertained as a domestic in his palace Nicholas, chaplain of the abbot of St. Albans, surnamed Graicus, from his uncommon proficiency in Greek, and by his assistance he translated from Greek into Latin the testaments of the 12 patriarchs. Grosthead had almost incurred the censure of excommunication for preferring a complaint to the Pope that most of the opulent benefices in England were occupied by Italians. But the practice, although notoriously founded on the monopolizing and arbitrary spirit of papal imposition, and a manifest act of injustice to the English clergy, probably contributed to introduce many learned foreigners into England, and to propagate philological literature. Bishop Grosthead, Wharton adds, is also said to have been profoundly skilled in the Hebrew language. William the Conqueror permitted great numbers of Jews to come over from Rouen and to settle in England about the year 1087. Their multitude soon increased, and they spread themselves in vast bodies throughout most of the cities and capital towns in England, where they built synagogues. There were 1,500 at York about the year 1189. At Bury in Suffolk is a very complete remain of a Jewish synagogue of stone in the Norman style, large and magnificent. Hence it was that many of the learned English ecclesiastics of those times became acquainted with their books and language. In the reign of William Rufus at Oxford, the Jews were remarkably numerous and had acquired a considerable property, and some of their rabbis were permitted to open a school in the university, where they instructed not only their own people but many Christian students in the Hebrew literature about the year 1054. Within 200 years after their admission or establishment by the Conqueror, they were banished kingdom. This circumstance was highly favorable to the circulation of their learning in England. The suddenness of their dismission obliged them, for present subsistence and other reasons, to sell their movable goods of all kinds, among which were large quantities of rabbinical books. The monks in various parts availed themselves of the distribution of these treasures. At Huntingdon and Stamford there was a prodigious sale of their effects, containing immense stores of Hebrew manuscripts, which were immediately purchased by Gregory of Huntingdon, prior of the Abbey of Ramsey. Gregory speedily became an adept in the Hebrew by means of these valuable acquisitions, which he bequeathed to his monastery about the year 1250. Other members of the same convent, in consequence of these advantages, are said to have been equal proficients in the same language soon after the death of Prior Gregory, among whom were Robert Dodford, librarian of Ramsey, and Lawrence Holbeck, who compiled a Hebrew lexicon. At Oxford, great multitudes of their books fell into the hands of Roger Bacon, or were bought by his brethren, the Franciscan friars of that university. The general expulsion of the Jews from England did not take place till the year 1290, in the reign of Edward I, but they had been repeatedly subjected to sudden violence, both from the populace and from the government, before that grand catastrophe. Last stage of the French language in England. The French language, however, was still in common use among us down to the latter part of the reign of Edward III. It is well remarked by Pinkerton that we are to date the cessation of the general use of French in this country from the breaking out of the inveterate enmity between the two nations in the reign of that king. Higden, as we have seen, writing before this change had taken place, tells us that French was still in his day the language which the children of gentlemen were taught to speak from their cradle, and the only language that was allowed to be used by boys at school, the effect of which was, that even the country people generally understood it and affected its use. The tone, however, in which this is stated by Higden, indicates that the public feeling had already begun to set in against these customs, and that if they still kept their ground from use and want, they had lost their hold upon any firmer or surer stay. Accordingly, about a quarter of a century or 30 years later, his translator, Trevisa, finds it necessary to subjoin the following explanation or correction. This manner was much used tofore the first morn, before the first murrain or plague, which happened in 1349. In his sith some deal somewhat changed. For John Cornwale, a master of grammar, changed the lore, learning in grammar school, and construction of from French into English, and Richard Pencrit learned that manner, teaching of him and other men of Penkridge. So that now, the year of our Lord 1385 of the second King Richard after the Conquest 9, in all the grammar schools of England, children loveth French, and construeth and learneth in English, and haveth thereby advantage in one side and disadvantage in another. Her their advantage is that they learneth her their grammar in less time than children were wont to do. Disadvantage is that now children of grammar school cannot know no more French than can her lift knows their left heel, and that is harm for them. And if they school past the sea and travail in strange lands, and in many other places also. Also gentlemen have now much left for to teach her their children French. A few years before this, in 1362, the 36th of Edward III, was passed the statute ordaining that all pleas pleaded in the king's court should be pleaded in the English language, and entered and enrolled in Latin, the pleadings or oral arguments till now having been in French, and the enrollments of the judgments sometimes in French, sometimes in Latin. The reasons assigned for this change in the preamble of the act are, because it is often showed to the king by the prelates, dukes, earls, barons, and all the commonalty, of the great mischiefs which have happened to divers of the realm, because the laws, customs, and statutes of this realm be not commonly holden and kept in the same realm, for that they be pleaded, shewed, showed, and judged in the French tongue, which is much unknown in the said realm, so that the people which do plead or be impleaded in the king's court and in the courts of other have no knowledge nor understanding of that which is said for them or against them by their sergeants and other pleaders, and that reasonably the said laws and customs the rather shall be perceived and known and better understood in the tongue used in the said realm, and by so much every man of the said realm may the better govern himself without offending of the law, and the better keep, save, and defend his heritage and possessions. And in divers regions and countries where the king, the nobles, and other of the said realm have been, good governance and full right is done to every person, because that their laws and custom be learned and used in the tongue of the country. Yet oddly enough, this very statute of which we have here quoted the old translation is in French, which, whatever might be the case with the great body of the people, continued down to a considerably later date than this to be the mother tongue of our Norman royal family, and probably also that generally spoken at court and at least in the upper house of Parliament. Ritson asserts that there is no instance in which Henry III is known to have expressed himself in English. King Edward I generally, he continues, or according to Andrew of Wintun, constantly spoke the French language both in the council and in the field, many of his sayings in that idiom being recorded by our old historians. When in the council at Norham in 1291-2, Anthony Beck had, as it is said, proved to the king by reason and eloquence that Bruce was too dangerous a neighbor to be king of Scotland, his majesty replied, "Par le sang de Dieu, vous avez bien enchanté," and accordingly adjudged the crown to Balliol, of whom, refusing to obey his summons, he afterwards said, "Ah, ce faux volant telle folie fait, s'il ne veut venir à nous, nous viendrons à lui." There is but one instance of his speaking English, which was when the great Sultan sent ambassadors after his assassination to protest that he had no knowledge of it. These, standing at a distance, adored the king prone on the ground, and Edward said in English, in Anglico, "You indeed adore, but you little love me." Nor understood they his words, because they spoke to him by an interpreter. King Edward II likewise, who married a French princess, used himself the French tongue. Sir Henry Spelman had a manuscript in which was a piece of poetry entitled De le roi Edouard le fils roi Edouard le chanson qu'il fit mesme, which Lord Oxford was unacquainted with. His son Edward III always wrote his letters or dispatches in French, as we find them preserved by Robert of Avesbury. And in the early part of his reign even the Oxford scholars were confined in conversation to Latin or French. There is a single instance preserved of this monarch's use of the English language. He appeared in 1349 in a tournament at Canterbury with a white swan for his impress, and the following motto embroidered on his shield: "Hey, hey, the white swan, by God's soul, I am thy man." Louis Beaumont, Bishop of Durham, 1317, understood not a word of either Latin or English. In reading the bull of his appointment, which he had been taught to spell for several days before, he stumbled upon the word metropolitis, which he in vain endeavored to pronounce, and having hammered over it a considerable time, at last cried out in his mother tongue, "C'est pour dit, par Saint Louis, il ne faut pas courti qui c'est pour ici écrit," the first instance of the English language which Mr. Tyrwhitt had discovered in the parliamentary proceedings was the confession of Thomas, Duke of Gloucester, in 1398. He might, however, have met with a petition of the Mercers of London 10 years earlier. Rolls of Parliament 3 225. The oldest English instrument produced by Rymer is dated 1368, 7 526, but an indenture in the same idiom betwixt the abbot and convent of Whitby and Robert, the son of John Bustard, dated at York in 1343, is the earliest known. End of Section 17. Section 18 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie, CRAIK. Chapter 2, Part 12. Anglo-Norman Poets. French metrical romances and other poetry, accordingly, continue to be written in England, and in many instances by Englishmen, throughout the 13th and 14th centuries. Of the Anglo-Norman poets of this period, one of the most famous is a lady, Marie, who describes herself as of France, but who appears to have resided in England in the time of Henry III. Her poems, consisting principally of lays or lays, the subjects of which she professes to have found in the Bas Breton, or Celtic tongue of Brittany, and of fables in the manner of Aesop, translated, she says, from an English version made by a king of England, by which she probably means a collection attributed to Alfred the Great, although another theory is that she refers to a work by Henry I, were first brought into notice by Turgot, Introductory Discourse to the Canterbury Tales of Chaucer, notes 24 and 29. They were afterwards made the subject of a paper by the Abbé de la Rue in the Archæologia, Volume 13, pages 35 to 67, published in 1797. And they have since been published by Monsieur B. de Roquefort under the title of Poésie de Marie de France, ou Recueil de Lays, Fables et autres productions de cette femme célèbre, 2 volumes, 8vo, Paris, 1820. An account including nearly a complete translation of the Lays, which are 12 in number, besides 2 which Monsieur de Roquefort has printed, apparently without any authority for assigning them to Marie, is given by Ellis in his Early English Metrical Romances, Appendix 2 to Introduction, pages 143 to 200. And the reader may also consult what has been written about Marie by Ritson in a note to the Romance of Eadmer, Ancient English Metrical Romances 330, by Mr. Price, in a long and elaborate note upon Warton, History of English Poetry, 1, 74 to 86, and by the Abbé de la Rue in his Essai Historique, 3, 47 to 100. Le Grand Dossy has given prose versions or paraphrases of 43 of Marie's fables in his work entitled Fabliaux ou Contes du XIIe et du XIIIe siècle, etc. Marie is mentioned as his contemporary by Denis Pyrame, or Pyramus, who was also probably a native of France, but lived at the court of Henry III, and was in his earlier years the author of many Servantois, Anacreontic songs, and other gay pieces, but whose only remaining compositions are 2 religious poems written in the sobriety and penitence of his old age. The first on the life and martyrdom of Saint Edmund, in 3,286 verses, the second in 714 verses on the miracles of the same royal saint. Another trouveur of this date was no less a person than the famous Grosseteste, Bishop of Lincoln, already mentioned. Grosseteste, who was an Englishman, a native of Suffolk, is the author of a religious romance of 1,748 lines on the favorite subject of the fall and restoration of man, which is sometimes called the Châtel d'Amour, by which expression the Virgin Mary is meant, sometimes the Roman des Romans, and there is also attributed to him another French poem of much greater length, which Monsieur de la Rue thinks is the same that is preserved in one of the royal manuscripts at the British Museum, manuscript registered 16 E9. and is in that copy entitled Traité des Péchés et des Vertus, although spoken of by other copyists as the Manual. It consists of more than 7,000 verses. The title by which Gros Tet's second work is commonly referred to is the Manual des Péchés, but the only known French poem bearing this title appears to be the work of a later writer, William of Waddington, who lived in the end of the 13th or beginning of the 14th century. It is a translation, but with much additional matter, from a Latin poem entitled Floritus, which was printed both in folio at London and in quarto at Caen in the same year, 1512. Waddington's Manual, which contains nearly 10,000 verses, exists in several manuscripts, of which two in the Harleian collection have at the end a farewell address to the reader, explaining his object in undertaking the translation. It was, he says, with a view of making the beauties of the Floritus be felt by a people who ran eagerly after everything written in French verse, and that the work might be understood by great and small, which proves, observes the Abbé de la Rue, that the knowledge of the French language was then generally diffused in England. Waddington also asks his readers to pardon the faults he may have committed, whether in expression or in regard to the laws of rhyme, on the ground that being an Englishman by birth, it was impossible that he should write French verse with perfect purity and correctness. A peculiar subject which engaged many of the French poets of the 13th century was the history of Alexander the Great. About a dozen trouveurs of France and England are enumerated, who devoted themselves to this singular chapter of the romance of chivalry, and several of their performances still survive, although they can scarcely in any case be assigned with certainty to their proper authors. One Roman d'Alexandre is attributed, at least in some copies, to a Thomas of Kent, who is placed by some authorities in the 12th century, by others about the beginning of the 14th, and who, it has been suggested, may possibly be the author of the French romance of Le Roi Horn, and also the Thomas referred to by Robert de Brun as the original narrator of the story of Sir Tristram, which upon this supposition must have first appeared in Norman French. Another celebrated early French romance is that of Havelock le Danois, founded on a well-known story of the Saxon era, relating to the town of Grimsby in Lincolnshire, which has been very ably edited for the Roxburgh Club by Sir Frederick Madden, along with the somewhat shorter relation of the same adventures which is found in Guy Mar's continuation of Wace's Brute, and a much longer English poem on the same subject. M. de la Rue, however, seems to have shown that the learned editor is mistaken in attributing to the separate roman, which extends to 1,106 lines, the priority in point of time over the version given by Guy Mar, containing 818 lines, and to have proved that it belongs not to the earlier part of the 12th, but to the 13th century. Other trouveurs of this period, connected with England either by birth, residence, or the subjects of their poetry, are Chardry, supposed to have been born in Gloucestershire in the 13th century, the author of several religious romances, one of 2,924 verses on the lives of Saint Barlaam and Saint Josaphat, another of 1,750 verses on the legend of the Seven Sleepers, a third of about 2,000 verses entitled Le Petit Plet, being a dispute between an old and a young man on the happiness and misery of human life. Adam de Rot, an English monk of the same age, from whom we have a poem on the legend of the descent of St. Paul to the infernal regions. Hayley of Winchester, the translator of the distich of Cato for the use, as he says, of those of the English who, not understanding Latin, spoke only the Romance or French. The anonymous author of a continuation of Wace's Brute in the common octosyllabic verse, in which he brings down the history in a fierce anti-Norman spirit, from the death of Cadwallader at the close of the 7th century to the 24th year of the reign of Henry III, A.D. 1240, telling, among other things not elsewhere to be found, a remarkable story of a prophetic revelation made to the Conqueror touching the fates of his three sons. Pierre Dury, a Norman, described as a writer of true poetical genius, who is the author of the romance of Ansaï de Carthage, one of the paladins of Charlemagne, in 10,850 verses, of the Roman de Beuve, de Hampton, et de Sami Yosian, fille du roi d'Arménie, our English Bevis of Hampton, in 18,525 verses, and of a continuation of a romance on the subject of Judas Maccabeus, begun by Gautier de Bellepage. Godfrey of Waterford, an Irish Dominican monk, the author of a verse translation of the pretended Trojan history of Dares Phrygius, and also of several other versions of Latin works into French prose. Robert Decay, the writer in the latter part of the 13th century of the Laïs du Corne, founded on a very popular Arthurian fiction. Two anonymous writers of the same age, to each of whom we owe a short poem on the Purgatory of St. Patrick, one of about 1800 and the other of about 760 verses. Walter of Exeter, a Franciscan monk of Cornwall, to whom is attributed the romance of Guy de Warwick, et de Felice, fille du Comte de Buckingham, extending to nearly 11,500 verses, and Peter de Langtoft, a canon of the Priory of St. Augustine at Bridlington in Yorkshire, who has left us a translation of the British history of Geoffrey of Monmouth, a continuation of the English story in the same style from the arrival of the Saxons to the reign of Edward I, a life of that king, a translation of Herbert de Beauchamp's Latin life of Becket, and one or two shorter pieces, all in French verse. French prose romances, Froissart. Down to the end of the 12th century, verse was probably the only form in which romances, meaning originally any compositions in the Romance or French language. Then any narrative compositions whatever were written. In the 13th a few may have appeared in prose, but before the close of the 14th, prose had become the usual form in which such works were produced, and many of the old metrical romances have been recast in this new shape. The early French prose romances, however, do not, like their metrical predecessors, belong in any sense to the literature of this country. Many of them were no doubt generally read for a time in England as well as in France, but we have no reason for believing that any of them were primarily addressed to the English public, or were written in England or by English subjects, and even during the brief space that they continued popular, they seem to have been regarded as foreign importations. Their history, therefore, is no part of our present subject. But there is one remarkable product of the French literature of the 14th century which must be made an exception, the Chronicle of the inimitable Sir Jean Froissart. This work, indeed, has in everything, except the language in which it is written, nearly as much of an English as of a French interest. Froissart was a native of Valenciennes, where he appears to have been born about 1337. But the 4 books of his Chronicle, which relates principally to English affairs, though the narrative embraces also the course of events in France, Flanders, Scotland, and other countries, comprehend the space from 1326 to 1400, or the whole of the reigns of our Edward III and Richard II. For the first 30 years of this space he intimates that his authority was a previous writer, Jean le Balcanin of Liège, whom he greatly praises for his diligence and accuracy, and some years ago the Chronicle of La Belle, which was supposed to have perished, was discovered in the library of the old Dukes of Burgundy at Brussels, when it turned out that Froissart's first 80 chapters are almost a literal transcript from his predecessor. Froissart, however, is rather of authority as a painter of manners than as an historian of events, for his passion for the marvelous and the decorative was so strong that the simple fact, we fear, would have had little chance of acceptance with him, in any case, when it came into competition with a good story. In his own and in the next age, accordingly, his history was generally reckoned and designated a romance. Caxton, in his Boke of the Ordre of Chevalerie, or knighthood, classes it with the romances of Lancelot and Percival, and indeed the Roman aux Chroniques seems to have been the title by which it was at first commonly known. On the other hand, however, it is fair to remember that a romance was not in those days held to be necessarily a fiction. Froissart's Chronicle is certainly the truest and most lively picture that any writer has bequeathed to us of the spirit of a particular era. It shows the very age and body of the time, his form and pressure. In a higher than the literal sense, the most apocryphal incidents of this most splendid and imaginative of gossips are full of truth. They cast more light upon the actual men and manners that are described, and bring back to life more of the long buried past than the most careful details of any other historian. The popularity of Froissart's Chronicle has thrown into the shade his other productions, but his highest fame in his own day was as a writer of poetry. His greatest poetical work appears to have been a romance entitled Meliador, or The Knight of the Son of Gold, and he also wrote many shorter pieces, chants royaux, ballads, rondeaux, and pastorals, in what was then called the New Poetry, which indeed he cultivated with so much success that he has by some been regarded as its inventor. On his introduction to Richard II, when he paid his last visit to England in 1396, he presented that monarch, as he tells us, with a book beautifully illuminated, engrossed with his own hand, bound in crimson velvet, and embellished with silver bosses, clasps, and golden roses, comprehending all the pieces of amours and moralities which he had composed in the 24 preceding years. Richard, he adds, seemed much pleased, and examined the book in many places, for he was fond of reading as well as speaking French. Resurrection of the English language. But for the last 50 years of the 14th century, the French language had been rapidly losing the position it had held among us from the middle of the 11th, and becoming among all classes in England a foreign tongue. We have already produced the testimonies of Higden, writing immediately before the commencement of this change, and of Trevisa after it had been going on for about a quarter of a century. To these may now be added what Chaucer writes, probably within 10 years after the date, 1385, which Trevisa expressly notes as that of his statement. In the prologue to his Testament of Love, a prose work which seems to have been far advanced, if not finished in 1392, the great father of our English poetry, speaking of those of his countrymen who still persisted in writing French verse, expresses himself thus: Certes there ben some that speak their poesie mater in French, of which speech the French men have as good a fantasia as we have in hearing a French menace English. And afterwards he adds, Let then clerkes inditen in Latin, for they have the propertie in science and the knowing in that facultie, and let a Frenchman in their French also indite their quaint termes, for it is kindly natural to their mouths, and let us show our fantasias in such a wordes as we learned den of our Damus tongue. French, it is evident from this, although it might still be a common acquirement among the higher classes, had ceased to be the mother tongue of any class of Englishmen, and was only known to those to whom it was taught by a master. So the prioress in the Canterbury Tales, although she could speak French full faire and fetisly, or neatly, spoke it only after the school of Stratford atte Bowe, for French of Paris was to her unknowe. From this, as from many other passages in old writers, we learn that the French taught and spoken in England had, as was indeed inevitable, become a corrupt dialect of the language, or at least very different from the French at Paris. But as the foreign tongue lost its hold and declined in purity, the old Teutonic speech of the native population, favored by the same circumstances and course of events which checked and depressed its rival, and having at last, after going through a process almost of dissolution and putrefaction, began to assume a new organization, gradually recovered its ascendancy. We have already examined the first revolution which the language underwent, and endeavored to explain the manner in which it was brought about. It consisted in the disintegration of the grammatical system of the language, and the conversion of it from an inflectional and synthetic into a comparatively non-inflected and analytic language. The vocabulary, or what we may call the substance of the language, was not changed. That remained still purely Gothic, as it always had been. Only the old form or structure was broken up or obliterated. There was no mixture or infusion of any foreign element. The language was, as it were, decomposed, but was not adulterated, and the process of decomposition may be regarded as having been the work of the 11th century, and as having been begun by the Danish conquest and consummated by the Norman. This first revolution which the language underwent is to be carefully distinguished from the second, which was brought about by the combination of the native with a foreign element, and consisted essentially in the change made in the vocabulary of the language by the introduction of numerous terms borrowed from the French. Of this latter innovation we find little trace till long after the completion of the former. For nearly 2 centuries after the Conquest, the English seems to have been spoken and written, to the small extent to which it was written, with scarcely any intermixture of Norman. It only, in fact, began to receive such intermixture after it came to be adopted as the speech of that part of the nation which had previously spoken French, and this adoption was plainly the cause of the intermixture. So long as it remained the language only of those who had been accustomed to speak it from their infancy, and who had never known any other, it might have gradually become changed in its internal organization, but it could scarcely acquire any additions from a foreign source. What should have tempted the Saxon peasant to substitute a Norman term upon any occasion for the word of the same meaning with which the language of his ancestors supplied him? As for things and occasions for which new names were necessary, they must have come comparatively little in his way, and when they did, the capabilities of his native tongue were sufficient to furnish him with appropriate forms of expression from its own resources. The corruption of the English by the intermixture of French vocables must have proceeded from those whose original language was French, and who were in habits of constant intercourse with French customs, French literature, and everything else that was French, at the same time that they occasionally at least spoke English. And this supposition is in perfect accordance with the historical fact. So long as the English was a language of only a part of the nation, and the French, as it were, struggled with it for mastery, it remained unadulterated. When it became the speech of the whole people, of the higher classes as well as of the lower, then it lost its old Teutonic purity, and received a larger alien admixture from the alien lips through which it passed. Whether this was a fortunate circumstance or the reverse is another question. It may just be remarked, however, that the English, if it had been left to its own spontaneous and unassisted development, would probably have assumed a character resembling rather that of the Dutch or the Flemish than that of the German of the present day. The commencement of this second revolution, which changed the very substance of the language, may most probably be dated from about the middle of the 13th century, or about a century and a half after the completion of the first, which affected not the substance or vocabulary of the language, but only its form or grammatical system. End of Section 18.